Havertz scored Arsenal's winner against Brentford at the weekend, making it 4 goals and 2 assists in his last 4 games. Aftershave boy, is Kai Havertz no longer Arsenal's £65 million tax write-off?
Oh, come on, a broken clock is going to be right twice a day. Eventually, if you throw enough against the wall, some of it's going to stick, isn't it?
Come on.
Come off it. Crying out loud, this team is scoring goals for fun. Eventually, he's going to score some goals. Does that mean that when it comes to the business end of a season and we start seeing him needing to be the difference in key games, that make the argument...
You cannot praise the boy, can you?
No, because I don't think he's worthy of any. I think at this moment in time, and this is a £65 million footballer that scored a few goals in games that Arsenal have dominated recently and beaten 5s and 6s. When he does it, like he did in the Champions League final for Chelsea, and defines a season by goals that determine an outcome in big games that are the difference between key players turning up when they don't, then I'll sit here
but
and
that was
I'll
a
say...
key goal. That was a key goal on Saturday.
Yes, it was. It was an important goal, absolutely. But, you know, the bottom line shouldn't even been on the bloody pitch.
Well, Thomas Frank certainly thought that. He claimed Havertz should never have been on the pitch, as Simon says, and should have received a second yellow for diving.
Or
This is Frank.
Havertz is a clear dive. Clear dive. I wish I just would admit it. I don't know if he had. Because that happens all the time, every week. Someone is doing it, and I know it happens. So that should, of course, have been a second yellow and a red card. And then he wouldn't be able to score the winner. And we probably hope.
If you were to do a survey, I'll ask you two people who are
Be kind.
Point.
no, I can't use the term
Get to the
football.
bloody point.
I can't use the term football people. I'll ask you two
All right.
two guys. What is the thing that frustrates you most in football? You first.
Listening to self-serving waffle from so-called football people.
Seriously, apart from that, what in a game of football, when you watch a game of football, what?
Okay.
I'm not asking you the question.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm not asking you the
I'm
question.
so sorry.
Simulation. What's another word for sim? What's another meaning
Cheating.
for? So the cheating is the thing that frustrates you the most.
Right.
Yeah.
What? And you, Jim?
Thanks for asking, Graham. Now that I've had time to think, diving,
Simulation.
simulation,
Cheating.
cheating.
That the man in the street to a man, ask 100 people, how 100 people will say it's diving,
Yeah.
it's going
Yeah.
down, pretend you're injured.
So you would say the answer to that.
So we eradicate
The carte bleue.
We eradicate it in 2 weeks. We eradicate it in 2 weeks if you introduce a sin bin. Because what would happen? Team goes down to 10 men. In some cases, they would concede a goal, lose the game.
Yeah.
So the managers would be after them. There was a saying when I played: you don't get booked for opening your mouth, son. You
Yeah.
get booked for making a mistimed tackle.
Right.
And that's gone. Now,
Okay.
now they try to get each other, and they try to. I was working with Mika Richards on Sky one day, and he came out. He was talking about Jack Grealish. He buys fouls. I said, "Explain, what does that mean?" He said, "Well, he buys fouls. He dives when he's hardly been touched. So you're trying to influence the referee, and you're cheating.
Yeah.
Anyway, you dress it up,
Right.
simulate it, you're cheating.
So you think
So
this
we
is-
eradicate it.
Right.
In 2 weekends of the Premier League, we eradicate it.
Let's drive a coach and horses through that, because you're in a minority of one, and I'll tell you why. Let's say Kai Havertz is blue carded, off to the sin bin, does his time in the sin bin, comes back out and scores the winner.
Yeah, but maybe Brentford in that 10
Where's
minutes.
the punishment aspect?
Maybe Brentford have scored a goal in that 10 minutes.
But where's
down
the
to 10 men.
But where's
But
the
the
punishment
10 minutes
in that
that-
procedure?
Are you daft?
I just told you.
Probably.
10 minutes he's off the pitch. They're down. It's down to 10. They're down to 10 men.
Yeah.
And that means Brentford would have an enormous chance of maybe scoring a goal, and they end up winning it 2-1. That's where the punishment would be.
But why isn't the kind of sane procedure of 2 yellows make a red working for you?
But they're not going off for 10 minutes.
Do you not follow his point? Where I agree with Graham to some extent is
What?
Now, if a guy's on a yellow card already
Yeah.
and he simulates, I don't think he should get a blue card. I think he should get a red. But what Graham's saying is, if you've got no offences on the pitch whatsoever, the guy's got no yellow cards. The first instance of him doing something like that, he gets a yellow card. So then there's no effect on the team. What Graham's saying is, if instantaneously, when a player hasn't been consequenced, you give him a blue card, he's off the pitch, then that moves into the territory of someone being consequenced and then the team being consequenced.
Let me tell you, it puts the managers.
I do understand it.
Managers today will encourage players. Trust me, managers today will encourage players to go down in the box. And if you go down, pretend you're injured.
Did you encourage players to go down?
No. I'm from a different time. Definitely.
Rubbish. Francis Lee was doing it 50 years ago. It's not a different time.
I came from a different place. It's not something I ever did, and it's something I ever encouraged players to do. If you're trying to go down and hold you and pretend you're far more injured than you actually are, go down the box, we'll get a penalty. So the managers today, to a man, will encourage that.
Well, to be fair to you, when you injured somebody, they stayed injured.
No, but Jim, because that is now part and parcel of our game.
Yeah.
That is part and parcel of the game, and everybody does it. Does that make it right?
So you've gone in the sniggering boy. You've gone in the blue. You've gone in the blue card direction.
No, I understand.
He's won you over.
No. I understand his logic. What he's saying is, if players have had no consequence on the pitch, right, and the first thing they do is simulation, they get a yellow card. There's no effect on the team. And what Graham is saying, if you affect the team instantaneously by putting someone in a sin bin, then all of a sudden managers, like with the spray can, which makes people go back 10 yards, are going to denote it and start consequencing it. But I would then move it on to say, how do you then do it on the basis of someone that's got a yellow card? Because if they get a blue card, it's a kind of reward for them staying on the pitch. Whereas if it was a red card, if you've got a yellow card already on the field, then you simulate, it has to be a red card.
That's a decent argument. I think the referee has to make that call.
Yeah, I mean, but then you're asking referees to juggle about 15 different cards.
No, not at all. I think there's two ways it should be used. That's one, and I come back to it. I think within 2 weekends of the Premier League or any league, you would eradicate it. Another thing that the blue card should be used for, and it's not subjective. You abuse a referee.
Agreed.
You abuse a referee.
Off you go.
Go and sit over there for 10 minutes. And that in 2 weekends would be eradicated.
There is logic to, there is logic to what he's saying.
You're looking to improve our game.
But you realise you are in the minority saying that.
Because people aren't thinking.
Not many are backing you.
People aren't thinking it through. They're not thinking it through.
All I can tell you is when I speak to people who've played the game, people who've managed in the game, after I've said what I've just said to you, they start to nod their head. It's frustrating to watch people throw themselves to the ground. Simulating.
But isn't
cheating.
But isn't it ironic? Graham makes, and he's right, but a lot of the managers actually have come out and said they don't want a blue card, right? Current manager Eddie Howe was one of the first people to come out and say they didn't want it. When you frame it the way Graham frames it, which is the greater evil, right? Complicating the game by having a blue card, which is some people's resistance, or stopping simulation. So you stop simulation at all costs. The problem is with Graham's argument is the very people that would be in favour of it now are the very people that have spent the last 10 years engendering that sort of behaviour in their own bloody players.
Yeah. It puts them in a difficult position,
doesn't it?
You say if FIFA allowed a blue card for diving or dissent when you lose a player, even for a short period of time, that man disadvantage on occasion would cost them dearly. Yeah. I mean, there's a caller there saying, but teams are wily to it. They lose a player,
they'll bank up.
They bank up.
Yeah, but you ask any manager, do you want to play against 11? Do you want to play against 10? You can't say it's a black and white. People would organise them. They would have to, I think they do anyway, they prepare for having a player sent off. Yeah, of course that would happen. But that's still a penalty. I mean, I think if you ask any manager out there today, right, do you want to play 11 against 11 or do you want them to have 10 men? They're going to say 10 men.
Well, the only alternative to that is determine simulation and dissent as a straight red card. That's the alternative.
That's the alternative.
That's the alternative.
But how many would go that strong?
But that's up to referees. You can't legislate for them having no balls.
Right.
But the point is Graham's argument is get rid of it, and if we do this, we'll get rid of it. If you go after them,
long to correct it, Simon.
But if you go,
2 weekends.
so then
you say 2 weekends.
Why not go? If you believe, like I believe, and I think you're right, that the biggest crime in football right now is simulation, then why not make it a red card offence?
It turns people
because
off.
people will go subjective and go, hang on a second, one person's simulation is another person's
So you can't go a halfway house. Stick them in the sin bin.
It turns people off watching. I get frustrated watching it. Get up, you fool, rolling around.
Agreed.
Right.
And it's in our game. It's normalised now. It's what everyone does. Another way you would use a blue card, people abusing referees, and there's a real knock-on effect here. It's not subjective. You call me an F and whatever. Yeah. Going over there for 10 minutes.
Yeah, agreed. But it should be a red card.
The manager would go mad at you for getting sent off.
But it should be a red card
for 10 minutes.
If you abuse a referee, it should be a red card.
But Simon, the knock-on. This is really important. The knock-on effect from that would filter all the way down.
Agreed.
All the way down.
FIFA have laughed it out of town, but Graham, you're making a solid case for it. I have to admit that. Graham says the blue card. If it was,
don't ask a man on the street today. Anyone?
Well, let's ask the callers right now.
Properly, though.
If they introduce a blue card in 2 weeks, you say it would eradicate simulation, and dissent. They'd soon
And
clamp
Brentford
down
get a
on the
draw on Saturday.
theatrics.
And Brentford get a draw on
I
Saturday.
love the way he
Right.
wants to ask the man in the street and a moment ago. The man in the street's over emotional and ultimately should be listened to for a certain period of the conversation.
Blue
now
cards.
he's a vox pop.
Blue cards, you having them or not? 03717 223344 810 89. Before you call in, you've got Sooners to answer to.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
It's so engaging though, isn't it? It does feel exhausting just having watched it.
It felt exhilarating. It was like, back and forth, chances, challenges. There was a lot of drama, penalties, this and that. It was just a brilliant game for all to see. It's going to be a roller coaster ride. Buckle up like my blazer. You know what I mean? And Sky's going to be a lot of games. Buckle up, baby. Buckle up. Roller coaster ride to go. Can't wait for the season to end on a bang. It's going to be brilliant.
We've still got another 10 games for each side, another 30 points still to play for. We shouldn't forget that. And there have been some really significant games up and down the Premier League today. Not least in our first game of this Super Sunday. Because this is how it finished up with Man U winning 2-0 against Everton yesterday in the early starts. 2-2 between Bournemouth and Sheffield United. Crystal Palace held by a late equaliser from Cauley Woodrow, almost 10 years after his first Premier League goal. Wolves getting the job done against Fulham. Arsenal right at the end and through Kai Havertz seeing off Brentford to go top. And then earlier today, Spurs putting 4 past Villa without reply in the second half. John McGinn sent off with the score at 2-0, but Ange Postecoglou's biggest win as Spurs boss. Brighton, having lost 4-0 in Rome, bounced back with a 1-0 victory over Forest, who are desperate for points themselves right now. They go to Luton, who are 3 points behind them next Saturday. West Ham coming from 2 down to draw 2-2 with Burnley. Danny Ings with the equaliser late on his first goal for over a year. You can see them all by scanning the QR code. It will take you straight to the weekend's goals on the Sky Sports app. So this is how it leaves us. Sheffield United back on bottom. Then come Burnley, Luton on 21 points, 3 above them Forest. Now Luton go to Bournemouth as well on Wednesday night for that rearranged game. There is a chance they'll be out of the bottom 3 before they take on Forest next Saturday. Then come Everton, who just can't find a win from anywhere right now. Brentford, it's the same story. Then a bit of a gap to Crystal Palace, and you're looking comfortable if you're Bournemouth and Fulham. Chelsea top of the bottom, and Newcastle bottom of the top. Then come Wolves. They've had a really good few weeks. European football still a possibility for them. A much needed victory for Brighton and Roberto De Zerbi today. West Ham though still in 7th. Then come Manchester United. Spurs have opened up that 6-point gap, and they are 2 now behind Aston Villa with that game in hand. And then into the top 3. 1 point between those top 3 sides with just 10 games left in the season. We have a brilliant finish ahead, but it's Manchester City, then Liverpool and Arsenal in front on goal difference. The master and the apprentice. How would you sum them up, their performances today?
Brilliant, and I think I said on the pitch before the game, I think the great centre-backs, if you just even look at the Premier League area, you think of sort of Tony Adams, John Terry, these type of figures for their clubs, and that's what Virgil van Dijk is for Liverpool. The great centre-backs don't just play their own game. You can control a whole back four. Now, when you look at Liverpool's back four coming into the game, everyone in the stadium is thinking, oh, you're up against Manchester City, it's De Bruyne, it's Haaland. But even though Kwanzaa was outstanding, brilliant, he can concentrate on his own game. That's enough for him because of who he's up against, and he's such a young player. But the greats look after you at the back, and that's why Virgil van Dijk was man of the match. And I was speaking to the lads when the game was going on. He's up against Haaland as well. Haaland's the best centre-forward in the world. For me, Virgil van Dijk is right up there in terms of centre-back. And I made a comment to them, I don't know if people might agree, but I actually think Virgil van Dijk's a better centre-back than Erling Haaland as a striker. That's how highly I rate Virgil van Dijk. I think he's absolutely outstanding. And if you're thinking about the battle of one of the best at the back, maybe the best centre-back, maybe the best centre-forward, Virgil van Dijk came out on top.
There were a lot of eyebrows raised, not least in here, when the team news came through today. Did the level of Liverpool's performance surprise you a little bit, Daniel? Do you think actually it was a better point for them in these circumstances?
I think the performance surprised everybody. I think there was an expectation of Manchester City looking at the team sheets that they'd come in and there'd be a better side today. But I think for me, Liverpool in the first half, of course, they weren't at the level that they would have liked to have been. They grew into the game as the game went on and the tide changed. As soon as that penalty happened, they thought to themselves, you know what, we can get out here now, we can get at them. We've got the confidence in our team, we've got the belief. We know that we have the players, and I think when Diaz had some moments there, but I think overall, I think they'd be happy. If you asked them before the game, hey, would you take a draw, given the injuries they've got, given the team that's on the football pitch, would you take it? I think Jurgen would have said yes. To be honest, of course, they would have wanted to win, but they'll be happy with a draw.
Well, let's start our analysis by looking at the John Stones goal from that set piece. And Michael, it looks so simple. It looks like a tap-in, but clearly there's a lot more to it than that. Tell us.
Yeah, they said the worked on it yesterday in training, but it's more about the ball for me than anything. If you look at De Bruyne, to get that amount of pace and whip at that part, just as a run here, we'll look at the run from Stones after and the block. You see Ake here with McAllister, just nudges him out of the way and it just times his run to perfection. But to De Bruyne to get the accuracy at there, it looks like the ball's going to go out, just bends it across, and it was a wonderful finish. You see defenders in that area before fluffed the lines, but just a lovely cushioned finish, and the confidence was sky high at this point.
There was a suggestion on commentary that it was a foul, the blocking at the near post. What did you think?
Absolutely not. No, it's the game. You listen, the game's physical. You'd be disappointed. You want players to be stronger in there, but it's smart play by City, obviously.
Suggestion that they spotted a weakness in Liverpool.
Yeah,
in
they would have done. Obviously, these the guys who set up the set piece or whatever, they're looking at opposition all the time, constantly looking at different set pieces. Of course, we know the importance. We saw 2 set pieces today, but you've got to execute it. And for a player to play that ball, they would have looked at it, obviously, and they would have practiced it. But can you do it with the pressure on? And players like De Bruyne.
A nice moment for him.
He'd be pleased with it, of course. Probably a little bonus for him.
And the equaliser. We talked beforehand about the importance of the pace of Darwin Núñez. Did we see it here in this foot race with Ederson?
Yeah, I'm just glad he wasn't offside. You can't be off a back pass, can you? But no, listen, it's just a moment of madness from the goalkeeper, really. I mean, good, fair play to him. He reads it from Aki, but he just comes flying across and...
He's all or nothing, doesn't he, Jamie? He gets it, when he gets it right, obviously, it's fantastic, but when he gets it wrong, the downside with the goal is his injury. That's a big blow if he's badly injured.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get you some news on that, but hopefully for City's sake, it's not too much of a serious one.
Yeah, I mean, he has these moments now and again in different situations. He can come flying out and get himself involved in certain things. And, we talk about sort of goalkeepers not being involved that much. Well, probably with Manchester City, probably the position of any goalkeeper in world football who's not involved as much. They have so much of the ball. So now and again, you can see that from...
There was a pause at that point. There was obviously the treatment for Ederson, who carried on at that point. And also it looked like Virgil van Dijk was questioning whether he should be sent off. Of course, he couldn't, because if it's judged that Ederson is trying to play the ball, then it's a yellow card is the maximum punishment. You're happy with that, Daniel?
Yeah, I think so. And, when we're talking about Darwin here, I think the goalkeeper probably underestimates how fast he actually is. To have that pace and power to be able to get to the ball and just nudge it in front of him. Look, he's tried to play the ball. He's obviously kicked the player, so I think the referee did the right decision there.
So then Alexis McAllister has 3.5 minutes after this incident to think about what he's going to do. Should we actually credit him for maintaining his poise in those circumstances?
You don't want to be waiting too long in such a big occasion, but his technique has to hit the kind of base of the side net. It's a good effort from the goalkeeper, but beautiful, calm, cool, great execution. Look at that, brilliant, enough pace on it.
He took one midweek for Liverpool in Europe, in the Europa League, but I've just come to me then, he took one against Man United. Was it the last kick of the game? It end of last season. I think he took one to beat Man United. I think it was maybe there was at the time he was actually waiting for them. So he's used to these pressure situations, and I thought he was brilliant today. You know, to talk about him maybe making a slow start when he first came in, I thought the partnership with him and Endo in midfield today was fantastic.
How much are we going to miss him?
Oh, huge. Great interview there, honestly. He's obviously proud of his team, and rightly so, with the quality they showed in the second half. They had great chances, but he's been a great personality for the game. Really has. Pretty honest in all his views. I love his interviews. Players obviously love playing for him. Liverpool fans obviously love him. The quality, the type of football his teams play. And you can see there, for all his achievements in the game, the performance today, he's very proud. And he's right, particularly the second half. They showed great quality, dominated City, particularly midfield. Had great chances, didn't take them, but still a brilliant performance.
I'm not quite sure we've seen him that effusive after a draw before, Daniel.
I just think he was excited and very proud of his team. And, you know, I think when you analyse what he's achieved at this football club and looking at the team he put out there today, there were a lot of doubts from the outside, so he probably feels as if he's proven people wrong. He talked about Kwanzaa coming in and, you know, Haaland and a lot of players. He mentioned so many players. He's just a huge amount of pride in how his team's performed on the big stage. With the expectation that they're probably going to lose today, they performed exceptionally.
I'm just wondering if anyone didn't get a mention from him there. You're in trouble.
He was the bus, didn't he?
No. Yeah, Gareth Southgate needs to pick Joe Gomez for a start. He said it was the best second half performance ever against Manchester City. Luis Diaz was right at the heart of it, Daniel. So talk us through 3 great moments within 5 minutes, which could have separated these sides ultimately. Yeah,
I think Luis Diaz today he did everything besides score. I think this one, the touch, obviously wasn't good enough. But the tenacious elements of his game are always there. He's always willing to run with the ball, but as you say, the touch there just wasn't right. And I think this chance was the best one of the lot for me.
Brilliant.
Running through here, he's got all of the goal. He's looking at the goalkeeper. He's analysing him. He's running at a very fast speed. You're thinking, open your body out.
What should he be thinking about here?
Open your body out and just slide it home. We've talked about the likes of Thierry, the likes of so many different players around the world running through in these moments and being calm and collected in front of goal, and he just got it wrong. And you're thinking with this one, maybe a first-time finish. It was slightly behind him a little bit, but you want him to take a shot at least. And that was, for me, I'm thinking he did everything today but score. He performed very well, but those moments, you have to take him in.
And a great moment as well for Darwin Núñez. Andy Robertson comes on the pitch, this quality of delivery.
Yeah, goodness gracious me, Robbo, what a ball this is. And Darwin it's like he got his studs on it. He got his studs on the ball. You can't really guide these into the back of the net. It's about getting something on it and let the keeper do his job. The keeper's done his job. You give him credit.
Really good save from Stefan Ortega. Right, Jurgen Klopp was questioning the penalty. We've got 4 people here, maybe a couple with Liverpool persuasion, one from Manchester City in neutral. Does anybody think it was a penalty?
Come on, Dave.
Anybody think penalty?
I think he makes a good point about he gets the ball, but his foot is so high. But I don't think there was any force behind it. So I think the officials got it right. But a lucky boy.
I actually think he sees McAllister, but he's almost trying to pull his foot away. I mean, he can be. I think if that's given on the pitch, it's not getting overturned. But I think once it's not given, he doesn't fully go right through with it. And what Jurgen Klopp said was, anywhere else on the pitch, that'd be a foul.
Well, that was Jurgen Klopp's argument.
No, but I almost think I agree with that. But I do think there's almost like an unwritten rule in football for something. With a penalty, it just
more.
I think we all know it. When it's in the box, it has to be a little bit more. He's lucky, but I can see why they haven't given it.
Were you worried at that moment?
Of course I was worried. I just thought it was naive. If you actually look at Doku, he could have headed it.
He was under the table at that stage.
Why don't you just header it out? Why do you want your foot up there in the last minutes of the game? Like, it's going to cause that sort of drama, but I probably agree with Cara. I think, if it was given, it's not overturned.
He was not.
He sort
as
of
he
let
touched
go.
it's almost like he's trying to pull his foot back rather than.
Yeah.
And that probably just saved him.
It does feel like when these two teams meet, there is an intensity about these matches. I don't know if it's because of the managers, whether it will continue post-Klopp, but there's something special.
Yeah, because they're both top managers. I think when you come up against Klopp's side, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get energy, you're going to get quality, and they've pushed him for the league. You know, they've got to the Champions League, 3 out of the 5 seasons at Liverpool. They're a good side, you know. that's to be expected. But I think it was a little bit frustrated when people talk about the record here at
He's
Anfield.
bored of talking about Anfield,
Yeah,
isn't
because the record at Etihad is very good, but it's a mutual respect they've got for each other. They both know the top managers, both looked after two top teams, and it's just great for us to watch, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is. We will miss these epic battles, that is for sure. Whoever comes in, we will be discussing that potentially in the weeks and months ahead. City also had their chances to win it. We shouldn't forget that. Let's have a look at some of those moments, Daniel.
Yeah,
First of all, for Phil Foden.
Yeah, for Foden, for me, I think Foden today in the first half particularly was really good. He had some very good moments. And he's on great form. And you're thinking to yourself, oh, could he lift it? Can he get it through the keeper's legs? He got the ball on target. He was on his weaker foot. The touch managed to bounce for him. And, yeah.
Do you really want that touch to go across, Daniel, there?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think he's done everything he probably could. But for Kelleher to make sure that he doesn't allow him to put the ball through his legs, if you see there, it was kind of like his legs sort of went in diagonally to stop the ball. And in those positions, typically an attacker would put the ball through the goalkeeper's legs. You see here how he sort of slides and he blocks it from going between his legs. That's one of the finishes in the box that typically would go in. So Kelleher did very well there.
Big moment for Kelleher, isn't it, that?
It is, he's been brilliant, and we always talk about Alisson coming out on top of someone when he's there. He's obviously worked with him every day, and that's what he's been brilliant at since he's come back in the team. But in terms of Foden, I think a couple of years ago, the opposite side of that box at the Cop End, he scored with his left foot in off the post. I think that made it 2-2, and City ended up winning the league by a point. You know, so you realise how big these games are. We don't know. Are Liverpool going to look back at the chances they had with Diaz and think, you know, if they lose the league by a point here, you know, that's why they've been so pivotal, these games, and that's why they, you know, continue to entertain us.
And I think a lot of people thought that City had won it. Julian Alvarez started for City on that left-hand side. Then we saw Doku coming into the fray, and Mike, and we just wondered if he might have a say in this contest, and he so nearly did.
Yeah, well, Liverpool's structure was so good. He rarely got a 1-versus-1. You see Harvey Elliott coming across, and just as he hit it, we think it's going to nestle into the net, just off that post. Just takes a touch here, hits it, and you just think maybe, but no, it wasn't meant to be. He offered a little bit of threat down there, give the ball away a couple of times, but you expect that one-on-one. That's his job to do.
Yeah, we're giving a lot of praise to Liverpool, and they were excellent in the second half. But City also showed why they're champions. You have to dig in. You know, you can't play well every week, and the expectations of Man City now is very high. But the second half, as well as Liverpool played, City have shown why they're great champions. They dug in and got a big point.
And what did you make of the De Bruyne substitution?
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
From time.
Yeah, it's good. No, I think it was the right decision. I think he was just offered a little bit. Listen, Pep's the manager. He's got to look at the bigger picture. Kevin's obviously, we can't praise him, not a world-class player. He was disappointed. Pep's going to have to give him a little bit of pep talk. But I love the way he answered after. Listen, he can show me the next time how disappointed he is. Listen, nobody likes to be brought off, but Pep's job is to look at the bigger picture, try and get the right result for his team, and they'll recover from that, no doubt.
Bad news for everyone else, because he says that De Bruyne is going to prove himself in the next game. Right, let's have a reminder of where that leaves us. And we said repeatedly, it's never been this stage of the season. 3 teams at the top separated by just 1 point. Take my word for it. Arsenal leading the way with Liverpool and Manchester City close behind. Only goal difference separating the top 2 right now. And remember that Arsenal not in FA Cup action next week. They, in their next Premier League duty, is against Manchester City at the Etihad. So another epic game we have to look forward to. Are we thinking any differently after 90 minutes here, Jamie?
No, I mean, I think if you're Arsenal, you're watching today and you think the perfect result is a draw, and I think Liverpool will be looking next week and think, you know, the great result will be a draw. But I think from Liverpool or Arsenal's point of view, they're trying to chase down City. They're the team to beat still, I would say. And I think City have dropped points here. And City's next sort of 4 or 5 games feel like if they're going to drop points, they're going to be them. So even though Arsenal are top, I think from a Liverpool point of view, I think I prefer to see Arsenal win there or it be a draw. Certainly not a City win, because I think City's last 5 or 6 games of the season, you'd look at them and you'd think they get maximum points. If they're not going to lose points in the next sort of 3-4 games, I think it'll be tough to stop.
What are we getting here? Right, we're going to see all the fixtures for everybody. So Jamie's talking about the next couple for Manchester City. being Arsenal and Aston Villa at home, and then maybe a lighter finish. At this stage, Arsenal have a 19% chance of winning the title according to Opta, and that's based, I suppose, on how they think they will do in those individual games. They calculate it for all the teams. Would you give them more chance than that, Daniel?
I do, yeah. I don't know, the stats are the stats, I suppose, Opta's giving us, but Arsenal have been brilliant, and they've shown their capabilities. They've shown that, last night when you score a late goal like that, they're building something. Last season they were brilliant. This season they're improving again. So I think they're all within their rights to believe they can do this. I think Arsenal have a great chance of winning the title, but like Jamie said, City are the team to beat. They've shown over the years they're the team to beat. Liverpool have performed very well this season, probably over expectations at the start of the season. We didn't think we'd be in this position now, saying Liverpool are fighting for the title. So for them, they're pushing as well.
We can look at those fixtures, but it's what's in between them in terms of Champions League. Liverpool playing Thursday night. If Liverpool and City get to the FA Cup semi-final, let's say they meet each other in that semi-final, what that takes out of you physically, psychologically at that time of the season. Then a league game has to get put in between, so one of those fixtures. So you play 3 league games in a week. So, if I'm Arsenal, I'll be thinking, I hope City and Liverpool keep going in the FA Cup, maybe meet each other. From a Liverpool point of view, I'm hoping City and Arsenal meet each other in the quarter-final of the Champions League, because I think when you play an English team in Europe, there's something extra about it, build up and what it takes out here. We did it so often against Chelsea when I was playing. So I think there's so much more than just what we're looking at there in terms of the fixtures.
Who wins it from here, Micah?
It's tough. I give Arsenal the big build-up last year. I thought they would do it last year, sort of fell off towards the end of last season. This season, I just think City. I think if City would have lost today, I would have said Arsenal. Because City have...
Arsenal? If Liverpool would have won?
Yeah, I thought the momentum that was on, yeah. I would have said Arsenal.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You're an Arsenal fan, aren't you?
Oh my God. You don't ever tell me that!
Touché.
Honestly, I can't call it. Last year, I never had any doubt that City would eventually win it.
I think you were quite strong on City. Go back a few weeks, you're probably quite strong on City.
Yeah,
Are you?
I'm doubting that a little bit. I'm not betting against them, but I look what Liverpool today, their performance. Every time you watch Liverpool, they're creating chances, scoring goals. I look at Arsenal now, physically compared to last year, Arsenal looks such a much stronger team, so I don't think they'll fade on that side of it.
And would they have learnt?
Of course they would have, yeah. And then the recruitment, the players they've brought in have added strength to them, have added quality, and it's just that physical side of it. And I look at Arsenal and that mindset, they look ready for the challenge. So I don't know who to go with this year.
I think if City beat Arsenal, I think they'd be really strong favourites. I do think that. I think if Arsenal go there and get something, we're having the same conversation. It's almost up in the air. I do feel like Arsenal-Liverpool would need a 3 or 4 point gap going into the last sort of 5 or 6 games of the season if they were to top City.
The build-up starts now to Manchester City against Arsenal.
Are you doing that game?
Another great game. Easter Sunday. He's trying a few shots, isn't he, late doors?
Are you in, are you?
Yeah, I'm already
selected.
Squad rotation.
There's a lot can happen between now and then, Mike. Biggest home defeat for Aston Villa under Unai Emery. Biggest victory for Spurs under Ange Postecoglou. All 4 goals in the second half. How impressive were they, Daniel?
They were very impressive. I think the way in which they started the game was very good. But then once they started creating chances and, they were lethal. They weren't messing about in front of goal. Once the ball, I think this was the absolutely magnificent cross from Sarr. Finish from Maddison was brilliant. But yeah, they were lethal in front of goal today.
That was his first goal for 5 months, make him feel much better. Brennan Johnson's been an interesting addition as well this season. Couple of assists from the bench. Got his start today, Micah. Justified it, would you say?
Yeah, I think he did, definitely. Like I said, got a couple of assists last week, and he was ready for it. But this is my mate, John McGinn. Just frustration for the game. I think he knows it's a red card. Right decision was made. Yeah, you could just see he grew into it.
Could be a costly one, that though, couldn't it?
Definitely, because he's been so key for them this season, but when you see it back, it's not great at all.
And Son,
Well, Roy was calling, Jamie, for Spurs to be ruthless in these moments.
Yeah.
With Villa down to 10, that goal difference could be a factor.
Yeah, listen, it could play a factor. We're looking at the top of the league, but in terms of what Arsenal did, Sheffield United a few days ago, but as I said, in terms of qualifying for the Champions League, whether it's top 4, top 5, we're not quite sure yet. But when you think of the swing, 8-goal swing, you know, with Aston Villa.
8-goal swing and the goal difference in one game.
It could be absolutely huge.
How significant do you think it is?
Huge. Again, I think with that confidence, that momentum, you're getting players coming off the bench, scoring goals, the feel-good factor, the usual stuff that goes into winning games of football. Setback for Villa, and a big result for them.
Where does it leave Manchester United now?
I'm not sure really, because we're talking about top 4, top 5. I think for United, the main thing for United is to be consistent and keep winning football matches and hope they slip up, obviously. So, you know, if obviously that 5th place is available, I think it's a bit of a stretch to catch Villa for 4th. They have to keep their heads on and keep winning football matches.
Can Villa regroup, Micah?
Yeah, definitely can regroup. I think they've been excellent this season. I think they had a few dodgy results, but what Emery's doing there, the way the structure and the way Watkins has been, he was a little bit off it in terms of the chances created today, but no back for
He had to feed on scraps, though, didn't he? In this different tweak to the formation, particularly at home, we haven't seen that from Unai Emery before with a back 5.
Yeah, but I think you have to adjust to who you're playing. You know, Spurs are good down the wings, and especially on Doggy and Porro wing backs, they like to get forward, so you have to adjust. Didn't quite work today, although it worked in up until half time. It's just in the second half.
But you know what it looked like, Mike?
Mike?
Sometimes you look at these games and it does look like that European game has an effect on them. It does. It just looks 5-10% off, and that's enough to cause a bad result.
Hello, listener. It's a brand new week and a brand new Totally Football show, and quite possibly an important one as well. Big things to talk about. Doing the talking, Colin Miller.
Hello, James.
Big welcome back to Mark Carey.
Hello, James.
Hello. And Daniel Story from Leicestershire.
Nottinghamshire border, thank you very much.
Right. Yeah. Excellent. Did you enjoy your weekend, Daniel?
Yes, I did. I was at Villa Park and then managed to beat the traffic to get home, so I only missed about 10 minutes of the later game, which was perfect timing.
The later game, yeah.
Yes.
Liverpool, Man City. What do we learn from this weekend, Colin? Is there anything that we can count ourselves aware of now that we weren't 48 hours ago?
Well, the title race is very much alive.
Right.
I think we can determine that. And the Liverpool City game, it felt like if one team had won that, you kind of think they've got momentum in the title race. They'll have a lead in the title race. But as things stand, there's only 1 point between those 3 teams, including Arsenal. So. Yeah, there hasn't been any solutions, but plenty still to go. 10 rounds matches, 30 points to play for still. So it really feels like this could go the distance.
Good Lord. Beyond the top 3, Mark, was there anything that caught your eye? The resurgence of some of the teams down the bottom, perhaps?
Yeah, I still really want Luton to do well. I know that they drew in this weekend, but I think of all the teams who have come up, I think that they've just got enough about them to. We've seen how much that they've got a little bit more about them than Sheffield United and Burnley, and the way that they play with everything that's happened this season for the squad and for particular individuals, I really want to see their story finish really strongly in the Premier League.
Okay, Daniel may not share your warm feelings towards the Hatters. All the bottom 3, in fact, getting a point this weekend while Forest lost, and with the week that might be coming up for Forest, it could all get quite dramatic. We'll get onto all those kind of issues very, very shortly. A quick check on the results on what was match day 28 of the season. Lunchtime Saturday saw Man United beating Everton 2-0. Palace, a little bit later on, conceded yet another late goal in their 1-1 draw at home to Luton. There was a late goal as well at Bournemouth, which saw Sheffield United missing out on what would have been a remarkable away win to the Cherries. Wolves beat Fulham 2-1, same scoreline for Arsenal at home to Brentford, which put the Gunners top of the table. Sunday, Spurs went to top 4 rivals Villa and won 4-0. West Ham had to come from 2 goals behind at home to Burnley to take a point. Brighton beat Forest by a goal, and yes, Liverpool Man City finished 1-1. Top of the table now reads Arsenal top from Liverpool on goal difference alone. City just a point behind. Woof. Let's begin with the action at Anfield. It was a match which saw City begin in magnificent fashion, swarming forward repeatedly. You'll have missed that bit on your way back from Villa. But then Liverpool settled and seemed to be dominant. But then came the remarkable opening goal from Man City. Mark, I know you were a fan of that set-piece routine.
Yeah, I just think it was very intelligent. I know that Manchester City have got a couple of really good analysts and coaches who work really hard, and you could see on the replay, you could see Pep Guardiola look to the analyst and point directly at him, which I always like those sort of moments. But that was one that's straight from the training ground, and I think as much as anything, there's a few things that have to go into the goal actually being scored there. There's obviously the idea behind it, everything on the training ground, but the actual execution, there's few players who can play with that precision, that much pace. I thought that the ball had gone out, because to get kind of whip and pace on it, yet still keep it in from a corner was incredible from Kevin De Bruyne.
Okay, so Kevin De Bruyne takes the corner and catching everybody, I think, unawares. Nathan Ake blocks McAllister.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's such a great choreographed routine because the space is opened up for Stones, and you think, how has he got that much space? It catches everyone by surprise because of the way that De Bruyne plays it. But it was very intelligent from Nathan Ake just to drag McAllister with him. And I think that there was a talking commentary about maybe there being a foul in that. I think it was just very clever play. There's all such incredible choreographed routines now for all different set pieces that a lot of people are analysing this season and spotting, and I don't think that would be anywhere close to a foul, but it was very, very intelligent the way they did it.
I mean, a brief parenthesis, there was comment on social media comparing it to the Endo involvement in the goal that was called back in the League Cup final, but the difference there was that it wasn't the action that was illegal, it was the fact that it made him active in an onside sense and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Anyway, here, is there any likeness between this and the quick corner that Trent Alexander-Arnold scored in that famous game in the Champions League?
Interesting question. I think the speed of thought, it was far more incidental. I think the Trent Alexander-Arnold one obviously is infamous for completely different reasons. I think this one felt very much choreographed, very, very intelligent in doing so, but it felt jarring to watch because we don't tend to see many like that. We're always expecting, if it's going to be played on the ground, it's a short corner, it's going to be played pretty much outside the box, but to be drilled across the floor and it reached the near post very much in the 6-yard box felt odd, but you've got to just give good credit to Manchester City.
Yeah, and it feels like set pieces have become so prominent this season, and you talk about set piece coaches and specialists and how hard they work, as Mark said, and you kind of think there's been how many thousands of corners have been taken in the Premier League alone, and yet this is something that almost felt a little bit unique in terms of Liverpool's structure and setup was right, but they just weren't expecting that exact placement and the exact movement of Ake, and then Stones coming in obviously unmarked, and that made a big difference. And Liverpool have been so strong themselves from set pieces, and like you look at the open play and the chances they create, but for all the teams in the title race, they really, maybe actually City, it's maybe one of their, I wouldn't say a weakness, but maybe they're not quite the level of Liverpool and Arsenal in terms of converting them, but they're just so important, those small moments. And even obviously later in the game when Liverpool go on and equalise, it's almost like it's that one small moment of a mistake or a lapse of concentration, and maybe that was the case for City's opener as well. So yeah, this was a match that I think had Liverpool have scored first with the crowd behind them, we all know what Anfield is like. And we even saw with City holding on at the end of the match. I think City might have really struggled to come back from a goal down had this have happened. So I think it was important that they took advantage of that early phase of good pressure. And we all know Pep Guardiola loves control, whereas Klopp maybe thrives off a little bit more of a chaotic feel of the game. And I guess you kind of saw that with the ebb and flow. For the first sort of half an hour, certainly, City had that control. But then as Liverpool kind of grew into the game and spaces started to open up, the more you thought, yeah, there's at least something in this for them. And yeah, it's that clash of styles as well that has sort of defined this Guardiola and Klopp rivalry, isn't it? Just which kind of had that back and forth throughout the years, and I think this game maybe typified that a little bit.
Their record away at Anfield isn't the best, City, but against a Liverpool side that had so many new faces in it. A remarkable stat on The Athletic, actually. Only 5 of Liverpool's 11 had actually even started in this fixture before. And given the way City had started, Daniel, were you surprised that having taken the lead, they didn't push on with it?
Yeah, I thought they were a little bit too chaotic towards the end of the first half, actually. I thought they were going to try and just kill the game at that point. And look, the Liverpool goal comes from a foolish mistake from Nathan Ake. He did well for the first goal. He kind of overshadowed that for the second. And at that point, I suppose we should credit them for staying in the game. But I've not seen a team take Manchester City to the edge like that in a long time, to really leave them almost kind of, I know they still tried to attack, but they were basically happy from a point from the moment they conceded, and Liverpool had those tails up. Luis Diaz did miss chances. I think Liverpool may well come to regret those, but I just thought that intensity that they had, given the new players, given the kind of uncertainty over conceding first, and there was a kind of momentary lull at Anfield, and then they went again. I thought they were spectacular second half. They deserved to win the game, I think.
Although, funnily enough, in the second half, it was City who went closest, perhaps, with those two shots that came back off the frame of the goal. The Doku one in particular looked certain to them.
The Doku one, yeah, I think again in commentary it was said that there were centimetres in it, which is the way that title races have gone in the past, inches, millimetres, centimetres. So that's potentially not surprising in the grander scheme of things. Then there was a fantastic save from Kelleher against Foden. That was the second half as well, wasn't it? That was, yeah, potentially some sucker punches despite Liverpool kind of making the game more transitional. To your point, Colin, that if the game is emotional, transitional, then it's Liverpool's game. If it's calm and if it's controlled, it's Man City's game. And I actually looked into the numbers on it, and in the first half, Liverpool had 0 direct attacks, which is a metric as a proxy of counter-attacking. So their game is built upon transition and that up and down, type of game all season. And Man City reduced them to none of that in the first half, and we saw as much. They had 5 in the second half, so significantly different. And again, as Daniel said, I think that Diaz one in particular, if he opened his body up too much to try and get a bit too much curl on the ball, and he didn't need to. If he'd have scored from that one, that would have been the first time Liverpool were ahead. Game potentially becomes even more transitional, but as City go and chase the game, and then, yeah, who knows? It's all ifs and buts and maybes now, isn't it?
He was put through by Mo Salah, who'd come on. Andrew Robertson as well brought on a bit of experience there. Is there a case that Liverpool were actually better before Klopp made those changes?
I think there's certainly an argument that they had built up a head of steam with the players that were on the pitch. It looked like it was always going to be the plan to bring on Salah and Robertson, so they shouldn't have been surprised by that. I think there is a tendency sometimes when Salah comes on, particularly as a substitute, it doesn't happen very often, that there's this right, we're obviously going to get him the ball, so it makes them slightly more one-dimensional in an attacking sense. I think City kind of know that it's probably going to filter out to Salah pretty quickly, so they can sort of predict that. But then all that does is create more space for Luis Diaz and the other players on the pitch. So as I say, I thought Liverpool were excellent. I think if they'd have won the game 3-1, even with the chances City had, it wouldn't have been a huge shock on the basis of chances. I also think, I'm not normally the one to bring up refereeing. I thought it was probably a penalty at the end. I can completely see why it wasn't overturned, but it was a high boot, and he did catch him. I mean, we're not talking Nigel de Jong in a World Cup final here, but he has his foot up and he makes contact with the man. So
I do think as well that Salah coming back into the team, and obviously Mo Salah is Liverpool's most important attacking player, we all know that, but Liverpool have so many players out injured at the minute, and the kind of young players and maybe the backups have come in, have done really, really well, and that's a big challenge, I think, in the final 6-7 weeks of the season, is that selection between bringing players back in who might not necessarily be 100% match fit, or certainly match sharpness, and then phasing out the guys who've done well, and that's almost like a problem in itself that you might not have thought about. But how will Klopp do that in terms of the selection process? Obviously it might be a good problem to have, but that's the thing, isn't it, that they've had a team who's kept changing it, yet is still finding ways, again, maybe not today to win the game, but certainly to get a pretty okay outcome, I suppose, in the end. But I think in terms of this match, you look at the top 3 teams have played 42 home matches between them. The only defeat was Arsenal against West Ham, funnily enough, so that was the one outlier. Each of these teams has such a strong home record that home advantage in these games seems to be almost more important than ever, and especially with City's record at Liverpool, which is really, really quite poor. The one victory was in that COVID season when I think Liverpool had lost maybe 6 or 7 home games in a row in that run, and that was certainly the outlier. But City's record here is poor, and this was always the fixture you kind of thought if City aren't going to win a game, it would be at Anfield, right? No matter how many players Liverpool had out injured.
So you see this as a 2 points drop for Liverpool?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, Liverpool had a lot of absentees, we know that, but I think looking at the game, certainly in the second half, Liverpool had the chances to win it, and had Liverpool have won that, they would have opened up that small gap at the top. And the thing is as well, we've got 3 weeks until the next round of games in the Premier League for these teams, so 3 weeks is a long time to sort of sit in that. So I think had Liverpool have won that, you kind of think, yeah, this is now Liverpool are favourites, but the way
they'd
things
have
are,
preferred to win it, I'm sure, but I wonder if they, again, the way that the game began, they'd be happy with the point. I don't know. Mark, what do you feel the significance of this game is?
I mean, it ebbed and flowed so much that I think at different points within the games, they would have shaken hands on a draw and then maybe wanted to go for the win. So it's hard to say. What I would say is that Man City have got some really difficult games coming up. And that will obviously be a crucial few weeks for them, you know, in a couple of weeks' time. But Liverpool have got a really difficult end to the season. So it makes me think, to your point as well, Colin, that if they were going to maybe build up a bit of a gap now and in the next couple of weeks, that's the time to do it, because they'll probably be dropping points potentially in the final couple of games in the season, and they'll want that buffer so that they can sit a little bit more comfortably, rather than have to rely on other results going for them. But every team in the top 3 do have difficult games, and let's not forget that.
I think, I mean, I know the kind of vague narrative before the game, or maybe even afterwards, was kind of good point for City, but I think it's really good for Liverpool. I think they do have a good run of fixtures now. They don't play another team in the top 5 till May, so they have got. I know one of those exceptions is Manchester United away, which is a fixture that comes laced with, you know, various neuroses at times, but they're better than Manchester United, and I think they'll probably beat them. They can quite easily win 7 or 8 in a row now, Liverpool, and if they do that with the games the other teams have got, I think they will have a gap going into the final 2 games of the season. To answer Mark's point about they have got hard games at the end of May, they absolutely have. They've got Tottenham and Villa in I think 3 of their last 4 games, or 2 of their last 3 games. But if Liverpool have got a 2-point lead with 3 games left, and it's Klopp's final 3 games of his reign, and he's going for a title, I just don't see any way that they don't have enough kind of emotional heft to get them over the line. So I think they'd much rather have it that way, but try and build up a bit of a lead now, hope the Man City draw with Arsenal, and then kind of push on.
We can all look at these fixtures and be like, that's a game they could drop points, but Liverpool needed, a 99th minute winner against Forest, Arsenal needed a late winner against Brentford. Like these games, especially at this time of the season when there's that little bit more pressure, things can tend to happen. So it's difficult to look at it in that sense, I think.
So City Arsenal coming up in 2 weeks' time. Before that, City have Newcastle in the FA Cup. Kevin De Bruyne, who, although this was a game which lived up in many ways to expectations, his performance perhaps didn't. Pep took him off. How interesting was it, the fact that not only did Pep kind of indulge Kevin's grumbles as he left the field of play, but then also felt the need to go up and sit with him and explain and put an arm around him and generally took his way out of trouble.
Yeah, it was quite nice to see that they ended up just amicably agreeing that there was. I mean, it's because the stakes are just so high, isn't it? That it's. I feel like from what I saw, I didn't hear it obviously, but it looked like Guardiola was almost trying to identify something to say, well, I think this needs to change and this is why I changed it. And I think De Bruyne was like, I know, I thought the same, and I was trying to change it on the pitch as well, because there's very few players who are more intelligent at football than Kevin De Bruyne. So it felt like he was trying to find solutions himself, rather than it. Maybe in the modern day, some players aren't always the problem solvers themselves. It's often on the manager to do so. But yeah, I don't think he had the worst game. I mean, even just for moments like his corner.
Well, of course, he did set up City's goal. So
yeah, exactly. So I don't think he had the worst game, and I think that if he'd have been kept on for the duration, he would have still done something and produced some sort of magic. But he is ultimately still coming back from. I know that he's played a lot of games, the past few weeks, but he is still ultimately coming back from injury. And the game was hugely intense, especially in that second half. As I say, it was so transitional. And the last thing you want is Kevin De Bruyne then pulling up and then losing him for the final few months of the season.
True. This is hypercritical of Arsenal. But I was at Bramall Lane on Monday evening, and they were 5-0 up at half-time against Sheffield United. They are now 7 ahead on goal difference of Liverpool, who still have to play Sheffield United at home. as well as some other gentle fixtures. At the time, I thought, why are Arsenal not trying to score 3 or 4 more goals here and get a kind of an insurmountable points goal difference lead? Because they haven't got that now. They've got enough of one, but having only squeezed past Brentford, it is surmountable. I just wonder if maybe they regret not pushing harder second half against Sheffield United.
All right. Well,
also, if that's the difference in the title race, it will be an amazing 2.5 months to come.
Fabulous. It is +7 on Liverpool Arsenal's goal difference, which is not bad, and +11 on Man City. But in the meanwhile, other things took place this weekend. Let's get on to some of those next. Also on Sunday, Aston Villa hosted Spurs in a game labelled the most important in Villa's recent history by John McGinn, who proved in many ways a key figure in the way this one turned out. Daniel, you were there.
I was indeed. It was a very bitty, disjointed first half, of which I'll make no further mention. But Tottenham were spectacular after the break. They kind of identified. I think in the first half they were worried about Villa's home record and goal scoring, and then by half time they realised there wasn't really anything to worry about. Ollie Watkins looked pretty rusty and got a knock early on. I think Leon Bailey was awful. They were both isolated. Emery changed formation to 3 at the back, and they just realised they could get at Villa, and then did so on repeat. And yeah, I thought Brennan Johnson was superb again, which is great for him. Son was amazing. Kulusevski was on fire. James Maddison's back. They've just got so many attacking options, and then you've got these fullbacks in Porro and Destiny Udogie who just fly forward and create extra space, and Villa just could not cope with it whatsoever. As you mentioned, John McGinn. Villa fans were really annoyed about the red card, but he does sort of Sunday League style just run in the direction of a man and kick him. Like they're the sort of, he just completely lost his head, and he walked straight off the pitch and was like, yeah, what have I done? He'll be out for 3 games because of that, which is big. And with England, with the Premier League potentially not getting the 5th place into the Champions League, if teams continue to drop out of Europe, Brighton style, then that could potentially be a playoff for the Champions League, and Spurs were 10 times better than Villa in that second half.
The 3 games that McGinn will be absent for: against West Ham, against Wolves, and away at Man City.
Yeah, and obviously that's coupled with Kamara being out for the season. I think there's suggestions that Jacob Ramsey might have suffered a fitness setback. Obviously he's been out for a little while as well. They've got shortcomings in midfield at the minute, and so that red card could be important. And Villa's run, whereby they had won I think 15 home league games in a row, and it's that momentum's really fallen apart. I was looking at the results. They only conceded 7 goals across those 15 games. Amazing defensive record, and obviously we talked about the high line before, but in the last 6 they've now conceded 12, and that doesn't include the 3-1 home defeat against Chelsea in the FA Cup as well. So their home form's really dissipated in that time frame, and the way things are with the momentum, and Tottenham have that game in hand whereby they could go above Villa, you sort of think just with Tottenham's got players coming back, Villa's got players dropping out, so Tottenham you would imagine would be the likely team for the top 4, but Tottenham also have the key role to play in the title race because they've still to play City, Arsenal and Liverpool.
I think both teams have to face all 3 of them of the top 3 actually. So a great, disastrous for Villa, the joint heaviest home defeat that Unai Emery's ever had as a manager. But from Spurs, was this a return to Angeball?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think, I termed this game the High Line Derby because both have unbelievably brave high lines. You mentioned it with Villa's, and I think that it can kind of work in 2 ways. I do want to come back to the Villa example, but for Spurs, having such a high line allows them to, what it always does is allow them to press really high, and that's essentially what happened with, it would be the Brennan Johnson goal. And I know it was a bit of dawdling on the ball from Aston Villa, but the fact that they can squeeze the pitch allows them to keep the ball really high and then swarm the opposition player and score and be in a position to score quite quickly after. And it was only a few seconds, wasn't it, after they regained the ball that Johnson went and scored. So I think Postecoglou in that regard will be very, very pleased with that as well. And the fact that they exposed Aston Villa's high line was really intelligent as well, because what they would often do, especially after the sending off, which is a bit easier obviously, but what they would do would get it wide and they would sort of stretch the pitch in wide areas, and the high line from Aston Villa would pair back towards the 6-yard box and then create that gap between the midfield and the defence, and then 2 cutbacks essentially with the killers for the goal for the 3rd and the 4th. and it was so intelligently done from Spurs. So they had strength in their own high line to squeeze the pitch, and they exposed Villa's high line by making them head towards their own goal and then pick them apart from the cutbacks.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Villa have Ajax at home on Thursday after the 0-0 in Amsterdam.
I was just going to say, it's the first time I've seen James Maddison since he's come back from injury. And having him in the team changes things. It will require some tweaking from Postecoglou, I'm sure. I think he's dropping a little bit too deep for Ange's liking at the moment. But what it does do is it kind of makes... Earlier in the season, Maddison was the active, the obvious attacking threat, the creative outlet. At the moment, what he's doing, because they've learnt in his absence to play this kind of dynamic, sometimes counter-attacking football with Johnson one side and Kulusevski the other and the fullbacks running on, it almost leaves Maddison as a kind of surprise threat. And you saw that for the goal. He just wasn't picked up because they were trying to watch the wingers, and Maddison was able to kind of seam through and get the cross. So having, I think, less reliance on him is better. It might mean that his numbers look a little bit worse, but actually it means that when he's doing things, he's got more space, the game's more stretched wide, as Mark said, and he just looked like he was having a brilliant time annoying everyone at Villa Park because, you know, he's an ex-Coventry player, he's an ex-Leicester player, they don't like him, and he did his kind of dart celebration towards the whole end, and yeah, he enjoys his business when he's playing well, James Maddison.
Excellent. Lovely ball in as well from Papimata Sarr. I thought that opening goal, Brandon Johnson with the second, then McGinn with the red card, and later on, I think both goals after 90, Heung-min Son, and then Timo Werner with 2 in 2 games, is it? 2 in 2 games.
Still counts.
Nice. Villa, anyway, their next game will be at home to Ajax, with whom they drew 0-0 last Thursday. Other teams who are involved in the Europa League included Brighton, who, Daniel, you mentioned them dropping out of Europe. It's not mathematical yet. We've seen teams come back from a 4-0 first leg in the past. Didn't Barcelona do that against PSG? I think it was 4-0 the first leg. Anyway, it does look pretty favourable for Roma after that result at the Stadio Olimpico on Thursday. This, a 1-0 win for Brighton this weekend against Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, I mean, Forest are on this run where fans are sort of taking comfort from the fact that they're not getting thumped by any team, which is true, but they're also not beating any of them, really. I saw the highlights of the game. Brighton, I think, finally look a little bit more pragmatic. I think maybe Thursday night has made Roberto De Zerbi realise that he can't just kind of play this sort of sexy chaos football and talk his way into a big job. He's going to have to show something between now and May that he can organise the defence. They had Carlos Baleba and Pascal Gross next to each other in midfield. I think they've only done that like 7 or 8 times this season, but the games they have played together, the only one they've lost is City away, where they lost 2-1. So they just look a lot more firm in midfield with those two there. It is slightly less sexy without Matoma in the team and without players running everywhere, but it's probably better for Brighton, I think.
Duncan Alexander tweeting on Thursday night, I'm as worried about the coefficient as anyone, but Brighton getting smashed in an athletic stadium is a form of therapy for some bad away trips to the Withdean. Nice. West Ham also didn't have a good result. Last Thursday in the Europa League, they got beaten by Freiburg 1-0 away. They will be hosting the Germans this Thursday, of course. In the meantime, good Lord, they went 2 behind to Burnley. How did that happen? We're not entirely sure because it happened at 2 o'clock and wasn't on telly.
True, but if you watch the goals, please watch the first goal from Fofana. It is a postage stamp, top bins finish from outside the box. It's a fantastic strike. And Burnley, I mean, I'm sure we'll come on to Sheffield United as well, but both Burnley and Sheffield United went 2-0 up in their respective games this weekend. Yet still you felt that they were never going to win the game, which is just quite telling. And, you know, it happened, this afternoon, 2-0 up in West Ham with a late equaliser in the end. But, credit to West Ham. Same with Brighton, the fact that they're playing on a Thursday with not too much to play for in the league, really. Aside from the fact that they do want to carry on, going further in the Europa League. Credit to both of them for getting... Granted, West Ham didn't win, but for both getting a result after.
Right. I'm not sure if a lot of West Ham fans will be feeling as generous about their team's performance. But it was nice to see Danny Ings score his first goal of the season and then a few minutes later score his first goal of the season after the first one got ruled out. It's remarkable, wasn't it? He hadn't scored all season, gets one, that's ruled out, scores another, and then very nearly gets one which he volleys onto the, well, kind of the corner of the goal. Anyway, Freiburg on Thursday for West Ham. West Ham, I do beg your pardon. Freiburg on Thursday, Daniel.
Yeah, which is massive for the coefficient chat in terms of England getting 5th place in the Champions League next season.
Why is that
a big
one?
deal.
Why is that one so massive?
Because it's basically going to come down to Italy are doing very, very well and are in 1st place and are almost certainly going to get their place. And at the moment, Germany are 2nd and England are 3rd. And obviously, Freiburg, German club against West Ham, English club. It's a kind of a big swing game in terms of the coefficient, basically.
Okay. On the Totally Football Show European edition, we'll be discussing matters like those. That'll be with you first thing on Tuesday, looking ahead to not just the Thursday night Europa and Conference League action, but a pretty special set of Champions League last 16 second legs, unlike last week's last 16 second legs, which were a bit bobbins. These look really potentially exciting. You've got Arsenal trying to come back from a goal down against Porto. Arsenal weren't all that exciting this weekend. We haven't touched on that yet, but we will. Porto are in a rich vein of form as we speak, although I haven't seen their result this weekend, Colin.
No, well, Porto have only won 4 of their last 9 away games.
Oh, really?
Domestically. So they beat Benfica 5-0 at home.
Yeah.
And I think they're on a run of not conceding in 7 home games. That obviously included the Arsenal match.
Right.
So I think they're maybe a different proposition away. But Arsenal are almost like trying to be like Liverpool are at Anfield with the Emirates stuff and trying to get that kind of emotional crowd element involved in those performances. I still think Arsenal will probably just about go through in that game. But obviously they went over Brentford this weekend.
Yeah, well, we'll get onto that next. Just to mention the other Champions League games, Barcelona and Napoli, they're both, it was 1-1 in the first leg. Wednesday, you got Dortmund PSV, which is also all square after the first match in Holland. And Atletico Inter. Whoa, what a game. Anyway, we'll talk about all of that on Tuesday, and Bayern beating Mainz 8-1 on Saturday. Guess who got a hat-trick? He's now on 30 goals from 25 Bundesliga games, so he needs 12 from the remaining 9 to take Lewandowski's single-season scoring record.
And also, he needs one for his own personal record. He scored 30 twice for Tottenham in the Premier League, but he's going to break that almost certainly in a shorter league season in the Bundesliga.
Incredible. Anyway, so it's going to be a bumper show on Tuesday, looking ahead to all of that. But Arsenal, Colin, yes, they got the win on Saturday against Brentford, but their free-scoring run came to a sudden end. Why?
Well, Brentford were very much Brentford. Like Brentford are a team Arsenal maybe have struggled a little bit with. I think as well. The thing with Brentford is a lot of fans still sort of perceive them as this nice little Brentford, like this tiny club who are just enjoying life in the Premier League, but they're actually really horrible to play against. This is a team who get in your faces, who make things very uncomfortable, who try to wind up opposition players quite notably. I think sometimes that does work. And you kind of think, whenever Arsenal took the lead, Declan Rice headed in from Ben White's cross, you sort of thought, right, after 19 minutes, this is a little bit more to see him. And then that moment just before half-time when Aaron Ramsdale, obviously playing because David Raya couldn't play against Brentford, who's technically still his parent club, Ramsdale dallied on the ball and John Wissa closed him down and scored a pretty remarkable goal. And I kind of think that moment it ends the debate over Arsenal's number 1 goalkeeper, if there was a debate about that. I know Arteta has publicly come out and said it's between the two. It always has been all season, but I think David Raya is the superior goalkeeper. I think as well it shows that maybe when you are in Ramsdale's position of having been a number 1 and then essentially being demoted, his confidence clearly isn't high from that. I mean that's probably the only explanation that you can look at from that error.
But I remember David Raya used to make those kind of errors when he first got the gig. So there is a counter argument, which is Ramsdale made this error because he hasn't been having the game time, because he wasn't familiar with the pressure and timing of the game at this level. But I don't know. I mean, this season we've had a lot of Raya or Ramsdale chat. So let's talk instead about Kai Havertz, who ended the game with the Arsenal fans serenading him. What were they singing?
I think the chant is 60 million down the drain, which is what people used to sing to him.
Right.
Kai Havertz has scored again.
Nice.
Right? Or words to that effect, I think.
Okay. How many? It's 4 games in a row that he scored in the Premier League.
Yeah, and he is. I'm still not sure if he's a 60 million pound forward at the moment, but he's certainly playing a part in big moments again. We should say that the basically the 2 goals he scored for Arsenal that were real game-changing moments have both come against Brentford, one in a 1-0 away win and one in this game. He scored the other 3 goals recently have come in kind of 4-0, 5-0, 6-0 wins. But he is a presence in the team. He looks more confident. I think the superstar from this game was, and also a much improved player, was Ben White, who he was bought as a £50 million centre back, and he's turned into a sort of £65 million right back, which is a pretty decent effort over 2 and a bit years or 3 years.
It very much is, and he's kind of embodying that change by becoming more and more Latino in appearance with every appearance. Kai Havertz, just to mention, the Brentford very much the opinion that he shouldn't have been on the field to score that winning goal. What did you think?
Yeah, I thought the first yellow card that he got was kind of a 50-50 anyway. So,
but he didn't get the other yellow card.
Yeah, so I almost think that he in the aggregate, I think he's probably 1 yellow card up, probably, rather than then getting the second one.
Okay, which was for a pretty, I mean, it was manifestly a dive.
Yeah.
If we're talking about aggregates, I guess Arsenal fans would say Trossard should have had a penalty, so the fact that Havertz tried to get one and didn't, but stayed on the field, and it all
overall
evens out.
I think so. I think the other thing I'd say on Havertz is that he feels a little bit sometimes like the talk around Darwin Núñez, where he seems like, if he's put through on goal, you think, okay, it's just fairly easy for you to go and finish now, and then he goes and misses it. There was one where Jorginho put a fantastic ball through, and he was through one-on-one, didn't even hit the target, and then he goes and gets a well-taken header as well, and you think, okay, this is your chance, and it's happened before, where he scored the winner against Brentford at Brentford, and you think this is your chance to kick on and gain some confidence, but he hasn't quite built up as much consistency, but in recent weeks he seems to have done that, and I think that he's widely regarded as doing so well off the ball. His wider contribution towards the attack as well, a bit like Gabriel Jesus as well in that regard, is what's key to keeping him in the side.
So there was the debate when he first joined about how he should be used by Arteta, and the feeling is now that Arteta's found the right role for him. What exactly is it that he does in the team?
Well, again, it probably depends on the situation, the opposition, different times, because he is sometimes a victim of his own versatility, I'd say, because we know that he can play as a number 8, he can play as a false 9, which he did pretty well at Chelsea, and I'd say historically, from his time at Bayer Leverkusen, which I realise is going back quite some time now, his best position is kind of a box-crashing number 10 and arriving onto crosses and cutbacks, and that is kind of how he scored the goal this weekend. So I think, arriving onto the play with not having to think all that much and not necessarily having to be the spearheading number 9 is where he is best, and I think that is probably where you take a little bit of the focus off him, a bit more of a bit less of the onus on him, and he goes and sort of thrives a little bit more, I'd say.
What a lot of Arsenal players are not really having that defined role, right, in the team, and he sort of does pop up in different places, and it's the same with Declan Rice, who's now turned into this massive goal threat, and it's essentially because of runs from deep that aren't being tracked, and they're hard to track because their starting positions in the match are sometimes a little bit different, and it's sort of difficult to mark. And even with Ben White finding so much time twice in that position of the pitch to get in the cross, which ultimately lead to the goals. So I think it is clear that Arsenal's tactics under Arteta probably evolve really quite frequently, even within games themselves, and it's very hard to sort of combat that. And I guess that's why you do get different players coming up in the big moments, and even without maybe a recognised sort of 25-30 goal a season striker, they're still managing to score so many goals.
And with both of them as well, it was Rice and Havertz, both summer signings, both 6'4" ish themselves. I think it's not by coincidence that Mikel Arteta, similar to Pep Guardiola, has invested in a steeliness, a robustness, a strength, really making sure they've got that height. And Havertz's goal was the 16th headed goal that Arsenal have scored this season, and that's comfortably more than any of the Premier League side this season. And even if you account for the fact that Arsenal have scored a lot more goals than other sides, even as a share of their total, I think they're still the third or fourth highest. So, aerial dominance and height and real power is a key part of Arsenal this season. And set pieces have been a key part of that, I get it, but both those goals this weekend were from open play as well. So they really do have strength in the air, I'd say.
Very nice. Porto on Tuesday, you're going to be going along to that, Mark?
Yes, really looking forward to it, because Arsenal they were just horseshoeing it around so much. They didn't penetrate Porto's mid-block the whole time in that first leg, so I'm really looking forward to seeing whether Arsenal actually do take the game to Porto a little bit more. They were far too careful in the first leg.
Okay. Brentford have now lost 13 of the last 17 Premier League matches. They are 5 points off the drop. Situation down there at the bottom, quite fluid. We might get on to some of the reasons for that next. Latest club rumoured to have fallen foul of PSR, profit and sustainability rules, are Leicester. Leicester, the championship leaders. Reportedly, they need to make big sales in the summer, or they too could breach PSR and start next season with a points deduction. This is a bit controversial. The points deduction would come next season, by which time they could be promoted and then would start in the Premier League with a handicap. Sounds like fun. Daniel, what can you tell us? You're in the neighbouring county.
Yeah, I can just see over the border, look over the wall. It's as messy as that sounds. You've got a club who have already failed for the last period, but effectively the EFL are not able to administer the punishment because it's a Premier League rules that they've missed, and it sounds like they are in grave danger unless they sell more players before June the 30th, and why any clubs would bother offering for those players before June the 30th, I don't know, of falling foul again. And there must be other clubs as well. I was just looking, kind of shooting the breeze through it, and there are a number of clubs, I won't mention any names because there's no proof, but there are a number of clubs who have spent considerable money since promotion or have not sold many players since relegation, I can only think if Leicester are in big trouble, then they must be in big trouble. And it is getting very messy. It is weird that Leicester's punishment will apply next season, but Forest and Everton's will apply this season. And last season you had Forest saying, we want Everton's to apply, so that Forest were campaigning for Everton to apply last season, it applies this season. It's so messy at the moment, and it will only get more messy as more and more clubs have issues. And as you kind of alluded to earlier, James, we're going to find out sooner rather than later Forest punishment.
So it might be this week.
Yeah, I mean, my kind of gut hunch, and it is just that, is that it will be the same 6 points that Everton eventually got. I don't see enough material reasons why it would be different.
It could be, obviously Everton was initially 10 and then it was reduced to 6, and within the sort of written reasons of why the punishment was 6 points, it seemed to be that if this happens, the scope would be between 6 and 9 points for this offence, so it'll be a minimum of 6, we think. But I think the Nottingham Forest situation and the Everton situation was a little bit different in terms of which club owned up to sort of which offences and which club actually we weren't responsible for that. And I mean, I know Daniel's tried to explain it there. It's so complicated and so convoluted, especially with Leicester's situation, where they're in the EFL, not the Premier League, and will they get promoted or will they not get promoted? But in terms of Forest, I think the punishment is expected this month, definitely. And I guess that uncertainty over when it will be and how many points it will be obviously has a material impact on all those teams around, especially Luton Town, who are within one result of leapfrogging them into safety. So, I mean, this has been said all along, and it's nothing new. But I think we need clarity as soon as possible, just to have this and to know what the situation in the picture is.
It's difficult though, because I think as we said before, the people in charge of this aren't the people who broke the regulations. So if we have the regulations which the club voted for, you'd expect them to act fairly in terms of their decisions, and that's going to require time. I mean, you've got to go through Lord knows how many documents. So I can see why it takes time, but equally, as you say, it's going to have a material impact on everybody. Daniel?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, Colin mentions Luton and Forest, and it's Luton versus Forest next weekend. And you've got a situation whereby it's 10 minutes to go and it's 0-0, and you're both clubs, but I feel particularly sorry for Luton because they've done nothing wrong. And they think, well, do we need to go for a, if Forest only get a 3-point deduction, we probably need to go for this. If Forest are going to get 6 points, then we're happy with a draw because we'd be 3 points ahead of them. And that lack of certainty around it is really, really messy, and it doesn't help anyone. I agree with you, James. I don't actually think there's a way around it until clubs stop failing it or the rules change. And one of those things probably has to happen. But at the moment it's just this kind of weird hinterland where, yes, obviously you want to win a game whatever happens, but it's a serious consideration for Luton. You don't throw players forward with 5 minutes to go if you don't need to win the game, and they might need to win the game or they might not. And yeah, it's a mess.
This is so far out of my wheelhouse, I've got to say. But is there a situation that I read whereby it could even extend beyond the season? So there could be the final formation, the final league table, and still there could be changes. So no one can celebrate or even plan for the following season.
It's like VAR when you score a goal, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the season level.
Potentially. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine the joy of a double celebration if you stay up and then win your court case.
Wow.
Like, the romance is just...
You'll never sing that.
Amazing.
Who face Forest, as you point out, next weekend. 3 points currently behind Nuno Espirito Santo's side, but with a game in hand. Anyway, speaking of things in the Championship, we haven't had much Watford changing managers chat of late. But they suddenly woke up and binned their boss on Saturday. Valerian Ismail sacked. Who's the new fella?
Oh, God.
Tom Cleverley.
Yeah, Tom, does everyone feel 12 years older than they already did Cleverley?
Yeah. Excellent. He'll be the 11th manager to sit in the home dugout at Vicarage Road since 2020. Surely that's a misprint. Was it now 2024? That's
it must be more than that.
extraordinary. No, 11 managers. Wow. Anyway, all right. One of the teams involved in all that PSR fun is, of course, Everton. This weekend, they went to Old Trafford, didn't do badly, but still came away with a 2-0 defeat. 2 first-half penalties, both won by Garnacho. And that was that. What happened to Everton here? Did they maybe create loads of chances but fail to finish any of them properly?
The thing for me is, I know that it's been spoken about on this podcast before in terms of it's in my wheelhouse now, the expected goals and the difference between goals scored and expected goals and all that. And all that is true. I think they still are the most underperforming side in that regard. But one thing that struck me from this weekend was that it's not even the chances that they get, it's the further along the attacking chain, along the sequence, where it's the pass that doesn't happen when it could and the attack breaks down. It's when they are in the box and they flash it across and or the cross itself is of low quality and they don't even get the shot away. It's the fact that they get into good areas and potentially don't even take the shot. So if you account for those as well as the shots that they do miss, it doesn't quite look that strong, that positive.
When you just do it on the shots alone, it's pretty remarkable. In the 2 meetings with Man United this season, they had 47 shots and failed to score a single goal. United had 23 and scored 5. Daniel?
Yeah, I had a question for Mark, given our XG expert resident is in. This might be completely wrong, but my theory on Everton is that they're basically not very good at taking low to mid-level chances. So they have loads and loads and loads of shots. They've had more shots than like Newcastle, for example. And they miss lots of them because they're all sort of mid to low level. I don't really see them creating kind of golden chances, kind of, which I guess would like register an XG as sort of like 0.4 or above or something. I know Dyche keeps going on and like, they need to want it more, they need to finish their chances more. It's like, woe is me, woe is us. But actually, maybe he needs to change the style of play. Maybe having like a David Moyes style, we're not going to have that many shots, but the ones we have are going to be really high value, is better than having 47 shots and not scoring it from any of them. Because I don't think they had a golden chance against Manchester United. They had chances where you'd be like, that's annoying, he's missed that. But not like, how did he not score that chance?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think that's the crux of expected goals, whereby it's about quality and not necessarily quantity. You can have all of those shots that James mentioned and they could be all very low quality and you're just slowly accruing a lot of, they're not even half chances, are they? Very, very low quality chances. Or you could have one shot that is, in the 6-yard box, and that's more likely to go in. I think it is all about quality rather than quantity. If you can get high quality and high quantity, then you are pushing for the league title. So I think it definitely is that. I think with Everton as well, with XG and underperforming against your XG, you can put it down to so many different things in the short to medium term. You could put it down to a bit of bad finishing, a bit of bad luck, or sometimes good opposition goalkeeping or defending. You've got to give the credit to someone else there.
Like Onana, for example,
Yeah.
on Saturday.
Yeah, if in some instances. And I think that what I do think is that with Calvert-Lewin in particular, but quite a few Everton players, is that I think it's probably the former. I think that there is some really poor finishing in there as well, which I won't go too much into the numbers, but I had a look at it recently, and it does seem to be that you can localise it to quite a lot of poor finishing at times.
They've got bad goal scorers at Everton.
Yeah, so expected goals is essentially the quality of the chance before the shot is taken. Dominic Calvert-Lewin actually takes off quality after the shot is taken.
Hey.
So you can actually, there's a measure called expected goals on target as well, which looks to see what the quality of the shot is in terms of where it's placed in the goal mouth.
Right. Okay. Anybody home? Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Good whatever time it might be in your location. God is good all the time. Click on the link and call us. We're going to be here for a little while. And the lineup is coming very, very soon. Newcastle against Chelsea. At Stamford Bridge. Get involved. Be part of the show. Comment, ask questions, like, subscribe. All the good stuff to help the channel, right? And how everybody is feeling today. Ready? Are you nervous? Are you ready? What is your position? Poch Ball is back again at Stamford Bridge. Brace yourself. Not gonna be an easy ride. It's gonna be a bumpy road, but you never know. And let me know, give me some feedbacks. If you can hear me, you can see me, stuff like that. It really helps. So this is me. Page. Twitter X. Don't worry about a thing. You see, this is what I put. Just to make myself feel better. Everything is gonna be alright. So this is the song. If you wanna follow me, let's go and follow each other on Twitter. Green Turf. That's my page. And you're gonna find a lot of funny stuff. Also made some videos on the Green Turf and GFC channel. So if you wanna double check, much appreciated. There is a scandal in Cameroon. The federation, the FA, suspended 62 players. Can you believe it? Apparently they lied about their age. Also made a video about it. It's match day. And today is Didier Drogba's birthday. The legend himself, one of us, only one Drogba. And I think Axel Disasi also his birthday is today. So now it looks like many Chelsea players have birthdays. Samuel Eto'o's birthday was yesterday. Jan Madsen yesterday. And today Didier Drogba and Disasi. So it's all good. So that's it. And enjoy your Ramadan if you are fasting. God bless you. All our brothers and sisters, Muslim. If you celebrate or you fasting, it might be very hard, but they always got through it. And at the end, they are very strong. Rudiger, Hakim Ziyech, N'Golo Kante, Malang Sarr, so many Chelsea players, Fofana, they are all Muslim, so we have to support them. It's It's very, very difficult at the beginning, though. Like, they have to wait, especially when they play an early game and they don't eat. They can't even eat. And then they eat after the game. It's very, very hard, but it gets strong. It gets better when it's after, a few weeks into the fasting. But at the beginning, it's always difficult. So you see here, Hakim Ziyech, change your name, bro. Hakim Ziyech, N'Golo Kante, Malangsa, Tony Rudiger. This picture was taken back in the day when Chelsea went to what place? They went to Saudi? No, not Saudi. It was at the Emirates, right? And yeah, probably for the World Cup. I don't know. Probably for the World Cup or World Cup. Club World Cup. And our players went to the mosque to pray. So this is the picture from there. Anyways, we continue. Anybody got the lineup? Anybody got because there are so many people who can find the lineup before anybody, They have their connections with journalists. And they can find the lineup before anybody else. Let's double check Chelsea and Espanyol. Aziz, what you saying, bro?
Nah, shit. I just came back. Is the lineup up? Let's laugh at what will happen to Pochettino, man.
7 minutes to go.
Oh, man. To be honest, yeah. To be honest.
You're still waiting for us to
be honest,
so he can be sacked?
No, it's not even that. It's not that. After the game against, what was that relegation team? What was it?
Brentford.
That we drew 2-2. Brentford. I've lost any kind of hope on Pochettino and this squad. Remember that time I was complaining to you that why are you playing defensive against Brentford? You're like, we're trying to because of area ball. Didn't we even concede? It was when he changed the formation back to a 4-2-3-1. That's when we were able to score back, we were able to attack. I was saying sometimes, I wish they can be listening to what I'm saying. Because this Brentford, defensively, they were not good. They would have conceded in our attack. Even though we're going to concede, we could have still won that game. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
You are not doing formation in a late time. He changed when we're under pressure for 20 minutes. He didn't do something. You saw this guy was already tired. You should have taken him off. You didn't take him off. I was like, that's when I lost it for Pochettino. I knew it's over for Pochettino. Like, anything I have for Pochettino is over. I'm not going to curse him. I'm not going to say anything. But he's the worst coach I've ever seen. Him and Harry Potter.
Okay. Well.
And Todd Bowley. Oh man, I wish he can go. I wish he can just leave Chelsea. I wish.
But the problem is Todd Bowley is just taking the blame, but he's not like in charge. He got like few percentage in the business, like Clear Lake and even Iqbali got more money than him in this business. He was like the head of everything at the beginning, but they are like rotating roles. Now he's not even in England anymore. He's mostly taking care of the Dodgers and the Lakers and other businesses, going to races. He's coming to even here in Kentucky. He's coming in May for Kentucky Derby, the famous derby here. The whole season stuff. So he's like, if you look at Todd Bowley now, he's kind of, you know, stepped back a little bit. He's involved somehow, but he's not like the head. And why are we blaming him all the time?
He was the one that, let me tell you something. He was the cause of all this mess from last season to this season.
Oh, wow. Big up, Mr. Bobby. Thank you so much for stopping. He said, like, are Chelsea going to have to field the coaching staff today? Well, Bobby is talking about injuries, of course. Yeah, we have a lot of injuries, but we still have a very good academy. If you try some youngsters from the academy and we lose, I can understand and praise you. Give them a chance, but don't just bring them 5 minutes. The game is already over and you play them from a different position and try, I don't know, try to please the fans or something. No, you have to play them. We've seen Liverpool. No Mo Salah, no Konate, no whatever, no problem. They feel some kid that you never heard of. You tell them, buddy, just go there, give whatever you can. Let's see what's going to happen at the end. But the problem with Pochettino is like the myth about him developing youngsters and giving youngsters a chance. I haven't seen it really at Chelsea. You can say Gilchrist, but Gilchrist been played 5 minutes, 10 minutes from the wrong positions just to close the shop or help with something. And it's just killing his development. This is how you kill a young player. Because they are so good kids, they are from the academy, they will do anything to play for Chelsea. That every position you can ask them to help, they're gonna be there to help. But that is not my place. It's just because I'm helping you in this place today doesn't mean you have to stuck me there. That's the problem with these coaches and managers. So you will find somebody like Gilchrist, if he continues doing what he's doing now, well, he's gonna just be an average player, an okay player, so player that, all right, we use you, you know, when we need somebody, when somebody is tired or somebody's injured from whatever position we use it. This is what happened to Mason Mount. This is what happened to Ruben Loftus-Cheek. This is what is happening to Gallagher. All those young kids from the academy, they are victim of being Cobham. You know, Mount played 4 years as a winger. Nobody complained about it. Try to play Caicedo or, let's say, Enzo Fernandez as a winger. One game, then the internet is going to be broken. Why are you playing him there? Why? But when it comes to the kid from the academy, even if you explain to somebody he's playing out of position, no, they don't care. They have to be perfect. They have to do whatever the manager is asking them. So they are paying the price of being Cobham. So Gilchrist, good luck to him, but I think probably he needs a loan, go somewhere else where he can develop from his natural position. And if you look at even Ethan Ampadu became, it was confusing. What is his position? A left back, right back, a centre back, a midfielders. That was everywhere that we were playing him. Even under Mauricio Sarri. Every manager that comes, they try to use him in different positions just to help. Why can't you just keep people where they feel comfortable and develop them from there and go from there? If they are versatile, they can help from other positions. That is understandable. If we are struggling with a lot of injuries and we need somebody to help, that is understandable. You play people out of position, but don't tell me that Levi Colwill is better left back than Ben Chilwell and Kukurea and Madsen. There were 3 of them on the bench, and you continue to play Colwill and say, but he's gonna be a good defender. He's gonna help him in the future. Bloody hell! Just zip it off, man. Zip it off. So we have the lineup here, people. Petrovic in goal, Gusto, Disasi, Chaluba, Kukurea, Caicedo, Enzo, Gallagher is the captain, is in the lineup. I didn't really want to see Gallagher today. If he's sick, this is like forcing somebody. He's been sick like for the entire week. He didn't train lately, and all of a sudden he's back in the starting 11. Good luck. And today, if he performs badly, you know who's gonna be blamed? Gallagher. We lose today because of Gallagher. But you forget that this guy hasn't trained for 1 week. He's sick, and Pochettino is forcing him in the starting 11. Why can't we just play Casadei? Play Casadei from that position. What's wrong with these managers? I don't get it. So we have Gallagher, we have Cole Palmer, Nicholas Jackson, Sterling. Another situation. Where is Mudryk? Bloody hell. Anyways, so subs, we have Sanchez, Gilchrist, Thiago Silva, Ampong, Anchmampong. This is a young kid from the academy. Can't pronounce his name. Casadei is on the bench. Chukwuemeka is back on the bench. Madueke, Mudryk, and Washington. All right. Aziz, if you have anything to say about the lineup, you say. If it's not, we continue. Oh, you just came back home, right? I don't want to bother you.
Yeah, no, I just came back home. I was fixing my car. I was waiting for my mechanic. He just came back. Okay. To be honest, I've lost every hope from Pochettino because the times you're meant to do something you're meant to do, you don't do it. You do the wrong thing. Now that the table is against you, you now want to. You understand what I'm saying? When you are meant to fix it. It's not now that everything is already against you. Now you want the support of the fans. You want people to support you. And I'll say something. Pochettino is trained. You don't know why these guys are getting injured. You want to know why these guys are getting injured.
Tell us why.
Pochettino is training these guys like a relegation team. However, no, serious. I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah, tell us why.
Because I heard the rumor, I don't know how true it is, that he trains them even a day before the game. I don't know how true it is. During that time, your body needs to be relaxing. If you are going to go to training, you go to training in the morning, not in the evening or in the afternoon. You feel me?
Okay.
Well, it's not going to be the afternoon we have a game. You'll be training them a day before or some hours before. And the way he's training them, you know this kind of player, if he does this kind of training, he's going to get injured. He'll be getting injured always. Why don't you change the training? Why don't you look for something that is going to benefit the player? Because it's not normal for us to be having 10, 11, 12 injuries. If you are going to be blaming the doctors and all those people, what about the coach training them? What kind of training are you giving them? What kind of diet are you letting them to go on? That's if even you are letting them to go on diet. You understand what I'm saying? So these are things you need to ask Pochettino first. I'm not saying the board didn't have their issues, but Pochettino could have still patched something up. And what I'm thinking what Pochettino is using the injuries as an excuse. Oh, look, I don't have the players. Look, my players are injured. That's why we lost.
Okay. I'm posting something. If you want to call us, you can call. Why are you showing your hands and you cooking?
Me?
No, not you. I'm talking to Messi's brother here.
Yo! What's up, brothers?
Yeah, we're here.
I knew you were going to get a little startled at first with the name and then the photo.
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
trying
enjoying
to avoid scammers and things. You gotta stuck with one kind of profile. Otherwise, I'm not gonna put you through anymore.
Because I had someone in the chat and I started.
From experience, I almost got my channel banned because of trolls and people showing their junks stuff.
But you know I would never.
I know you're not gonna do that, but when you're changing names and I'm suspecting, I'm like, and you see me not taking calls or not putting you.
Because one more thing I want to say before I shut my mouth. One more thing. You want to know why Modric has not been performing?
Why?
I've gotten all the theory. Pochettino will play this boy today. He plays well. Tomorrow, you don't use him. How will he be able to?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? He played well against Leeds as a number 10. You feel me?
Yeah.
Against Brentford, you are meant to let him keep the momentum. No. You put him on the bench. And that has been going on for the whole season. Even when he started scoring, you put him back on the bench. Against Crystal Palace, this boy played his sock so good. I'm not talking about
just benched him. Yeah.
You benched him.
You can't
we lost that game.
You can't develop any young
so
player.
Sometimes I've gotten Pochettino. He's not the right coach. Because if that was the way they were treating Hazard, Hazard gets where he was at Chelsea.
What do you mean?
Because we're all complaining that, Modric, you're only giving him 15, 20 minutes. Even when you give him the full minutes. Because this boy has not been playing so much, he's already rusty.
Yeah, that is a very good point.
Why don't you give the boy 5-10 straight games? Let's see.
Yeah, give him a run-off game before judging him. Because what's going to happen is he put him for the last 15 minutes, he loses a lot of balls and people are, I see why Pochettino is not playing. Because he's angry, he's rusty, he can't play, he's not much fit. And then you can even start him tomorrow, full game, and he's gonna flop because he's not playing. That's what people don't understand. You got your chance and you didn't take it. Bloody hell, what kind of chance you gonna give me for one game? It doesn't work that way in real life of football. It works on social media speculations, but in real life, that's why you see even the beginning of the season, some people, they're still like, not good, and then they are going up and up and up. They are building their fitness, they are getting much fit, and they can finish 90 minutes. But if somebody is on the bench, and rarely you just bring him on the pitch and then say, I told you so, that is not the right way to judge him. You judge him when he is playing week in and week out. So Modric is a rare case, a strange one, really. Give him a chance, man. Give him a chance. What's wrong? Okay, people. So 50 minutes to go. Is the time change in your location?
Sadly, man, I hate that crap.
Because I was surprised to see
You forgot?
Changed. Huh?
You forgot?
Yeah, I forgot about it. Me, old man here with forgetting everything like Joe Biden and stuff. So I forgot because and I was like, what? The game is gonna be like 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock it was a little strange, but it is what it is. You gotta get in touch with me and remind me this kind of stuff. I'm losing
dude,
stuff.
We need Trump back. We need Donald Trump back, bro. Real quick, I don't know if I've asked you this before. Why do Chelsea players get injured? Like, is it the staff? Is it the medical staff? Is it the training grounds? Something's over there. Is it something up with the gyms that you guys have? Are they like? This is not normal. It can't be.
I think Paul Pogba sent the black magic. And and just curse everybody.
It's just not normal, though.
It's a curse.
Like, how does this happen so much? You got Nkunku, right?
Yeah, but the problem is not only Chelsea thing. If you look at the players who are injured at the moment, most of them been injured for their entire lives. It's not a Chelsea thing. Nkunku was injured 4 or 5 years ago. He just like made of glass. Even when he was at PSG, the same. In the national team, have you seen him play 2 games in a row for France? No. There's gonna be one game, another game he's injured and out. He didn't play even the World Cup. Always Leipzig. Last season, Leipzig, he had like 1,000 injuries, 1,000 surgeries. He missed the World Cup 2022. He played just few games last season with Leipzig. So you buy somebody like that, don't blame everything on Chelsea. They bought Fofana. Fofana also injury prone. The guy had a broken leg. Jeez. Like the bone broken really at Leicester City. He was out for the entire year. Before that, he was injured like 1,000 times when he was at Saint-Etienne in France. And you know what? In the same channel, if somebody was watching my videos, because people just don't agree with me most of the time because you have to go with the vibes and lies. Oh yeah, buy him. He's the next Van Dijk. He's the next John Terry. We're gonna cook again. It's all what people wanna hear. And then when I came with like the medical report in the same channel, people, this guy is going to cause us issues. We're gonna lose money for nothing. Oh no. You know nothing about football. All right. Why you hate him? This guy, I'm coming from the same neighborhood, basically, with this guy and in Nkunku too. But when you bring something intellectual, when you bring something that makes sense, people don't agree with you because you have to go with the flow. Oh yeah, buy money, pay money. The whole vibes and bandwagon is just sickening. People lose it. They lose simple common sense. I was saying it here about Nkunku. I was saying about Fofana. I'm saying the same against Florian Wirtz, the guy from Leverkusen that everybody, oh, he's the next. The guy got like 2 freaking ACL injury. And he's like 21 years old. 2 ACL injuries with thousands of other injuries. You go with the vibes, you buy the players, he's in the hospital the entire time. That is a Chelsea thing, right?
I'm just saying though, like it's
so
not
don't blame everything on like a ground or the training or the regime or the food, because those players been injured forever. It's, has nothing to do with now only.
Look at Giroud. Look at Giroud. He left. He's playing with their AC. Pulisic. He's playing over there. Giroud, Oliver Giroud.
Yeah. He's playing at Milan with Christian Pulisic and Ruben Loftus-Cheek.
These people aren't getting injured over there.
Well, yeah, they are getting injured normally. Normal injuries. I've seen Pulisic out for a few games, but it doesn't mean that Chelsea was the problem, because Pulisic got injured even in the national team here. Everybody knows. Against Mexico, he was literally murdered. He was just like bam, bam. It was like kung fu. And he got injured for 4 months. He didn't play for Chelsea. That wasn't from Chelsea. So Pulisic situation also is that way. But probably at Milan, he already figured out how to listen to his body. You can change your regime. You can change your diet. You can change many things that can improve your fitness as you go. So it doesn't mean that necessarily Chelsea were bad, but as you go, as you learn more, as you can make the right decisions. That's how I believe.
I know.
But of course, blame Chelsea, man. Everything is Chelsea, okay?
Yeah.
You know, everything is Chelsea. The World War III, Chelsea. Whatever it is, Chelsea. You know, C-19 virus, Chelsea. Everything is Chelsea. Inflation, Chelsea. Election in America, Chelsea. It's all Chelsea, man. Go on. Blame us.
That is, I mean, COVID-19, that is true. Chelsea did start it, if you look at it.
Okay.
If you think about it.
Good.
They had the Yokohama tires.
Yokohama, yeah.
Yokohama come from Japan, and Japan is right next to China. So in a way,
see the connection there. Oh my goodness. So that is the connection, huh? Ah, I see. Yeah, it's all Chelsea, man. It's all Chelsea. Like the other day was a thunderstorm here, and we lost electricity for 5 minutes. It's all Chelsea, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're never too late to change, support another club.
Okay, support Barcelona so we can go and start selling chocolate and Shakira, the owner, and all that.
I actually stopped supporting Barcelona. I am now a Real Madrid fan.
Oh, yeah, just Inter Miami, right?
And Inter Miami. I am no longer a Barcelona.
Good.
Nah, come on, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Come on. Not even as a joke should I say that, right? That's disgusting. I can't believe I just said that.
Okay.
I love Barcelona. So, again, I'm going to ask you this, and I've asked you this numerous times. With Pochettino, if he has a tragic loss today, and you guys are going to sit mid-table by the end of the league, obviously there's just no point in getting rid of him. If you guys stay mid-table, are you still going to trust the process?
Well, you're talking about two different things here. The process is the process for the club, and when it comes to individuals, they come and go. So you're talking about sacking the manager, or you're talking about to cancel the process altogether? Because we have a process now, new regime, new people with new vision. It doesn't mean that they're going to make all the right decisions all the time. They are learning. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to learn. They're going to improve. They are billionaires. This is how they became billionaires. They are not stupid. They're going to get this right. You like it or not, it's going to be right. But they might hire some bad people here and there, but eventually somebody is going to be there to get us to the promised land. So you have to be specific. If you're talking about Pochettino, listen, I don't sack people, I don't hire people, I support people who are there. If you remember, you were here when I was saying, I don't want to see this guy. He's Spursy, he's from PSG, the two clubs that I hate the most. I don't want this guy. At the beginning, it was a war in the same channel here, live calling show. And slowly and surely, they got him. And now, I started seeing some positivity. The positive side of Pochettino. I'm like, probably he deserves a chance like anybody else. Let me just take my mindset away and support him, right? So I didn't want him. But I don't want to make it just because I didn't like you and everything need to be, I need to be harsh on you and, I told you so. No, I don't want to be that. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. The guy is dealing with the worst injuries ever happened to any club in the world. It's 11, 12, 14 injuries. And it's not like small injuries. It's like your key players. So he can't really implement anything. You know, he tries something today, tomorrow 5 of them already injured. You have to change for different stuff. And he never bought any player. When you go to a team, you need three players that will, help you really make your ideas to life.
Well, I mean,
he never bought anybody. People bought a bunch of kids from all over the world and then boom, gave him. Okay, you have to work with them. And on top of that, he got 11, 12 of them injuries every single game. Every single game. The minimum is 8 or 10 injuries. Every single game since the beginning of the season. That is the entire team there. So tell me what kind of miracle you can do. And in the other side, you look at other players like from the academy, or do the right thing, right? You know, do specific things because we are struggling, but show people that you can also try different things that can get us some result. I also believe that regardless of injuries, regardless of how young our team is, you can still get better result than what we got. Don't tell me that bloody Brentford need to come at Stamford Bridge and beat you. You know, it's stuff like that. So it's both ways, bro. I don't see things from one perspective. I try to balance out things.
I mean, things said about Jurgen Klopp and his team, you know, a bunch of injuries. I don't know. The guys beat Chelsea when everybody thought Chelsea had a great game against Man City yesterday. A freaking great game. I think it should have been a penalty yesterday. You know, that should have been a penalty. I don't care what anybody says. That should have been a penalty. And I wanted Manchester City to win. But that should have been a penalty. Do you agree with that? Do you think it should have been a penalty?
Yeah, I think, that was a high boot, was like Undertaker beating up like Batista or something. It was pure like WWE. Yeah, it should been, but I'm not gonna I don't feel any kind of bad about Liverpool because they got away pretty much with everything. How many penalties like against Chelsea, against the referees? It's this kind of situation is just over me. Like they got away with so many things that sometimes I'm like, it is what it is. But honestly, you just it deserved to be a penalty.
Heck yeah, it should have been a penalty. Any world, anywhere in the world that wasn't a penalty. The boot was too high. Again, Klopp going through so many injuries. Yesterday's game, Mohamed Salah, he played, but then he basically got injured a minute after. You know? Do you have any explanation to that? I mean,
about Mohamed Salah?
Just the clubs with a bunch of kids, and then sure, Chelsea has a team who Pochettino probably didn't purchase much. He didn't have much to say, but look at Klopp. He's playing freaking kids.
But the problem, you can't compare it, and I tell you why. Klopp been with that team for 8 years. So no matter how many kids he's going to bring from the academy, they have a court of players that are helping, the leaders in the team who are pushing those kids. Hey, let's go. Chelsea don't even have a captain material in the team. Nobody. Like all of them are like very young, and they are from different teams, different countries. They don't even eat each other. They are not even friends. Like nobody is telling nobody what to do. Have you seen Chelsea like talking to each other during the game? No, nothing. Like it's just like silence. You do your thing, I do my thing. Nobody is motivating nobody. Those things you have to create them over the years. It just doesn't come out because Klopp is doing it now. People just see the end product, right? But they don't see the process. The end product is he's performing good now. Everybody understand what they're supposed to do. The pattern is good. They have leaders. They have a core. Listen, when Klopp took over, it was Balotelli at Liverpool. It was Andy Carroll at Liverpool. Mignolet in goal, right? Mamadou Sakho as a centre-back. Mamadou Sakho as a centre-back. He took over a team of Christian Mbeteke. Look, so the first season they got smashed in Europa League final. They got smashed. They finished like 8th. The second season they finished like 8th. they lost one of the finals, like a Carabao Cup or something like that. So after 3 or 4 years is where you started to see the Klopp effect. Got rid of Mbeteke, got rid of Mamadou Sakho, got rid of Balotelli, got rid of Mignolet, got rid and buying, not expensive because they were very, very, very smart on the market. They are bringing very, very good players that nobody cares about. You bring Sadio Mane, you bring Mo Salah. Back then, they were just like average players. And then he made them world class. So it took years for him to build the killing machine that you see today. So people just don't accept to compare, don't accept to see the process. They just want to see the final, the end product. Oh, look at Klopp. He's winning with a bunch of kids. For how long? 8 years.
Oh, come on.
Look at Arteta. Arteta now, oh, look at him. You know what Arteta did? He got rid of people like Ozil, people like so many Guendouzi, whatever. So many of them out. He's building his team. Now this is like 5-6 years now. You see the result. But for Chelsea fans, we don't want to see that. We don't want to hear that. Or for you media and social media, drama account like you. You don't want to see that.
I don't have to.
You don't want to see that. You don't want to accept the fact that there is a process for everything. It's always look at Klopp, look at Guardiola, and look at Poch. You can't compare. Yeah, go.
You do make a great point, because obviously, remember, it was a good show with Liverpool at the beginning. Everybody was like, oh, there you go. This guy came from Dortmund. This is what you guys thought. This was the next big thing. Years later, he's, I think, the coach that has beaten Guardiola the most in Guardiola's coaching career. So you do have a point, but it does suck to see Chelsea United such a tragic state.
It does suck to see how we are now, but I think we're gonna be back. I think United still very good though, in good position. They also had a lot of injuries, but still in good position. They might finish top 4, go to the Champions League, no problem. Next season with the new administration under, what's his name? Sir Jim Ratcliffe. He's hiring, Sir Jim, do you know him?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of him. I don't know who, what he does, where he's been.
He just bought 25% of United, and he's taking the football side of United. And then he's hiring like the best in class, the best sporting director, the best coaching staff, the best. He's just want to be the best. He want to bring them back to where they used to be years ago. So
he's basically buying all Brighton's team.
Not Brighton. They took one guy, Dan Ashford. He's at Newcastle. He came from Brighton, but it doesn't mean that he's buying him Brighton. So he got him from there. He stole somebody from Manchester City. I don't know. They are sporting director over there. So he's assembling the dream team.
Yo, brother, now that I bring up Brighton, what the heck happened to Brighton?
Well, they can't cope with Europa League and also the Premier League. For the first time in their history, they qualify for Europa League. It's not easy to cope with that. They got smashed the last time against Lukaku. Lukaku's Roma 4-0. And that is like a baptism of fire.
But I'm gonna let you go. I don't know how many viewers there are out there, but I do have to say, if you guys aren't Chelsea fans like me, don't feel disregarded or left aside. This gentleman will always take your call. It's as long as you guys keep it football, this guy's willing to take your opinion. Uggs, you're the GOAT, brother. Thank you so
man.
much.
What are you cooking today? I saw you...
Just some
huh?
Just some pork chops, some rice and beans.
Rice and beans and stuff. You know,
And
I can't eat beans because it messes up my stomach.
Too much.
It's just not good for me, beans. So I stopped eating beans. Back in the day, I used to, but
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm not gonna tell you on live television.
You can't.
You have
can
my
you-
phone. You have my phone. You have my social media. I've always tried to contact you so we can have a dinner in private. You don't want. We are in the same country, and you just asking me around live around the world. Well, why am I selling myself on social media, bro? I'm very old. I'm a very old man, but you know my phone. I even gave you my phone. You called.
Yeah,
we talk privately, man. What's wrong? There are questions that you don't ask on YouTube. Come on.
I'm gonna see if I can
I'm
find-
95 now, going to get 100 very soon. But yeah, thank you for asking.
All right, brother. I'm gonna see if I can find you on Twitter.
All right, man. All right. You still have my number. The same number never changed. And you have
I lost everything.
unlimited plan. You have unlimited plan, call, text, whatever. You're paying money. So just shoot me a thing or call me. It doesn't cost you anything. Why are you so stingy, man?
I lost all my.
All right, have a good day, my brother. Have a good day. Anyways, Mr. Dominic said that, good evening, bro. It's been long. Yeah, been long. You've been gone. I'm here every single day, one way or another. Or it's gonna be like live audio, or posting videos, like 1,000 videos a day, or social media. I'm active, so I'm somewhere, bro. I'm there every single day. You've been gone, not me. And you have the number, you have the link to call if you have time to call. Mr. Laseki said that what he said, 0-0 between Chelsea and Everton. Well, I think some Chelsea fans will take it because Newcastle, this is the wrong time to meet them. There is no right time to meet them anyways, because they beat us the first leg. We beat them in the Carabao Cup quarterfinal, I think. It was Modric last minute goal, 1-1, and we went to penalties and we beat them. But in the Premier League, they destroyed Chelsea, completely destroyed us. Reece James got a red card that day. They scored four goals to 1. Raheem Sterling scored, I think, a free kick. Yeah, a golazo. Very, very good free kick. So I am sure that some Chelsea fans are going to say, if it's a draw, just give me a draw. But me, I want to see a win. Chelsea 2, Newcastle United 1. That is my prediction. We're going to beat them. Don't worry about a thing. Every little thing, you know, it's going to be all right. So Kukurea is back in the starting 11. Let's hope that he brings some new energy and not lazy and defensively solid, because we have a job to do. We need people to run. And me, in my preview, I said I wanted to see Modric in the starting 11. Also, I wanted to see Cesar Casadei in the starting 11. I didn't want to see Gallagher because he's been sick for the entire week. He hasn't trained with the team. Why are we playing him? I think we are forcing him. Pochettino is forcing him because he trusts Gallagher a lot. He brings a lot of energy and all that, and he's the captain today. So I think he's been rushed. I'm not gonna be surprised if Gallagher is rusty today because you don't recover from a virus just in less than 3 days and all of a sudden you start a game of football in the Premier League. So I am expecting Gallagher to be very tired today or not perform to the best of his abilities, you know. I'm expecting him to be like 30%, which is not good. You know, you should have, bring somebody like Casadei instead. But it is what it is. Pochettino is the boss. He's paid to make decisions. Let's hope that the decisions today are going to pay off. And we're going to be all right. We're going to win the game. That's the most important. 23 minutes to go, people. Give me a call, comment, ask a question to keep this conversation going. You're going to have an amazing commentary and all that in the channel. Don't go away because the live stream is going to continue. Okay? So I'm checking also some news from you guys. Newcastle confirmed that Harvey Barnes misses the Chelsea game with a minor hamstring injury. Yeah, that is good for us. Yeah. All right. Very good lineup. And let me even jump to the lineup from Newcastle United. Newcastle. All right. So we have Newcastle United. Look at that. You see this guy here, made in Chelsea, made in Cobham. Tino Livramento. Starting 11, they have Dubraska, Livramento, Shaw, Botman, Byrne, Bruno, Guimaraes, of course, Longstaff, Willock, Amiron, Gordon, and Isaac. People keep on telling me, don't say Isaac or whatever. Isaac. That's how it's pronounced. Isaac. Right? So they have a very, very strong team here. Bruno Guimaraes in the midfield. Lord have mercy. In the defense, they still have Botman and Shaw. Livramento, also a very solid right back. Versatile, can play from different positions. Made in Chelsea, Cobham. Longstaff. Another brother of Longstaff is playing for Montreal now, I think. FC in the MLS. Because they were like two brothers, right? That were playing for Newcastle. One of them still there. Another one is in the MLS. He just moved from England to here. Isaac, we all know how dangerous he could be. Gordon, he got like energy. He can run and run and run for 2 days without getting tired. So we are in big trouble if our midfield doesn't really contain the pressure. It's going to be something. We have to do something. Oh, look at their bench here. They have Karius, Lascelles, Richie, Target, and all that. Some of the kid, I think Miley is from the academy. White. Lewis Howe can't play today because technically he's still on loan. So I don't know. They still have a strong bench. The wrong moment because there are injuries. Players are coming back and Chelsea are having even more injuries. Lord save us. Lord save us, man. You need your help. We need God's help. Oh man. Any question from you people? Daniel. Daniel says that I'm okay with the Chelsea lineup, but he could have started Chukwuemeka instead of Gallagher. Yeah, but both of them are coming. Chukwuemeka is coming from an injury, long-term injury. Gallagher is coming from an illness. So both of them are not much fit. I'm not sure. He's going to bring Gallagher because he's the captain and he brings a lot of energy. I know people don't like Gallagher for one reason or another. We're not going to get there today. But if you don't see what Gallagher does in the team, your mind is definitely set, you know? Yeah, Chukwuemeka, you can't really play him. Just give him, if we are winning, of course, or we want to go. I think Pochettino is going to throw him there when we are losing or something, and he throws a bunch of guys and say, hey, guys, just go because we are losing anyways. But I don't think he's much fit. Getting me what? So all of them still not 100% match fit, but if I have to choose in this current moment, it's gonna be Gallagher. Chukwuemeka, nothing wrong, but he need to rebuild his fitness. He need to rebuild your sharpness. When you're coming from 4 months, almost 5, or I don't know how many months he been out, and then he came back. He was on the bench for like 1 game. He got injured again. He never played like 90 minutes for more than 6 months. How do you expect somebody like that to come and start performing? So it's not about names. It's about who's gonna give us more today, you know? Who is going to bring us more on the pitch today? That's like think about Chelsea, not about names. If the academy product are the people that can bring us a goal, can bring more energy and do something, I don't care about your experience. I don't care about your age. If you are just good and you're gonna perform on the pitch, just play. Let him play. Thank you everybody who is watching right now. 16 minutes to go until the game starts. If you still have time to call us, this is a call-in show. People are allowed to call us for free. You click on the link, bam, bam, bam. Give your opinion. All right? So I like people to contribute to the show. I like people to have an opinion. Don't feel bad. Even if you agree with me, I don't care. That football, that is part of football. We don't have to agree all the time. Okay, so you see the boys here at Stamford Bridge for the warm-up. Chalobah. You see, even Chalobah, when he came back from like 6 month injured, you know, the couple of games, he was very rusty, clumsy. He wasn't in shape at all. And now you can see that slowly and surely, he's getting some kind of momentum. Still making a lot of mistakes in the defense, but getting better and better. So I'm afraid somebody like Chukwuemeka is gonna need time, you know. When what's his name again? Badiashile, when he comes back, he also need time to build, you know, the confidence and match fitness and all the good stuff. It doesn't happen overnight. Training with the team is completely different than playing a game under pressure, you know. Playing under pressure is different, my friends. Happy birthday to the legend himself, Didier Drogba. Today is his birthday, and Arsenal hate him. The guy used to score for against Arsenal almost every single bloody game. The main event, the showman. When you have Didier Drogba in the final of something, you know that something is gonna happen. Something is happening. So happy birthday to him. Axel Disasi also, is celebrating his birthday today. 26. So people who are saying that we are only have like a very young player, we also have some 24, 25 years old guys. But the problem is they are not leaders. Raheem Sterling is 27 or 28, somewhere there. He's not a leader. He doesn't even teach by example. Always lazy, always plays the game that he wanna play. He looks like he doesn't care. 350k a week. So yeah, we have problems in this team. We have problems, not only one individual to blame. You know, there are problems in the coaching. There are problems in the medical department. There are problems and problems everywhere. Everywhere. Daniel, your network is not connecting well. I don't know why. Hello, Daniel.
I'm now getting you.
You're not getting me? What do you mean?
I'm getting you.
What do you mean by that?
I'm getting you. Can I proceed?
Yeah, go.
I have a few issues to put across as far as Chelsea is concerned. First and foremost, it's about the injuries. I don't know if it's our medical department which has a problem, or the physical and fitness department which has a problem, because we've been having very good players. Have a look at Ruben Loftus-Cheek and Pulisic. They have been prone to injuries, but eventually they left Chelsea. They are no longer injury prone. So I think these issues to do with injuries have really let us down this season. As per the lineup about the match today, I think the match is the lineup is okay, apart from Gallagher, because he's coming from they said that he had a virus or a flu-like. Maybe Chukwuemeka could easily fit in that position. Then Gallagher could come in later.
Yeah.
Me too. That's my comment
to see him rested. Because if he doesn't perform good, everything is gonna be blamed on him. And you know, when you're coming from an illness like that with medication and whatever, listen, you are not the same. You are not the same. You are going to need time to recover properly. But Pochettino, because he trusts Gallagher to bail him out and to bring energy and all that. I don't know. But hey, I'm going to just stay positive. I hope they know what they are doing, the medical team and Pochettino, and it's not going to backfire. That's what I hope, and we win the game today. No excuses. Let's go and win the game.
Okay.
That's what I want today.
Okay.
What is your prediction?
I'm predicting 2-1 in favor of Chelsea.
Who's going to score? Who's scoring? Who's the goal scorer?
For the first time, I'm hoping Enzo will score a goal. Then Enzo we shall have a defender. Yes, Disasi.
Disasi from, a header or something. He's been scoring. I think since he joined Chelsea, he already scored 3 goals. So, he knows how to score. So, Enzo also scored an amazing free kick. And I think he scored another goal. I forgot to when. I think Enzo got like 3 goals or something. He missed the penalty. But other than that, against West Ham United.
But in this game, if we shall only be able to control the midfield, I think we can be able to suppress this so-called Isaac or Isaac.
He's good, bro. The guy
is a big threat.
He's a big fella. That guy is good. He can dribble. He can shoot from distance. He can bully people in the box. That guy is just getting better and better.
The part of the game where we need to kill his presence is block all the supplies that where he normally receives the ball.
Yeah.
And
You kill the
he normally
supply.
receives the ball from the midfield.
Bruno Guimaraes is there. He's very good midfielder too. The problem is the general in that midfield is Conor Gallagher with a lot of energy. Enzo can't tackle. He doesn't have the pace. You need to be technical and create things. So if you make him sit, you're not gonna get anything because he's gonna get bullied. But Gallagher is coming from an illness. I'm just giving him excuses already. But everybody knows about it. Everybody knows that he's been sick. And he's going to be blamed today if we lose. It's going to be because of Conor bloody Gallagher. That's what people...
The way we used to treat Mason Mount.
Yeah, it's the same. Adam Sanders is at Stamford Bridge to see the game Chelsea against Newcastle. Those are part of all Hollywood people, Bowley friends, Egbali friends, the Clear Lake Capital people. They always bring some movie stars, football, American football superstars, just so they can, let's go to the bridge, man. I have my private jet. You want to go to London? Yeah, go. The last time they brought Dua Lipa at Stamford Bridge. So today is Adam Sanders. I don't know if I can put it on the screen. Let's go and search for the Dodgers. Adam Sanders is in the building. Yeah, so that is Chelsea. But we don't care about you movie stars. We care about winning games. All right, win the game. We just want to see games won by Chelsea. Yeah. According to
Then another thing.
Yes, go.
I'm hoping that Moses Caicedo won't be booked because Caicedo.
Yeah, he's clumsy.
Yeah, at times we just watch the game and we are just afraid that Caicedo will make a tackle that can lead to a red card.
Yeah, and I think he been a little bit targeted because referees, before you go referee a game, you study your player. You study the players that you're gonna referee for. And now he's developing that reputation of bad boy. He's clumsy. He put bad tackles. Especially when he tackles from the blind side. It's always a foul. So now even if he didn't really do it, he's gonna build a reputation and people are gonna just starting on, checking on
creating
him.
some kind
Whatever
of
what he does, it's a yellow card because they know he's a bad boy. So he doesn't want to develop this kind of reputation. He needs to be careful. Yeah, I'm always afraid every time that brother is trying to tackle. I'm like, don't get the red card, please. Don't get another yellow. Don't do this and that. And I understand he's from the street. He's just a football player from the street, just like me, right? In the street, you just fix your problem on the street. If you have to fight with somebody, just go for it. But this is professional football player. Every time somebody puts a bad tackle against him, he tried to retaliate. He tried to go back at, okay, I'm gonna get you back, I'm gonna pay you back kind of attitude. So he needs to keep himself cool. Other than that, he has a lot of things to learn. He's not N'Golo Kante yet. Yeah. He's not N'Golo Kante, and he needs to be very, very careful. Okay, people, 3 minutes to go. The countdown is on. I'm fixing everything here.
What's the prediction from your side?
Yeah, I said it 2-1. 2-1. I said it like a few days ago in my preview video. I think we're gonna win 2-1 because we tend to always concede a stupid goal somehow. So we're gonna win. We're gonna beat them 2-1 Chelsea.
Goal scorers.
I think I said Modric, but he's not even in the starting 11. Whoever is gonna score is gonna score. Cole Palmer needs to score, as Modric is not there. And Moses Caicedo also, we are still waiting for his first goal. He can just bang, top bin, smash it from nowhere, bam. Andrew, my brother from Arizona, hello. God bless you, everyone. Bless you too. Happy birthday to Alexis De Sassi and Didier Drogba. All right, I'm gonna send it to them and tell them you say so. That's the way it is. 2 minutes to go, people. Are you ready? I'm getting nervous, but I don't want to show it. I want to pretend I'm not nervous, but I am always nervous when we start a game like this. So, listen, Mr. Daniel, I'm going to come back at halftime. I'm going to leave like a live commentary. Everything is going to be on the screen because I think other people comment better than I do. And then I will pop up at halftime, and then I will pop up after the game so we can celebrate or we can cry together. Therapy session. If we lose and punch out, you know how it goes. So I'm still here for a long time, bro. I will be on and off. Just go, get your popcorn ready, get your drinks ready, relax, watch the game, and come tell us what happened at halftime. All right?
Fine.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel, for calling. Hopefully you can come back at halftime. Andrew say, yeah. Are you watching the game, bro, or you doing something else? School or something? The game is about to start. 1 minute to go. And I'm telling you guys, you're going to enjoy the commentary team that will just comment the game perfectly, better than I do. And then I'll be back at halftime. Open the phone again at halftime so you can give your opinion. And then I'm gonna disappear a little bit and then come back at the end of the game and then open the phone again so we can comment, celebrate Chelsea. It might be a very easy game today. Everybody expects us to lose or have a tough game today, but it could be one of those days that everything is good. Every shot on target is a goal or something like that. Good luck, Blues. Stay around because I'm not going anywhere. I'm just behind the scenes. I will pop up at some point at halftime.
appear to be your rock at the back suddenly is out of favour, and you're kind of not arguing with it. Newcastle have pinched it here. They have Jacob Murphy benched in favour of the returning Almiron, incidentally, and Tino Livramento is playing at right back because there's no Kieran Trippier, so he'll be trying to bite the hand that once fed. Nothing given, but it'll be cleared by Chalobah anyway towards the halfway line. Fabian Schär just stepping in for Newcastle.
Yeah, so the shape of both teams. Look, Newcastle favour the 4-3-3. They very rarely, I'm trying to think of a moment they did, they won't change from that. So you've got Guimaraes in the middle, you've got Longstaff in there and Willock. The front three consist of Almiron, Isak and Gordon, who, I have to say, is having a good season. Chelsea's formation is interesting because 4-2-3-1. Sorry, I'll let you commentate here, Ben.
Yes, Cucurella down by his own corner flag. Mark Cucurella playing for the first time since Everton away. Yep. A long old time ago that was. 3 full months and he's straight into start.
Yeah, he has to, Ben. Chilwell unfortunately picked up another injury. So it's Dizazi and Chalobah. I've got to say, we've not seen this all season. Of course we haven't, because I know that Chalobah's had a little bit more influence, but we'd like to see how this develops, because there are a number of Badiashile has been in. We play out from the back. Go on, Ben. Sorry.
Petrovic under a bit of pressure there from Isak, and then Gordon, and that pressure has worked. It's out of play, far side left wing throw for Newcastle United. A little bit sloppy from Petrovic.
Ben, I'm not sure it's on, mate.
And the ball is clipped now far. They got 2v1 back post. Cucurella was on his own. Longstaff will keep it in down there. Did he keep it in? He did not. It'll actually be a Cucurella throw.
Look, we saw Aaron Ramsdale. There's mistakes happen at every club, at every stage of the season if you try to play this way. There is a time and a place. And the way that Newcastle is set up right now, they have got their front five literally camped on the edge of their box, waiting like a tiger, waiting for some poor deer to come out of the shadows and pounce on. I think you need to try and pick your passes. If it's not on, do you know what you need to do? You need to go high and say it's not on now. I wouldn't mind fight ball on the edge of the halfway line. There's a time and a place, and pick your passes. And I feel for Petrovic.
Well, Chalobah and Disasi were next to each other at Brentford, but the difference was they were next to each other in a 3 because Levi Colwill was playing. And Levi Colwill is another who's picked up a knock now. Ben Chilwell, of course, was playing a full-on...
yeah. And this is the first time we've seen these together. I know that... Did they play together in the League Cup final? Probably did, actually, thinking about it, but that also was a 3.
No, he came on in that,
yes,
but Trev came on.
Yes,
Disasi is the most regular starter in the whole squad, actually, Jace. No one has started more games for Chelsea this season than Axel Disasi. As Tino Livramento gets a header in there, and it's booted all the way back by Bruno. Dubravka all in bright pink outside his box, just showing a fraction of that to Nicholas Jackson for a minute. And
that's a good matchup, by the way. The biggest matchup of the game I can see is Gordon against Gusto, Ben. 2 players in good form. Massive fan of Gusto. I think just 27.
Both of them have great engines.
Yes, they do. And that for me is as we look around the pitch, where are the battles going to be won? Where can you win those battles? Well, that to me looks like one of those that you're going to really interesting to see who comes out on top.
Cucurella up the line underneath us to Sterling, who does well to get away from the challenge of Longstaff. That was excellent from Raheem Sterling. Now Cole Palmer, first meaningful touch for him. Running at the right edge of the box, he's got it onto his left boot here. Just puts the brakes on, little step over, another little step over, and dinks a chip towards the far post. And Tino Livramento will calmly deal with that and give it to Almiron, and Newcastle will try and build from the back again. There's Livramento just in front of Eddie Howe, who's down there on his haunches in bright white trainers in the away dugout. That's the left dugout as we look at it nowadays. Remember, Poch switched it round, home and away, because home is bang on the halfway line. Don't know why no one else did it.
Something we saw, the first time we really saw it, was Villa away in the Cup, where the shape of the team looked like a 4-2-3-1 with Enzo and Caicedo together, which they were. But what we saw, Isak started on the left on that day. And Isak came in and joined the middle of the park. He came in, was an extra body in there. And Connor dropped in as well. I think we'll have to see how that develops, because at the moment that's not quite what I'm looking at.
Deflected cross straight to Petrovic here, no problems.
So you see where Sterling is, higher than and Palmer, higher than Caicedo and Enzo. It is a 4-2-3-1 in the strictest terms. in possession, out of possession. What we did, we made it easier for Caicedo and Enzo to be tighter together because they came in and made the pitch smaller. And I'm interested if Palmer does that job on the ball now.
Palmer's just got a good first-time pass from Malagusto on the halfway line. Cole Palmer here goes over the centre spot. Chelsea playing from right to left with 5.5 played. Here comes Malagusto up the right-hand side, not far behind Palmer in the player of the year stakes to me. Taking on his man. The cross is deflected. Palmer here, into the box, right foot, massive deflection, goal! Nicholas Jackson got a touch in the middle of it, and he's turned it in. It was Palmer's shot, it won't be his goal, it will be yet another assist. That's 50% near enough. Of Chelsea's goals this season have come from Cole Palmer, either scoring them or making them. I don't know if Nicholas Jackson meant that. The replays will help us out.
He
might have done.
Ben, do you know
it's
what?
It's 1-0.
This is about Gusto. Gusto gets high and wide. And I said to you before, it might have been Sam, I said, when you look at their lineup, I'm not a massive fan of Burn. And you look at this, 1v1. He's gone there 1v1. He's put his foot down. He gets the cross in first time. That's key. They don't clear it very well. Palmer has a touch with his left foot. Touch with his right foot. He's meant this. It's come off the inside of his calf. I'm going to give it to him. I'm going to say he's meant this.
Well, the shot's going wide anyway.
He's meant it.
Yeah, the stadium
Absolutely
announcer, our good friend Lee Parker, has given this to Cole Palmer. It's absolutely not Cole Palmer's goal, it's Nicholas Jackson. So Chelsea 1 up. Here's Caicedo. Wakey Newcastle. And Cucurella back to Chalobah. And it's funny because it wasn't one of Gusto's better crosses, which we've been saying recently.
Ben, what he's done, he's given Burns something to think about. And where is Gordon, by the way? That's another thing. What you don't want to believe in is Gusto 1v1 with Gordon, with Burn.
Now, don't concede straight away. Longstaff edge of the
Brilliant
box.
from
Good
Enzo.
tackle, Enzo Fernandez. Coming this way towards the left wing. Here is Jackson, who's just scored his 12th of the season. That's level with Cole Palmer, by the way.
But a bit of space for Sterling. It's a good start for Chelsea. Oh, I think he's offside, but
he tried to send Jackson through over, well, not over the top. Maybe could have gone over the top. I suspect, like you, that Jackson had gone too early. Right in front of Poch, there's a scrap going on there. Almiron and Cucurella. And Botman back there gives it and then gets it back again on the edge of the shed end box. Well, that'll do. We hadn't had a shot at either end, I think, in 8 minutes. But one of Cole Palmer's, well, not one of his best, but it turned into a handy pass and a clever bit of improvisation. Nicholas Jackson, 12 Chelsea goals this season, same as Cole Palmer, who does have a couple for Man City. Now, and down on the floor is Moises Caicedo.
He's holding his stomach, Ben. You and I both follow the ball. He's holding his stomach. He's writhing in agony here, by the way.
Makes you wonder if someone's chucked out a cheeky little elbow or something, or
Well, we know that our friends in Stockley Park will be looking at this. Here we go.
Jared Gillett will be watching.
Oh, if it's Guimaraes.
It's Bruno.
No,
What?
There's nothing in that, Ben.
It's a bit of a handoff.
Yeah, he might. Maybe he's got caught. There's nothing in that at all.
Well, he's holding his ribs. If anything, I thought Bruno got him on the chin with a forearm, but he's okay. And Jackson just saying there to Raheem Sterling, send me over the top next time. We're seeing the goal again here.
But this is it. So he's got 1v1. Actually, Connor's the one that's gone with him. It's right. It's not the best cross. It's a terrible clearance by Botman. I mean, it's a shocking clearance. But I want to see more of Gustav against Burn. Palmer up against Burn. Take them the other way. We know how good Gordon is. We know how good Almiron is. And it's about taking their good players one way and then trying to take our good players the other. And at the moment, it's 1-0 Chelsea, obviously.
Ball underneath us. Tino Livramento bursting forward and plays it well into the run of Almiron here, who could have given it back to him and has squared it instead for Isak. And there's Enzo Fernandez on the D to head it out. And Jackson on the bounce to nod it to Cole Palmer.
He's
who
so
tries
good, Palmer.
to release Sterling early.
He's so good, Palmer. By the way, can we talk about Caicedo? I think that we're seeing an upturn in this boy's performances. Not always consistent over 90 minutes, who is? But I've got to say, oh, it's lovely from Palmer. This is lovely. Oh, but I think Caicedo is starting to look a little bit more like the Caicedo we saw at Brighton, Ben. I don't know what you think.
I think sometimes he's been left a bit on his own in there, and
totally
hence
agree.
that thing that you referenced, and rightly so, about Villa Park that was so obvious that Enzo and him were only about 10 yards apart more often than not, and were really very much more a two rather than Enzo going and being a sort of second
Well,
corner.
Enzo was always further ahead of Casado.
Yes. And what I'm saying is, well, since they've started playing more parallel, so
Sterling's got to follow Livramento.
Well, here is Livramento. Sterling hasn't followed him. Livramento crosses it. Trevor Chalobah, first time, left foot volley out on this near side. Newcastle throw, first raw from them in the shed end.
Ben. I mean, if you had to measure up until the goal, if you had to measure what possession, who looked, I would probably give it 60-40 Newcastle, probably. And that we're talking 6 minutes in. But since the goal, I think this has been a decent response from them, actually.
Almiron offside, that'll do. Left back free kick for Mark Cucurella.
Schoolboy. Terrible. Throw-in's gone in, and Almiron, you obviously can't be offside from a throw-in, but of course if the throw-in comes in and the ball is then played to you in offside position, you're offside. Yeah, basics. Leave this to Petrovic, and we're going to go long, Ben. So this is interesting. What does this turn into? Because normally from this situation we like to build, condense the pitch, Palmer's high and wide. Who wins the second ball? Turn it into fight ball, and we're 70 yards from our goal.
Petrovic pumps it right up the middle. It'll be too far, I suspect, for Jackson. And
but look, we win the ball, Ben.
Yes.
Yeah, we win the ball. Okay, but it's come off Almiron for a throw-in. But we win that ball, and I'm not saying we do it every time. Of course, I'm not. But if you can't play that ball from a goalkeeper, Ben, quickly, where you have that, where they're not set, you know, when they sit there, hands on hips on the edge of your box, that to me is nonsensical. Nonsensical at all.
yeah, there's nothing wrong with turning a team round. It doesn't mean you're from the Dark Ages, playing, what did Jose call it? 15th century football. Malagusto tearing away again from Gordon and giving it short to Conor Gallagher. Here's Cole Palmer, right edge of the box at the shed end. Palmer shoots. He actually got better connection with that, but it's straight at Dubravka, quickly, throw-in style. Chucks it to Tino Livramento.
In terms of the biggest battle that I was looking forward to at the moment, it's 2-0 Gusto over there against Gordon. Gordon having no joy, Ben. Gusto coming inside, winning possession, and then making that numerical advantage because that system, because the wide fullback comes in. You then gain advantage in the middle of the park numerically.
He's in a big amount of space at the moment over there, Gordon. He's got 9 Premier League goals this season. Now the switch has come and looking for him because Gusto obviously was tucking in, as is your job, and that ball has not quite got there because Gusto has recovered and he's hooked it out into the West Stand lower. Newcastle throw. The thing is, he's a hard worker and he's a sort of a bit of a pest of a player, I think, Jason. Anthony Gordon I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
He's had a good season, I think, individually.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of James Milner, you know. You know,
more graft than skill, but good at it, or what do you mean?
I don't mean that. That's a compliment, by the way. If he goes and has the career that James Milner has, he's...
Shoot, say the fans, and Fabian Schär did.
Ben,
miles wide.
In any walk of life, not just football, you can get a very long way. If you've got talent, you can get a very long way in hard work alone. Just based on that, you can get yourself a... And I'm saying that clearly he's a talented boy, but he's definitely not a Messi. Who is? I think Almiron's got more ability than Gordon, but Gordon is a... See, now, this is where I'm talking about, Ben. Now
Newcastle, three of them, edge of the Chelsea box, and Chalobah passing it almost along his goal line, and Disasi now under big pressure.
It's nonsensical, that, to me. I'm sorry, that's the bit where either you do it early to disrupt them when they're camped. I think then you've got to rethink your strategy.
Well, turn them round, right? Because if there's 5 of them up there, it means there's 5 of them not back
Ben,
on
do you know what, Ben? This used to happen when I played. You take everyone up to the halfway line, and then all of a sudden the centre half will drop deep and go and get the ball off the goal. No one expects it. So someone sprints from the halfway line back, and you can turn. You've got 15 yards of space. I don't see teams do that anymore.
Newcastle in possession, edge of their own box. That's the shed end away to our left. An early bit of improvisation from Nicholas Jackson. There's Chelsea in front. That's a little bit short, that, for Fabian Schär, who's got pink boots on to match his goalkeeper's kit here. Dubravka pumps it long up this flank. Little bump until Livramento's gone down there from Cucurella.
No, he bumped into Cucurella. No, Cucurella's got that in his game. He stepped back into him, and he's trying to say that Cucurella held his ground. There's nothing in the laws of the game saying you've got to move.
No, there aren't. And Tino Livramento here he's twisted his own ankle.
There's nothing in that at all.
No, but it's not foul. No, he might have twisted his ankle. There's nothing to do with Cucurella. He's back pedaling there. His toes have just got caught in the turf, and so he's pushed his foot down a little bit, bending on that outside of the ankle. That might well have been painful. It was nothing to do with Marc Cucurella. Just seeing shot TV cameras have picked up Kieran Trippier, who's missing this one. It's one of the two changes. Him and Jacob Murphy out. Livramento and Almiron on that right side. And the new right side for them. Conor Gallagher comes in, wins the ball brilliantly, gives it to Sterling, who gives it back, unfortunately. But that was typical Conor. Really was.
There's a nice energy about us, actually. Do you know, we've had, 9 days off, and Dubravka boots the ball out of play. Look, I wasn't really delighted with what I saw against Brentford, but we did have extra time. You know, there was some mitigating circumstances about our performance that you can lean on. But I have to say, today there's a sharper brightness. Newcastle have not been bad. They've certainly not been brilliant. Nice ball over the top, by the way, if it is for Jackson.
Good skills on the far side. Little pirouette turn, and Gusto up with him because he's always so positive. Malo Gusto dinking it through into the box. Cole Palmer couldn't quite pull the trigger. Good challenge coming in, and it needed to be.
I think it was Dan Burn, you know.
It
Those
was.
big long levers come out, but they stretch him at the back.
Chelsea in possession, everyone inside the Newcastle half, just. Disasi here. And again, he's just backtracked just into Chelsea territory. Here is Petrovic. He gives it to Cucurella. Those two have not played together before. Marc Cucurella's last game was coming off at half-time at Everton, which is the game that Petrovic came on in for his debut.
Yeah.
Chalobah down, Chelsea free kick.
Again, just when that ball, Petrovic has the ball, so we've worked away pretty much from the edge of their box. Good defensive play from Newcastle. Back to Petrovic. The ball's come out to Cucurella. He's got a nice first touch, and what I like about it, he's opened his body up and he's got his head up, and he can pick a pass. I'm then looking for someone over the top. I think we can just turn them around, and the movement isn't there. There's no real, so we've had to come inside, and as soon as we come inside, that's the pass Newcastle want us to play. Chalobah then feels contact and goes down. I'd be happy if I think that pass there. See that pass there, Ben? Over the top, into the front man. I'd like to see more of that.
It was Disasi up to Jackson, and then tried to hook it round the corner. One more for the runner, Gusto. It didn't work. It's back with Dubravka, and of course Conor Gallagher is the one hassling, and now Enzo Fernandez goes to join him. And Dubravka clips it, and that's actually quite a handy header into the run of Isak. And now he and Gordon have not had a chance to do anything yet, but
4v4.
suddenly it is 4v4. Gordon. Isak lets it run. And the attempted cross clatters off Marc Cucurella for a Newcastle throw on this side, down by the corner flag.
Cucurella's done all right, you know. Started okay. You know, you expect a little bit of rustiness in their first touch, their decision-making, their selection of pass, their weight of pass. I think he started okay. Cucurella, actually, when he got injured, Ben, I seem to remember he was going for a bit of a purple patch. No, he looked comfortable. Looked like he was starting to make a bit of a mark in this team, and of course.
Well, funnily enough, though, Jason, quite a lot of that was at right back. He had a little spell there where he'd been playing right back, not left back, for various reasons. And Malo Gusto had been suspended and injured, and Reece James was out. And actually, we were suddenly saying the reinvention. Marc Cucurella suddenly turned up as a really good right back. But then he got the hook at Man United, and then Everton came and he got injured. See, Man United was a bit of a throwback, if you know what I mean. Botman into midfield. Longstaff coming short, and he gives it to Dan Burn over there. Dan Burn, I seem to remember, broke his jaw here in a challenge with Reece James.
No, yes, it was away at Brighton, Ben. I remember.
Was it away?
It was away at
It was
Brighton.
Reece James
yes,
on
it was
that far flank.
and because they played together at Wigan, of course, they knew when I remember Reece's interview after that. You're absolutely right.
And you're thinking only
Yes.
someone as strong as Reece James could
Yes,
break Dan Burn's
yes.
jaw. For a start, it's about
Yes.
15 feet up in the air. Willock here, sliding tackle from Enzo Fernandez. Connor nearly nipped in. And that's a poor ball for Livramento. Cucurella cut it out. Sterling was interested, and he's certainly interested now. Waved on by Poch. He runs past his coach. Tino Livramento coming back. Jackson worth a hit. Low shot, 20 yards, 25 maybe. It was on target. It was heading towards the bottom corner, and it's a pretty comfy save for Dubravka, but just a little moment there on the counter.
Going to give Cucurella another mention, Ben. Reads the pass, reads it well. Link up play with Sterling. Sterling then cuts inside. Looks like Livramento might get a toe on it, but Sterling's pace and expertise and certainly experience guides his way through the middle of the park. And then you find Jackson. I just wonder. Oh, I get it. He scored. Wants to pull the trigger. Actually, the shot was on. He just doesn't execute it well enough from about 25 yards out. But Newcastle probably possession-wise. I will have a look now. I expect to see them higher up, but we look the more dangerous of the two sides, and having that lead certainly helps.
Sven Botman here to Dan Burn. One shot from Newcastle, and it was not on target, even though they've had more of the ball.
Yeah, slightly 54 against 46 in favour.
Little give and go between Gordon and Isak has come and gone. And here is Moises Caicedo. Cole Palmer now making the sprint, and Caicedo measures it to him right on that far touchline. The Chelsea right wing over by the West Stand. Cole Palmer twisting Dan Burn. Left, right and centre. Enzo Fernandez tried to make room for the shot. I don't think it was there. I think the black and white shirts in front of him made that impossible, but he still went for it, and the ball's in the shed end and nowhere near the goal.
What's happened here? It's brilliant play. Caicedo plays a lovely ball out to Palmer, and he's twisting up Dan Burn. I think the problem we've got here is Enzo made his mind up. He's getting the shot away before the ball comes to his feet. And I think the pictures change in front of you, and I think good players or experienced players, when the picture in front of you change, even though you might have something set in your mind, when your first touch has been executed, you've then got to make a decision based on that, and also what's happening for. They change constantly, especially at this level. My God. I think then he's got to reevaluate what his first thoughts were, keep it simple. And that's Man City, and I'm using the really well played there by Chalobah, and he's going to say well played. He gives the ball away.
Cucurella on Livramento. Cucurella telling Livramento in no uncertain terms.
It's a nice battle. Another one. Here's what you and I thinking, Ben. It's going to develop actually between Gordon and Gusto. Actually, Livramento and Cucurella at the moment. There's a bit. There's a bit of an edge to that at the moment.
He's given the free kick, by the way.
Yeah, it is a free kick.
By the way, it absolutely is.
It is a free kick. Yeah.
You're so 100% right about Enzo Fernandez a moment ago, by the way. That ball's coming across. You think, I can get a shot in here. Once he's had a touch, you still think, well, but yeah, I want my shot. But it wasn't on anymore. It just wasn't. His pass to Cole Palmer here, who's helped it over the top early. He always sees the early ball, and he nearly got Jackson in. And back goes Sven Botman. Back goes Burn. Back they all go, actually, because Palmer's here again towards the byline. It's a good toe in over there. And it looked like a foul by Cole. No, it wasn't a foul by Cole Palmer. Oh, well, the assistant wasn't waving. I thought it looked like one from here, but then the referee seems to have given it, even though, well, maybe the assistant has said something rather than waved his flag.
Ben, it looks a foul from here, but
you know what I'm saying? The assistant didn't wave.
But Botman's clearance.
So the ref has called it.
That's the second time Botman's not got touch. You know, he's cleared it and allows the attack. From this angle, we're only going to get the same one that we got. In fact, we never got to see it.
Didn't even show you anyway.
The director never showed.
Let's stop the replay
Definitely
just
isn't
before
from
the
there, by the
exciting
way,
bit. And
either.
it certainly isn't where Dubravka's taking it from, but
anyway, yes, absolutely.
I suppose probably doesn't matter. Oh, I don't know, maybe.
But that's something that, you know, we talk about Enzo and about at the World Cup that he had, 18 months ago. The best young player at the World Cup on the ball now. Nice bit of space on the left-hand side for Chelsea.
Yeah, doesn't make you the finished article just because someone who's paid 100 million for you. Jackson with a nudge. Livramento down again. He'll say it.
way. There's not been a lot of... Most of the ball in the game has been played in the mid-third. Hardly any of it, really, in the final thirds, Ben. Has it? But Chelsea have been defensively good. Bit of space on the left again.
Sterling, centre circle. Number 7 on his back. Wriggles free to find the space, and as ever, Malo Gusto is galloping up into it, and he's fancying himself here as he gets another cross in.
He's got him on toast.
He really has.
He's got him on toast.
Caicedo, back of the D. Oh, he got excited. Terrible left-footed shot that bobbles into the hoardings.
Gusto at the moment against Dan Burn. I want to see more and more of that, because Gordon's cheating a little bit. Gusto is doing the job that Dan Burn should be doing the other way, but because Chelsea got good possession, Dan Burn is in trouble, and Gusto now, that's where the goal come from. He's burnt him again. He's burnt Burn. I know that wasn't planned, by the way. But he's got the pace, and what he's doing, Ben, he's knocking the ball out of his feet early. Gordon at the moment is doing nothing, both with the ball and without the ball. Gordon is not having the impact, and he's had a fine season, by the way.
And when you've got, obviously, the main playmaker, as Conor Gallagher scraps away and gives away another 50-50 goal. When you've got Cole Palmer as the playmaker there, but his support act, Jason, is Malo Gusto doing that galloping. I don't care whether you're Dan Burn or the best left-back of all time, you're in serious doo-doo. You've got to have your left-sided forwards got to be helping you out, because Gusto is such a swashbuckler of a right back himself.
And then from having my Chelsea hat on now, and the concern for me would be, is if we give possession away and they get into an area where they can hurt us, because you would have thought that then you've got Dan Burn deep, and he's got alongside him Gusto and Palmer. Well, Gordon must be, you do the maths, Gordon must be in space.
Yeah, but so far, absolutely, 27 minutes in, we have seen Anthony Gordon do 1-1-2 with Alexander Isak, and that is it from an attacking point of view. But the pair of them have been very good this season. Let us not get carried away with that. They scored 20 Premier League goals between them, those two. 11 of them for Isak, who's on the ball here. They both scored in the 4-1 at St James's Park. Reece James had been sent off. It just all went horribly wrong in a couple of minutes, didn't it? That Thiago Silva nightmare, and Joe Linton literally walked the ball into the net. He scored 1-1 for ages.
Look at Chelsea shapes have gone for 4-4-2 almost. You can see that the two...
I was going to say 4-2-4, actually. But
yeah. And the way that the shape is... Sterling's now got to come out. He's got to help out Cucurella. Livramento's gone beyond.
And interesting to note, Jason, as a challenge comes in from Chalobah, goal kick. Jason, I don't know if you've spotted, but Almiron has gone left and Gordon's come right.
Yes, they have.
Is that
do you know
classic?
why?
Nothing, because it ain't working the other way.
They're getting no change out of either of them. No change. And I don't think that hurts, you know. And I'm surprised that you don't see more of that. If it's not going your way, which it clearly isn't at the moment, change things. It's not.
Dan Burn telegraphed that pass. Now Almiron running down the left.
Brilliant, Gusto.
An excellent challenge. Gusto plays it off Miggy Almiron. It's a goal kick.
So what you're now seeing a right foot on the right and left foot on the left. And I'm a fan of both. Almiron's one of those players, Ben, that even when he was having a tough time under Steve Bruce, I looked at him and I thought, you know what? Under proper coaching, I think you can. I think there's something under the bonnet there. Quick, direct, got a wonderful left peg. So what we're seeing now from Eddie Howe is they're having no impact in the final third in this game. I've got to be honest, we're not really either. Although we are venturing in there more often.
Chelsea look more dangerous.
We look more dangerous without really being dangerous.
No, not lethal dangerous, but more dangerous than them.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Petrovic taking a goal kick here has had nothing to do, and he's gone long again.
Yeah, we've gone long
there. There's a head forward and a volley forward by Chalobah, and then Livramento with a side foot volley, head tennis. Enzo Fernandez, Nicholas Jackson. Here we are on the ball, on the deck, Cucurella, and then right in front of Eddie Howe. Sterling back to Cucurella, back to, Trevor Chalobah.
I have to say, Ben, I'm much happier when I see us in open play like this, because players are moving, and you know,
it's very fluid.
Yeah, now this is, but it's when the ball, when the ball stands still, that's where our best is. Excellent play, really brilliant build-up play through the middle of the park.
Caicedo, Fernandez, Cucurella,
This
Sterling,
is excellent.
And now Cucurella again. That was in about 20 passes. I reckon about 17 of them were first time. The ball has been turned over here as Gordon plays it forward. Petrovic comes out and beats Isak to it. It's long. And it suddenly feels a little more stretched.
So it is stretched. But you know what? Okay, I'll let you talk, Ben.
It's Gordon, still on this near side, and now Isak, who's had precious little of the ball. But another exchange between those two, and a well-timed slide from Conor Gallagher brings Newcastle a throw. Down by the corner flag here on this near side, the Newcastle right at the Matthew Harding end. Further down the line than Tino Livramento's gone, actually. He's almost trying to cheat a bit up the line rather than down it. Don't see that very often.
The point I was trying to make, Ben, is that when in open play, when the ball is moving throughout the thirds, I think that it's easier to play through the thirds and going back to your goalkeeper. When the ball is stationary, it's hard to build that momentum. Brilliant from Enzo.
Foul given. Enzo Fernandez on Tino Livramento, just when Chelsea were thinking we're off here on the break. John Brooks has said he's having a natter with Enzo. I don't think he's going to card him.
It probably is a foul.
I suspect it was. It did look like he just had a... He's gone from the wrong side.
The way the ball moves, you kind of think, has he got that little nick?
So it's a Newcastle free kick, not far inside the Chelsea half though. Poch and one of his colleagues down there, but he's got a big puffer jacket and a big hat over his head, so I can't tell who it is. But they're doing a lot of directing. Eddie Howe is stood up too, and in front of them, it is launched long by Bruno Guimaraes all the way over. Nodded back across, and Conor Gallagher's header was actually towards his own goal as Gordon shoots. It's deflected. That we will never know where it was going, but it looked decent.
Cucurella celebrates. He gets the block in.
Corner.
And we don't deal with the second ball. It kind of gets flicked on, and Chalobah doesn't really deal with it. Comes out, Cucurella hits his right knee. Watch the celebration, Benny. He enjoys that. He's been out of the team for a long time. He's come back under the lights against Newcastle. What a lovely game to come back in.
First game in 3 months. Seeing more and more of that in the game. Defenders celebrating blocks. Now, Anthony Gordon just placing the ball down here, and the assistant is making him move it a quarter of an inch, and he's played it short. Wakey. Willock, square, but not very well.
That's worked out.
Bruno.
That's not
and
from the
last
training
man
ground.
back, Tino Livramento, and they've wasted the opportunity of a free cross here. Anyway, but they are still in a decent position, and Gordon tries to head it on. And it'll be a throw-in underneath us here to Newcastle.
That was off the cuff, and I mean off the cuff. There was no thought behind that. It was, where's the next pass? Who's on? Normally we get pre-planned short corners, and someone comes out of space and offers themselves, and that just never happened. And Chelsea have dealt with that corner well. They've now gone back at their final third, and you've got Sharp pretty much on the edge of his own box right now.
They're in mixed form themselves, Newcastle, at the moment. It's why we are next to them in the table. I was looking at that December they had. They lost 8 of the 10 games they played in December. That is incredible.
Yep.
They have actually had a slightly better New Year. I mean, they were beaten right at the end by City and well beaten by Arsenal, but they've had a few wins in there too, including in the Cup. Remember, they're still in that. We might yet see them again. Is that a foul by Cucurella? It is, just when he was thinking, I'm off and running here. It's funny, he's getting on the ball in a lot more positions. Not necessarily been that dangerous yet, Jason, but Anthony Gordon, given we were talking about him, since he's come to the right,
By the way,
they've got him on the ball a lot.
I've got to say, he's just looked at the bench there. He needs treatment, and I wonder whether he's off here, Ben. Just looking at the body language, looking at it.
He's sat up and he's complaining about his left knee.
Yeah, it's not come from that challenge, by the way. I think Ben is in trouble.
It's interesting that
he's got a little strapping on this right knee.
Yeah.
But you don't make that decision as quick as he does.
Because he's beckoned on the trainer, so maybe he's got a longer standing problem, possibly.
He's had his own issues as well, Ben. And also, the England squad, and he's been much fancied, and he's had a fine. He's in trouble. He's in a mile of trouble. We just seen him stretch. He's gone up. That's a sharp
pain.
Where the
jolt of pain when the physio's tried something there. You don't see that very often.
No, you don't, Ben. But just the look on his face on our monitor, and appealing for the bench to come on and treat him quickly.
Surely they're going to bring Jacob Murphy on. That would be the obvious one, although he's not taken his bib off down there. I mean, that's the straight swap, right wing. Well, he's there.
The medical team we speak to, No, he's saying no, he's off. He's off, Ben. He's absolutely off. This is a big blow for them.
And Jacob Murphy called straight
yeah,
over by
no, I'm looking at their
Justin
bench.
Tindall.
There is nothing else there that you could look at.
No, in terms of a wide man for a wide, it's Murphy and he's taking his top off.
Unless they do something different in the middle of the park, but Willock comes out on the right, but I don't.
Newcastle don't do that.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
And he started the last game. He won the Youth Cup here with his twin brother Josh as a Norwich City player. And yeah, Anthony Gordon, you don't often see that. A physio tries something and it actually jerked the guy in pain. He's like he'd had an electric shock. So he has walked off, but he doesn't look in a good way. He'd had no joy, and that'll be a real concern for them. And by the way, Gareth Southgate and Steve Holland are here tonight and watching on. We shall try and seek Steve out later. One of football's loveliest men.
Anyway, set piece to defence on the right-hand side. Murphy is actually over it as his elbow.
He's going to take it, Murphy. His first touch is a very good cross, by the way, to the edge of the 6-yard. I mean, you could not place that in a better place. And it's gone out of play over there. I mean, what a ball. I mean, that's perfect.
Nothing on the delivery. The only thing is, there's a lot of bodies in front of the ball, Ben. What you want to...
I tell you what else I want, Jace. I want it defended better.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Whenever you see that, and you're absolutely right to make that point. The only thing I will say is if there's no Newcastle bodies there, why would there be Chelsea bodies?
Yeah, but only just because there's not a Newcastle body there.
No,
you're right.
So there is that. What was best? Was the delivery better, or was it poor man management in their attacking on the edge of our box? I think you'd probably say actually they let themselves down. Therefore, you're only going to man mark. You're not going to mark a space.
No, they all went a little too central. If someone had stayed not even far post, just vaguely far-ish. Anyway, that's gone. Nearly 37 played. Newcastle in possession on the halfway line.
A little moan.
Go on then, have a little moan.
I'd like to see us control the ball a little bit more. This has been good. It's been decent. I mean, I'm pleased. And I don't think
either side has controlled it particularly well.
No, but I think that the moment that they are, I think there's an element of control about their game that I'd like to see us. And I know they play a little bit more of a high pressing game, therefore they're looking for that interchange, certainly the transition of possession.
And they're behind. Here is Murphy curling in another brilliant ball, and Willock somehow isn't on the end of that. Then Almiron and Willock and goal kick.
Well, there's a warning, by the way. What I mean by controlling the ball, Ben, I don't necessarily mean that we have to.
That ball in from Murphy.
That's a brilliant ball. It's that there nearly gets in front of Gusto. Is that Isaac?
No, it's Willock is the one in there, and he's saying that Cucurella has put it out. And
well, I think he does, actually.
He does.
I think he does.
Because Joe Willock has just gone berserk that it wasn't
see
the
that
corner.
there from Palmer? What I want to see now is someone drop deep, Ben. So everyone's on the halfway line. Petrovic has gone long, and then it turns into fight ball, which I don't.
And Sterling can't control it.
Yeah, we're losing a little bit of control of this game,
Definitely.
Ben. I want to see us regain that. I want to say Enzo and Casado. I want to say Connor. I want to say these names. Brilliant there from Casado. Brilliant. Wins the ball in the middle of the park.
And then gives away a really simple pass intended for Cole Palmer. He gave it straight to Dan Burn. Back with Botman here, who's under a bit of pressure from Jackson. And Burn is under pressure too. He has to get rid in a hurry. And that's good. Casado again. But Newcastle emerge with the second ball. Fabian Schär here, playing it up this right side. And that'll be definitely a free kick and probably a card for Raheem Sterling underneath us. It will. I'm with you. I'm definitely now saying the last 20 minutes of this game have been controlled by Newcastle. But they are losing.
They are, Ben. But so the pass. It's not the best pass in the world. It just gets to Livramento, and Sterling's problem is he kind of changes his mind as to whether to close the ball or the space. The space is in behind him, and he changes direction. In doing so, he then thinks, I'll win the ball. And trying to win the ball, it's then that found Livramento's feet, and he just flicks it away from the challenge. It is a foul, it is a booking, and this is not dissimilar, Ben, from the situation we saw where, and Murphy's taken it again, by the way, I'd say maybe 10 yards deeper.
And it's another good ball. That's 3 out of 3 since he's come on, and Isaac with a difficult header. The only person who heads those in is Olivier Giroud.
Well, Ben, he heads this on the edge of the box. If this beats, he's offside as well, by the way. If this beats Petrovic from there. See now, Ben, this is sensible. This is what I mean. So they're set on the edge of our box. They're springing traps. They've got 4 across the back, 1 in middle of the park, and 5 on the edge of our box. And now we're going to go long. The problem we've got now is, are we going to gain control of the second ball?
It's long towards Sterling and Livramento gets the touch on it, and then Cucurella comes in and takes out Eddie Howe, and it's going to be a Newcastle throw for Livramento right by his coach. Chelsea would go to within 1 point of Newcastle, by the way, but with a game in hand on everyone else as well. Remember, we've lost the Tottenham game, still to play that from the League Cup final. And we will be losing the Arsenal game from the Leicester FA Cup tie. But yeah, Tottenham is the one that needs... Neither of those have a date. I should just say to you that there is another Monday night date that may have escaped your notice, folks. The Everton match here is now Monday the 15th of April, and the Sheffield United game, because something's going on in Sheffield.
Yes, there's a marathon apparently.
That's it, there's a marathon in Sheffield. Sunday 5:30, there's a new one for you.
Rotten. Anyway, back to this game, Ben. At the moment, I'm going to have another moan, and we're coming up for just gone past 41 minutes. I think we need to get control of this game. It slipped from our grasp here. Well, it was a really good start. Obviously, the goal counts and makes a massive difference. But I'm not sure that we've really kicked on.
Oh no, we definitely haven't. The only thing I would say is they haven't yet tested Petrovic, but you do feel like it might be coming. Tino Livramento has just got hold of a great ball into Isak, who's dispossessed well. Caicedo's been excellent. Enzo Fernandez there trying to release Jackson. Jackson goes down, but the attempted pass was blocked anyway. Longstaff here to Jacob Murphy on this near side. Conor Gallagher is up with him and has done well.
Has Conor come out on this left-hand side? I think Conor might have done, you know. I wonder the Livramento.
You mean as a fixture?
Well,
or do you mean just for the moment?
Well,
obviously he has for the moment, but you know what I mean. You saying is he playing now left side, with Sterling in field, or it might just be momentary. Dan Burn with a terrible clearance. Caicedo, Gusto.
Now we're a mess. We're starting to now. You know, this is not the time and the place to start juggling the ball in the middle of the park.
Oh, and they're in. Isak here, left side, shoots, scores.
Honestly, I'm sorry.
That has been coming. It's a great finish from a fine striker, but it's come from Malo Gusto, who's been so good, doing some sort of odd bouncing ball juggling thing. It all got a bit harem-scarum in the middle. No one dealt with the bouncing ball. That is clinical, punishing, finishing.
Ben, I'm sorry. What is going on here?
It's keeping up by Malo Gusto.
Even that from
Chalobah's header.
He's trying to keep possession. Oh, it's a brilliant finish.
It's an amazing finish.
It's a
but
terrible.
What came before it from Chelsea's point of view is rubbish. 1-1.
You've used the word rubbish. That is, I think, I'm going to use the word liberty taking, Ben.
Yes, it was a little, I mean, not quite showboaty, but
no,
it was a little
taking.
bit. Yes,
I'm sorry, but yeah, we've presented that. We've gifted the ball back. Gusto, been a big fan of yours this season. You're 20 years of age. Learn from that. Chalobah, you're better than that. Trying to bring the ball down with your head and take it into the middle of the park, giving it away. And in doing so, you then leave Dizazi 1v1. It's a terrible, it's a disaster of a goal. And I said, Ben, I had a little moan about controlling the game. This game has been slowly but slowly slipping through our fingers. And there's been one or two little moments. By the way, Gallagher has come out on this left-hand side.
And is that because of Tino Livramento?
Yeah, and Sterling's gone centrally, right? That's the.
So Raheem is playing at the 10, we're saying.
Yeah, and I think that what's happened, we've seen that Livramento's been growing into this game, but they all have. That's a.
44 played. Dizazi down by his own corner flag, having to do some defending here, and he's just kept it in. It's going to be a throw.
We've not dealt the last 15 minutes very well at all.
Yeah.
And we've allowed...
Might be inclined to say longer than that, Jay. Yeah, from about the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and the way I'm saying 15 is they've started to look a little bit more menacing, even though the game is slipping through our fingers. That's why we've seen the shape and the personnel change. We're kind of coming out on the left. Sterling. So it's a 4-2-3-1, but Sterling, who's not defensively looked after Livramento enough, that's why Connor's come out. But unfortunately, you've now got Gusto and Chalobah doing juggling acts in the middle of the park, and we're
Murphy.
second best at the moment.
Yeah.
We need a grip of this game. We need a grip of this game, because the game, and we normally see this at half-time.
Hang on, Cole Palmer over the top for Jackson. Beautiful way to pass. No flag. Jackson. Can he score? He has! Now the flag goes up, but let's see. I think that was close. You're shaking your head now?
Yeah, my first instincts were offside. I have to be honest. I've not celebrated that
40 minutes. And Jackson isn't.
But there's a shot across their bows, by the way.
Because Cole Palmer could always dip. Yeah, he's about 1 foot offside. Foot or two, maybe. Good ball. It is always there to be played in. At least he finished it. He drilled it in left foot bottom corner when one-on-one Nicholas Jackson.
Ben,
We're not overly convinced by him.
Here's my gripe about this first half. Right? And it was a good start. Decent, got the goal. I have not mentioned, you've not mentioned Palmer's name.
Since about 15, 20 minutes in.
Him
and Gusto were killing him over there.
Yeah, they were. And we've not mentioned.
We've not mentioned them since about 15
minutes.
And
I don't think we've really helped ourselves at all. I mean, trying to play out from the back, then going long. You can.
They are now playing with confidence
I know,
as a result.
They're knocking it about. At the moment, this game's only going one way, and now we've seen Dan Burn. I've not seen Dan Burn do that all game, Ben.
No, and he's pulled Gusto back. Dan Burn down the left wing.
He's on the edge of our box.
Wins the throw, which he takes quickly into the feet of Isak.
Our two ball-playing midfielders in Enzo and Casey, they've got to do better with the ball. We've got to get them on it. But their midfield three at the moment, they're dominating that. You know, we're not mentioning really Guimaraes' name, but the way that they're set up in the front three, they're now pushing our back. So Gusto back in the mid in our final third. Cucurella back in the final third. Where in the first 15 minutes or so, that was the other way round.
Those have got to stick for Jackson. He's done well enough to win it second time round.
Yeah, he's got to hold it up, Ben.
Enzo, then to Conor
Look
Gallagher.
Look at the pressure.
But it's okay. This is good first-time football from Chelsea passing around. Although now it does go back to Georgia Petrovic, who clips it out towards that far side. It is amazing. It was all about Gusto and Palmer and killing Dan Burn over there, and it's been nothing about them ever since.
Ben, we're getting outplayed at the moment.
Well,
I'm afraid.
Poch has clearly spotted this with Tino on this side, Jason,
and
which is why he's made the Connor move.
And unfortunately, just as he does that, they go 1-1.
I saw Poch, arms folded, shaking his head and mouthing something just after that goal.
They've gone 4-4-2. That shape changes.
Well, that's a ball through the middle to Willock. There's no flag. Axel Disasi on the slide, and then the flag does go up. That could have been a nasty-looking collision. That thankfully he didn't finish anyway.
Warning signs.
Yeah.
This is tight. I'm normally pretty good at these. I think this is tight. Oh, he's on.
He's on.
He's onside, Ben. He's on.
If he finishes that, if he puts this in, it's a goal. They'd be looking back at it and giving it. Willock scored the winner. Chelsea lost at St James's under Graham Potter last season. Last game before the World Cup.
Can't get Palmer on the ball.
Murphy's been good since coming on. Cole Palmer can't get on the ball. Raheem Sterling can't get on the ball.
No, they're really their midfield, and that's a handball, and they don't get it, and it is
blindsided. Ref was blindsided. Connor gets away with one, and he hoists it to the far side. Malo Gusto, nice. Off you go from Cole Palmer. Gusto on the charge, and still going. He's really quick. He's into the box. He can't quite pick out a teammate. Cole Palmer's going to pick it up over there by the corner flag. Chelsea trying to finish this half strong, having been, well, really outplayed for the last half hour, having been in front and playing pretty well. A really weird half of football. Crossing chance here, clipped in. Conor Gallagher jumps and nods it. Sterling, can he shoot? He can! Hard, but too straight at Dubravka from 16 yards out.
Brilliant down the right-hand side. And that, for the first time in about 20 minutes, we've seen Gusto get over the halfway line. It's a brilliant run. Palmer's part of the build-up play as well. But he takes them deep in their half. In the end, the ball comes to the edge of the box. Sterling has a touch. Inside, steadies himself, but drills it straight down the throat of Dubravka. What a very odd half. Chelsea really not convincing, but taking the lead.
Well. Well, Chelsea. Man. We were doing good at the beginning. 4th minute. Nicholas Jackson with a goal. And then we gave a ball away. Stupid conceding the wrong minute. As always, at Chelsea. Like, you can't concede right before halftime. And we always concede the second half after the halftime. So it's gonna get ugly. Le Français Dave.
Hello, Mr. Oaks. How you doing today?
Yeah, as you can tell, man, a long show to watch the crap here, but it is what it is. We are kind of used to this, well.
Yeah, we are used to it. We concede, we still blink. You know, before we used to concede goals, we used to break tables and chairs and TV. But now when we concede, we just blink and yawn because this is where we're going now. But watching this game, I hear a lot of panelists saying, "Oh, Pochettino didn't get this, Pochettino this, Pochettino that." It's also on the players, it's on this and this and that. But you see, when we watch the way Newcastle are pressing and then the way they are playing from the back, you could see two different type of coaches system. You know. It's like we are waiting for our wingers to come and get the ball. You know, and then how many times did we see Cucurella get the ball and wait 2 seconds? Like, bro, you playing the senior level. You turn and then you run forward. But you see, I don't know if this is players' confidence or if this is coaches' instructions. But I know, you know, when you play from the back, you don't receive the ball and stand there and pick your head up. You don't have time for that. Immediately the ball should get to you. You should already know where to put the ball. You know, but this is why this is on this game right now. This is a Pochettino tactical analysis. What we saw here, because when we scored 1 goal, we didn't keep the ball. We still all stood behind the ball, almost as if we want them to have the ball, and we just gonna run time or something. You know, but great coaches. When you score a goal, we keep the pressure. Because now people are gonna look at, you know, the way Newcastle scored the goals. It was coming, but the way we scored our goal, it was luck. He didn't mean the flick.
It was a fluke from.
It was out of the blue.
Yeah.
Right. Right. We need to see something from Poch, man. We need to see that this is Pochettino's tactical plan that got us to the opposition 18-yard or at least the final 6. We still haven't seen that. Instead, what we see is long ball to Malagusto and Malagusto cross. Or instead, what we see is the geniuses of our midfielder. What's his name? The Argentina guy.
Enzo.
Yeah, or the geniuses of Caicedo and Enzo running the ball forward to try to at least do some true passes or playing long balls. That's all I've seen this entire half. Compared to Newcastle, pat, and they're already now 18 yards. Like, bro, come on. This is on Porsche. This is 100% his analysis right here. Because the players have not done any type of big mistakes or like the way we even consider this goal. You know? So this is Pochettino's all-game analysis.
Okay,
because
Mr.
there's
Gordon.
no player to blame in this game.
Hey guys, greetings to each and every one of you, and again we are here. We are seeing how a team, you know, I wasn't even watching the game because I'm just on my break at work, and I saw 7 minutes Chelsea scores. Am I excited? No, because what? Again and again, you know that they're gonna equalize, and then I had a chance to look at the last 10-15 minutes of the game, and okay, you guys have scored. Can you push this thing Can you encourage these guys to go on and score a second goal? No, they just let Newcastle play and play and play. And you can see it again. I sound like a broken record here. You can see how the game goes. Once you see Newcastle start pressing, you know that a goal is going to come at some point. So it's just very frustrating to come and see this thing again and again, and you seriously hope to be wrong, and then you see yourself being right all the time. So are they going to be worse in the second half? Probably they will be worse in the second half, because I don't know what they tell them in the second half that will make them come out as sluggish and even weaker than the first half. So I'm hoping that shouldn't be the case. But again, if it happens, I wouldn't be surprised.
I just watched the replay from NBC Sports with the analysis that they're showing. They took a frame pause of the Disasi and the entire back four line being in the wrong place. And these are the things I've been saying. People on Twitter and big accounts will say, it's our players. Look at their positioning. Why did this and that happen? Come on now.
Nah.
This is not on the player. This is on a coach that coaches players to never let this kind of mistakes happen. Like, when you saw the way Chalobah had the ball away and he was trying to clear it, yes, he misled the way he moved that ball or something. I agree with that. But this is on the coach. Coach shouldn't go and watch a replay and be like, Malagusto, why were you standing there? Disasi, why were you all the way in the back? That's not how you do it. You don't coach a team based on replays and going and be like, our team is young. Like, no, Pochettino could have done better with this. He's shaking his head. Like, it's on you, buddy. Maybe he's repeating himself 10,000 times to them, but you need to bench players who keep on doing the same mistakes.
Aziz, what is your assessment in the first half?
To hell with Pochettino.
Okay.
To hell with Pochettino. You know why I said so?
Why? Tell us.
Why are you showing Newcastle a lot of respect? You already go up. Why are you playing defensive game when you're even playing at home? You know, when we went go up, we all sat back. Secondly, you saw that they are pressing us. Why can't you tell this guy? Why can't you tell the defense to push up a little bit so that we can put them on the offside track? I'm done, man. I'm done, man. I'm done. I can't still be arguing the same old bullshit with Pochettino. I can't. Making the same mistake again. Mistake upon mistake.
Yeah.
No reaction.
I think we're gonna win 2-1.
Man, fuck them. You don't even win. I don't care.
Yeah, let's come down, Mr. Aziz. Let's come down. Yeah, this is not Chelsea anymore, huh?
I think we're gonna win.
Oh, Lord have mercy, man. Lord have mercy. Who did that?
Isn't that what Pochettino said? Mourinho said there was something that happened when a Saudi fan of Chelsea was telling him whether he wants to come to Chelsea, and he said, "This is not the Chelsea.
It's not the same anymore."
Something like, I know it's not, and I mentioned it here that the football is not the Chelsea that you used to enjoy. Forget about it. You won't see that Chelsea for a while. It's not just it's not even next season. Next season it won't happen. Some people say next season we are going to get better. It's a lie. It's not going to happen unless some serious changes.
You know, we can't even sign players next season. We can't even sign any big players next season because of PFF rules or what's it called. So we have to sell.
Solution
FFP
to sell
rules.
15 players.
We can't. We have to raise up to like 100 million.
If we sell 15 players, we should be able to at least sign 3 big names.
Okay, what are the 15 players we're going to sell?
Don't forget, Malangsa is still here.
Who wants to buy Malangsa?
There's somebody, man.
No. I'm rebooting what you're saying. Who wants to buy Malangsa?
Any profit.
You know how much Malangsa is earning at Chelsea? With any 120, 150 million, do you think if I'm Malangsa, I'll want to leave that?
But the problem
is with the football.
Can I say
I'll
something?
be trading with.
Can I say something?
Chalaba.
Malang, sir, what people don't understand about the financial fair play is it's not only about the transfer fee. It's about your bonuses and the salary. So that also count. If you give Malang Sarr on free and somebody accept to pay him 120k every single week, and then something is out of your books. So it's not only about the price, because I don't believe, just like Aziz said, I don't believe somebody's going to pay 10 million on that guy. But just getting him off the book the way we gave some Hakim Ziyech on free, Aubameyang on free, it also count in the financial fair play in terms
it works.
Of, you know?
Yep.
So that in that
and
term,
and let us not forget. Let us not forget, we have a lone player, a left back playing in Newcastle. What's his name?
Hall. Lewis Hall.
Hall. Yeah, these young guys, bro, they're gonna be our profit. Lewis Hall, Malang Sarr. You have more
Gallagher,
like another player on loan.
At any cost,
Gallagher.
Which is strange. Like, if you sell Gallagher for 50 million and you spend 70 million and buy Nico Williams or something, how that is gonna help you with the financial fair play? And also,
Nico Williams is 40 million.
No, I'm just giving an example. I don't know the amount that it's gonna cost, but how that can help in financial fair play if you sell somebody for the same amount of money than you're going to buy somebody. It doesn't make sense. And the only player that doesn't get injured ever, only illness or some viruses here and there, you want to sell him. In the Chelsea community, they are ready to sell Gallagher and buy somebody who can be in the hospital for 12 months. They don't care. What cares is, what matter is get rid of those Cobham English players. That's it. They don't care about, look at this guy in Nkunku. How much people sold us how he's Jesus Christ and we're going to win everything. He's been in the hospital more than on the pitch. Lavia, the same. But somehow people came to the conclusion that if we just get rid of this academy product, we should be fine. We should fix everything. Think also about injuries. Think also about how much of them are just getting paid for nothing. Ali, you have echoes, Mohammed. We can't hear you.
Good evening.
Echoes, Mr. Mohammed. Come back. We're gonna be here for the entire night for therapy. I'm here for the people. Don't worry. Fix your. What do you think we should do in the second half? Before we go to the second half, it's gonna start very soon. Mr. Aziz, what do you think?
How many times?
Huh?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Aziz. Mr. Aziz, go ahead.
No, see, me, I've given up on Chelsea. I've given up on this coach because, oh Lord have mercy. You tried something. I want to tell you something. I want to say something. Sorry, I want to say something.
Yes,
you tried something against Leeds. It worked. Why don't you play Mikhailo Modric in the middle?
Yeah.
Play Mikhailo Modric in the middle because he's fast and he can pull other players forward. Put Sterling there and Cole Palmer there. Sacrifice between Gallagher or Enzo Fernandez. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
He's going to do that last minute.
Because you shouldn't be making the same silly mistake. Like, I'm not a coach, but I can do better than him. At least I'll put Chelsea to top 6. Even if I don't win the league. I'm telling you. That's how confident I am. I'm better than Pochettino.
Yeah, just do the common sense. He doesn't use common sense at all, to be honest. Pochettino don't know what the common sense is. Okay,
Mr. Oaks, I was going to tell you.
Yes, sir.
I have proved that Pochettino has no tactical plan on his game. How many times did Sterling touch the ball? How many times have we watched Chelsea play?
Like, I forgot he was playing.
Exactly. How many times have we played? The ball always goes to one side, which is Cole Palmer. What type of a coach tactical play says we're gonna play on one side only and give the ball to Cole Palmer? What kind of plan is that?
Yeah,
that means
it's
maybe the coach spoke.
It's Pochettino ball,
right,
right.
And then when the game starts, everybody forgets to put the ball to Cole Palmer all the time.
Exactly. I hope he takes Sterling off because the way Sterling is playing, he might get frustrated and then get a red card in the second half. And
Even if
then
you bring in
Newcastle might
Modric,
go ahead and hammer us like they did and when we went to St. James's Park. He should, I don't know, whatever he has to do, he should change that team, do whatever he has to do and win that game because it's just it's just nonsense watching this team play week in week out. It's draining. It's really draining. Honestly, I have been this coach out ever since. I don't know. He's still here, and he might be here till the end of the season, and that's just what we'll have to deal
The
with.
worst thing
You can
is,
see
did you notice that the second half we got worse, and we concede goals
you
in
get
the
worse.
wrong, in the worst moment. You don't concede a goal right before the halftime, and after halftime. Also remember around the 48, 50 minutes.
Exactly.
We concede another one, and that is my fear. Let's see, because people say the first half is for the players and the second half is for the coach. So let's see what kind of coaching he's gonna do to try and save this.
What pains me the most, every player that we've sold are in the top 4.
Yeah, they are fighting for top 4.
They're in the top 4.
Ben Loftus-Cheek, everybody, Pulisic doing good.
I mean, probably except Ziyech seems
he's gonna win the Premier League with Arsenal.
They're all on top of Chelsea. So what are we doing?
That is a good point. That is gonna also tell us that a Chelsea Football Club is more than just players. The entire structure, even under Thomas Tuchel the second season, before he got in trouble with the ownership, we were struggling and losing games for fun. We were beaten by, whatever, Leeds United 3-0 there, 4-1 there. We were also awful. We have to admit that the situation is a little bit all over the place, not only about...
It's all over the place.
Mason Mount is not bad. Kai Havertz is to blame. Jorginho is the problem. The problem is massive in this team. You know what I mean?
The problem, Lukaku is not scoring goals, he's making chances. Look at him at AS Roman.
He's scoring for fun, yeah. I agree.
Yeah. And now you see our structure is affecting Strasbourg. And you can see that the Strasbourg Ultras, they came out and said, this your kindergarten thing, it has to stop because that team is gonna get relegated. It's gonna get relegated if you continue like that. You see, so it's you want to go into a multi-club model, but the parent club is so unstable. How do you expect the other club to look up to the parent club like the other clubs are doing at Man City?
And before the new owners, we Chelsea fans, we need to be humble. We were struggling with an identity at Chelsea. All we did was keep sucking coaches and bringing coaches in left and right. But we saw it coming that if we didn't make a change in that, one day we will suffer. And before our new owner,
Calabar is useless. Useless. I don't give a fuck. Simple thing is not that Caicedo they're already packing him. Why don't you play the ball elsewhere?
Is he talking about Chalaba? Nah, take Chalaba to another team. He will improve all of a sudden. Huh? He will improve. See you after the game.
All right. Yeah, no, I won't. I gave up on that. I'm just gonna be checking the scores on my phone. I'm not gonna try and watch it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right.
To Botman inside his own half. Burn makes his way forward. Botman plays it to Bruno again. Down to the left hand side for Almiron. The ball just escapes his first touch. It's too heavy and it's out of play. Now for a throw in on the right hand side for Chelsea. Taken by Palmer, gives it to Gusto. Back to Dizazi. Goes back to his goalkeeper, Petrovic. But onto the left hand side, headed on by Cucurella. Headed back into the area. Isak's close to it. It's collected by Chabaloa. He clears his lines as far as Shah. The ball kept in the air at the moment between these two sides, and it's eventually brought down by Shah inside his own half. Played it to Bruno. Almon's out wide left in space. He's got the ball as well. He's looking for options in the middle. Continued his run is Willock. Across the face of goal, cleared by Dizazi. Only as far as Gusto takes it out of the area. He's got Palmer on the right hand side, making a run if he can find him. Palmer's got space to move into. The pass isn't the greatest, but he gets to the ball and gives it to Sterling.
To the fans behind the Matthew Harding goal. But Cole Palmer, if you give him space when this gets stretched, he will pick people out for fun, and they will hopefully score goals.
I think Sterling's got to do better here. He gets Botman where he wants him, right? I think that Botman's got, the way his body shape is, he wants him to go on the outside. The runners are on the inside. I think he's got to shape up to do the shot. I think the support on the inside. But
the way Botman's running and where his back is facing there, if he goes inside in there, Botman will not be able to turn in time because he'll be facing the wrong way and need to be spinning blind. Anyway, Dubravka, all in pink, boots it towards us. Dan Burn heads it on. Like any good left-back will.
See Guimaraes there, Ben. Touch, pass back. I want to see those two, Enzo and Caicedo, be a bit more aggressive in the middle of the park. We're not aggressive enough. Get out.
Throw in now as a misplaced pass intended for Almiron. Poor ball that from Willock.
It was a poor ball. Almiron's on the half turn, expecting that. Gusto He's had a good game, by the way. Again, he's in the running for Chelsea's Player of the Year. I know that Cole Palmer has taken the...
I think Palmer is so far ahead, it's
Yeah,
his.
no, fair
I
enough.
also think Malo Gusto is so far ahead of anyone else in
Brilliant
second.
play there from Jackson. He's got Botman in behind him, brings the ball down. It's a tough one to control as the ball bounces in. He's then brought it down his chest, but he just covered the ball. He's got his chest down over the top of the ball. Botman goes for the back of him.
I think he's comfortably silver medal, Malo Gusto. I don't think anyone else is close to him, Jason. I don't know who you'd even have at third. Maybe Conor Gallagher.
Just away.
Just on runs made, speaking of which. Sterling left of centre here, but Newcastle back in number. Here is Conor Gallagher. He gives it square to Malo Gusto on this right wing.
It's not a great ball, that.
No, slightly behind him.
Yeah, and what that does, it does a lovely
Oh, that's
ball.
clever though, because Gusto's got it back to Conor Gallagher in the box. He's chopped and he's put it on to Cole Palmer's left boot. He's running sideways along the stripe of the grass.
There's no
here.
width.
Now Cucurella belatedly arriving. Now Caicedo looking for width this side, which
this
there
is
is a
better.
little bit. Conor
This is
Gallagher
better.
bends in the cross. It's headed out by Botman. And then Palmer tries to poke it through, and Newcastle were just looking at the possibility of a counter-attack there. There was no pass
This
on.
is better, Ben. There's an aggression in the middle of the park. Much better.
Malo Gusto hops past the challenge. He's into the box. Right-footed cross. That's poor. Cut out.
Ben, this is what I'm talking about. The crowd are up for it. There's a high. We're on the front foot now. We're not letting them settle and get their heads up. Much better.
And Cole Palmer's on the football. Whenever that happens, you know that invention may well be near at hand.
Ben, control.
Good noise. Here we go.
Ben, control of the game. This is what we're after. Movement in front. There's an intensity about our second half that we didn't really see first.
Caicedo here gives it to Malo Gusto on this near wing, the Chelsea right. Deflection on the cross makes it awkward. It was coming in towards the run of Gallagher.
Better
and
from
I think
Jackson
it's going
again.
to be thumped out by Dan
Now,
Burn here.
see, Ben,
who sliced it.
That's come from Jackson, that. Putting Dan Burn under pressure. Yeah, the game has changed. It's swung back in our favour.
Scored one tonight.
Ben, I just said the game has swung back in our favour. There's an intensity, a purpose about our play. Higher up the pitch, forcing Newcastle back. I said about control with the ball, without it. We're now controlling the game with the ball. It's a brilliant, brilliant goal from Cole Palmer. Touch inside, gets his head down, drills it. The ball's past Dubravka before he even dives, Ben. Dubravka doesn't even see it. Doesn't even see it on the right-hand side. Oh, he's dived. Then he's dived after it. The ball's in the back of the net.
No trace of bullet, drilled in at the near post from the edge of the box from Cole Palmer's left foot. He's been threatening one of those. We haven't actually seen it very often. The long ranger.
Okay, now here's the question. Where do we go from here? Who do we look like? 58 on the clock. Do we now take the game to the goal and win this 3-1? Do we now, that aggression, that urgency
Ball
that we
fed
saw?
in behind for Isak here, cut out by Chalobah. Newcastle looking for an immediate response. I thought they were going to get it for a minute. Enzo Fernandez nips in, crucially. And God, they were practically in there. And now, suddenly going the other way, there's a break on for Sterling if he can take the ball with him. He can, Sterling. He's into the box. He's got Dubravka with him. Shoot, man. Oh, it's blocked on the line.
Unlucky, desperately unlucky. Desperately. What a break. There's so much to tell you about. The ball's gone. It's literally looked like Newcastle might get a shot away at the edge of the box. And the ball's not gone long. Jackson's done brilliantly well, flicked it into Sterling's part. I don't think Sterling can do any more, Ben.
No, he had a good old sprint on here,
do you know
didn't
what? It doesn't quite sit for him. Anyway, Newcastle comes down the left.
As somebody once said, it's end-to-end stuff. Willock, taken out
Brilliant
surely.
Caicedo.
Tackled
Brilliant
by Caicedo
Caicedo.
twice over. And there's a right old scrap going on the byline there by the Newcastle fans, and Newcastle have the ball at the end of it. Burn lets Bruno take over. Here is Isak curling one back of the box into the fans.
There's an aggression, an urgency, and a purpose about our second half. I've got to tell you, this is a turnaround from what we normally see. Sterling's done everything right. He's gone round Dubravka. You've got Shah on the goal line. You've got, is it Botman on the goal line? It's Dan Burn. He drills it, hits his thighs, can't do any more.
Well, he could hit it at a corner if I'm being picky, Joe.
Ben,
he's hit it up the middle.
But now we've got a little bit. Jackson, by the way, his flick on. That was and the run from Sterling was brilliant. Honestly, who are we?
Well, I know, but that is this season and probably last in a nutshell, Jason, is that we haven't got that
brilliant
yet.
From Cucurella.
We don't have that identity, Jason, at the moment. We haven't worked out what we are exactly.
No, and sorry, Ben.
There's some good bits.
Cucurella, we've not mentioned him much. I think he's actually had a really decent game, by the way. The ball, he wins the ball, so 50-50, wins the 50-50, plays it up to Jackson. He's then got Botman that goes right through the back of him, wins a free kick. The Chelsea crowd are up. The atmosphere here at the moment is high. Newcastle always bring an atmosphere, we know that. Now, how do we control this game? There's half an hour plus whatever the referee decides to add on. Control it with the ball, but we're not going to have all the ball. We know that. Palmer on the right-hand side now. Gusto, who's been excellent in advance.
But Dan Burn had enough of a head start there that he was always going to get his body in the way, wait for the challenge to come. Gusto is so much quicker than Dan Burn.
Do you know what? I've seen there, I've seen Pochettino's half-time team talk. You two, get at him. That's what I've just seen. And I wonder, Sam and I spoke about it at half-time. Does he want to see Mudryk come on? The problem you've got is that Palmer, technically, is the best player that Chelsea have. Gusto on the right-hand side is the best defensive player Chelsea have. How do you break the partnership? What do you go for? Do you go for pace over what? Well, you can't take Gusto off. Then you're taking either Sterling off or Jackson, and you're changing personnel. And then you put Mudryk out on the right-hand side. Well, then Palmer can go down the middle. That's fine. You might lose a little bit of that control that we've got right now on the right.
Dubravka on the ball to our right there, all in pink. Newcastle in the black and white, trying to play from right to left, trying to get back into this game for the second time as they slice one out of play. And the big cheers from the West Ham. Half an hour to go.
Newcastle, this is the worst period of the game for them, actually. This is the worst period, even though they conceded early on. This is the best that we've looked and the worst that they've looked. I think Eddie Howe, when 62.5 minutes on the clock, I think he's going to seriously consider thinking about what he can do with it, personnel, shape. I mean, you don't often see them change the shape. They're a 4-2-3-1 much, or whatever day of the week it tends to be. Sorry, 4-3-3. I do apologise, but I'm not so sure that we're going to see a huge amount of change in them. Do you?
On the ball for them now is Botman. They don't have a whole lot of options because they've got plenty out.
Yeah.
Malagusta puts it out of play. Down by the Newcastle fans, almost by the corner flag. They have got a throw in here. It's only one goal. I'm not getting remotely excited.
Matt Ritchie came off the bench, didn't he, against his former team, Bournemouth, a couple of weeks ago to score in that high-scoring draw. He got the winner, didn't he, eventually? Anyway,
I know what he did do. He had his penalty saved by Petrovic here. That's all I care about. And he fouled Victor Moses for one once as well, and scored an own goal. Mind you, Kieran Trippier's here. Own goals here for Newcastle and Tottenham. He scored wonderfully. I bet he's thrilled not to be playing. Ball is behind for Petrovic here.
Passes it inside to Bruno. Bruno switches this onto the right-hand side for Murphy. Way too much on that, and it's past the Newcastle winger and out of play for a throw on the left-hand side for Chelsea. As Eddie Howe's looking at his bench and what changes he feels he may need to do to get things back going for his side. Just throwing for Cucurella on the left-hand side, just inside Chelsea's half. Finds Gallagher, gets the ball back from him. Still under pressure from Livramento. Clearance is out of play, and it's going to be a throw into Newcastle now from the same point that Chelsea have just had a throw in themselves. Newcastle know this game is still very much there for the taking. Livramento's throwing with Willock. Moved out of the way by Caicedo, and it's going to be a free kick in a very dangerous position now for Newcastle. No yellow card has been given, but it was certainly a free kick. Newcastle had a chance to break at that point. Now players are starting to move forward again. Botman and Shah, and Dan Burnley was already forward, now joining the attack. Almiron and Murphy both stood over the ball at the moment. Good cross into the box, could cause all sorts of trouble for Chelsea. They've struggled to clear their lines on multiple occasions throughout this game. Another chance now for Newcastle. Almiron runs over the ball. Taken by Murphy. In towards Byrne. He's headed it all wrong, and it's gone just wide for a goal kick. He stayed down at the moment, holding his head and kicking away in pain, but as he went up for the ball, it looks like he was trying to move back as he jumped too far ahead of the ball, and he couldn't quite direct this on target, and it's out of play for a goal kick. But Byrne's still down on the floor at the moment, and surely not more injury worries for Newcastle. How much bad luck could you get? You might see another change for Newcastle at the moment. Might see multiple changes actually. It looks like there are a couple getting ready. Just what impact they're going to have. As Burns slow to get back to his feet. Two physios on at the moment. You know who the two that are going to be coming on will be. Elliot Anderson is going to be one of those two. Whether Dan Burn is one of the two that leaves the field, he's up and he's walking away quite slowly. He's taken the armband off, so Dan Burn will be one that's leaving the field, and it looks like it could be injury related, which is a bit of a worry for Newcastle, of course. And it'll be Elliot Anderson that will be coming on in his place. That's one change being made. And the other one will see Emil Kraft coming on. So I think Elliot Anderson might sit in at left back. As Kraft comes on for Dan Burn. I don't know if that was a planned substitution prior to the injury. And Almiron will be the second one changed. So Emil Kraft and Elliot Anderson on, Dan Burn and Almiron off. Are the two changes Newcastle are making at the moment, and considering the fact that two of these have come from potential injuries, it is a concern. And there is movement on the Chelsea bench as well. So we'll see just what changes they make and what impact that has as Jackson lifts the ball over Botman. Nothing's been given as Sterling was waiting for Jackson to continue with the run. Neither of them were equal to that, and it's gone all the way through to the goalkeeper, but it's been pulled back as Botman's down at the moment holding his ankle for an offside. And he's still down holding his ankle at the moment. We'll have to wait for play to continue. Palmer's just been moved away from the incident at the moment, and now we will see that change for Chelsea, and it is Raheem Sterling that is coming off. Unsurprisingly on a yellow card, missed a couple of chances for Chelsea. He'll feel like he could have contributed more in this game, and he's going to be replaced by Mudryk. So Mykhailo Mudryk on, Raheem Sterling off is the first change to be made by the hosts. Newcastle take this free kick. Botman takes it across to Shah. Nice ball out onto the right hand side. It's going to be chased down by Murphy. The ball might just have a bit too much on it as he kept that in play. The linesman saying it's gone out of play. It's going to be a goal kick now to Chelsea. Murphy can't quite get there in time. Just being urged to hurry things up at the moment is Petrovic. He's got a couple of Chelsea defenders alongside him. Gusto's made a run out on the right hand side. There's plenty of space for him. And we're now going to see a yellow card be handed out, as Petrovic has just been told he's got to wait, and he'll get his second yellow card of the season after ignoring the referee's warning for time wasting. With 20 minutes left to go in the game, and his side a goal to the good. Now with Mudryk. Pass to Jackson. Mudryk gets the ball back inside to Jackson. Palmer's on the right hand side. Now Gusto's making that overlapping run. Palmer keeps the ball with him. In goes the challenge now though of Willock. Wins it back for Newcastle. Now back with Willock. Pass inside from Longstaff, who's gone down under the injury. Livramento then continuing his run out on the left hand side. He's done well to find himself in space. Continues running as Caicedo gets back and gets the ball, but he's actually got the player on his way through, and a free kick's now been given to Newcastle in a very dangerous position, and a yellow card has been given to Caicedo. So while Chelsea do have a 2-1 lead at the moment, they've got to be very careful with some of these bookings with the running that's going on at the moment. Caicedo just tripping Livramento on his way through. His 8th yellow card of the season. And Livramento moving out onto the left hand side to accommodate the changes that were made by Newcastle. And Murphy now stood over the ball on the left hand side. Still options in there for Newcastle at the moment if they can get themselves an equalising goal. Lays this off instead. Gets the ball back on the left hand side. Can he put a good cross in? As in goes the challenge of Gallagher, who can't quite keep this in play either. Out of play now for a Newcastle corner on the left hand side. With a height advantage, it's surprising with the amount of short corners and free kicks that have been played short from Newcastle. You'd think they'd try and utilise what's available to them and the advantage they do have over Chelsea at the moment, as Murphy's going to try an in-swinging corner. Options are available in the box at the moment. Just put the cross in towards the near post. It has been cleared by Mudryk. Back again on the left hand side now for Murphy. Murphy's cross goes in towards the middle. It's been collected by Petrovic, and I think he was trying to maybe catch the goalkeeper off his line. Petrovic throws this out quickly onto the left hand side. In to win it back though is Willock. Willock in space on the right hand side. On the edge of the area, brings this closer and ends up laying the ball back off. Almost gets the ball back, but Cucurella with a very good timely challenge just to stop that, as now it's passed to Caicedo. It's through ball to Jackson's intercepted this time by Botman. Down to the left hand side for Murphy. Murphy's pass inside. Newcastle still with plenty of options forward. Plays it inside and under pressure now. Forced to go out onto the right hand side with Anderson. Now to Kraft. Back to Shaw. Across to Botman. Pass short again to Bruno. Now to Anderson. Back to Bruno again. Bruno's looking out on the right hand side for the option of, I think it's Longstaff he's got the option of. Instead he's managed to find Kraft on the right hand side, who's by the touchline. Plays it back inside to Longstaff. Cross goes in towards the back post. Headed down by Isak. Brought down by Willock. Goes down under the challenge. Nothing's given. It's been cleared by Gusto. Not very far though. And eventually cleared by Mudryk. And Gusto almost keeps that in play, and it's going to be a throw-in now to Newcastle on the left-hand side. Still in a very dangerous position. Across to take it is Livramento. Just waiting for options to be nearby to him, and Newcastle aren't really showing that urgency at the moment for this throw-in. Throws it now to Elliot Anderson. Goes back to Botman. Across to Shaw. Inside the centre circle, Shaw passes this across to Kraft. Now with Murphy. Lays the ball off to Anderson again. Now to Bruno. Back onto the right hand side for Longstaff. Longstaff's ball goes in towards the back post. Headed away. It's one to Livramento. Livramento's effort's been blocked. Fawn at the back post to Caicedo, who clears his lines. Finds Jackson. Jackson with a chance to break on the left-hand side. He's beat his man. He's got plenty of space to move into. Jackson making his way. He's got an option of Palmer at the back post. Jackson holds things up slightly, still inside the area. Gives it to Gallagher. On goes the run of Mudryk. Beats his man into the area. Mudryk round the keeper. And Mudryk finishes things off for Chelsea. Wonderfully worked goal on the counter-attack for the hosts. Mudryk takes the ball away from Palmer. Dribbles it past two Newcastle players into the area, takes it around the goalkeeper, and Livramento gets to the ball but can't quite find his feet to clear his lines and ends up in the back of the goal with the ball as Mudryk, who's been on the field for all of 5 minutes, puts the final nail in the coffin for the visitors. It's Chelsea 3, Newcastle United 1. 76 minutes gone here at Stamford Bridge. And Jackson did well to beat Kraft on that left-hand side. Played the ball inside to Gallagher. Mudryk just took the ball off of him like it was nothing. Played it round the goalkeeper after beating two centre-halves that Newcastle were beaten way too easily in the middle. Jackson's pass to Gallagher. Mudryk takes it away. Beats Shaw, takes it around Botman, takes it around the keeper. And then Livramento just can't quite keep this off the line. And Mudryk, who is on for Sterling, who could have had 2 goals himself. He's had the chances, but couldn't quite finish them. Mudryk takes over the reins, takes over the baton, and finishes the game for Chelsea. That hill now becomes a mountain for Newcastle if they're to even get themselves a point out of this. Quickly taken goal, kick-off to Kraft. Dribbles this inside, blocked by Caicedo again. Pass this time across to on the right hand side, now with Murphy. Murphy just outside the area, he's got Cucurella alongside him, puts it onto his right foot. Cross goes in towards the middle, collected by Petrovic, who goes down holding on to the ball. Just takes his time with it, he's got to be very careful, already on a yellow card. Didn't take him long. Wild time wasting to get that yellow card either. The referee doesn't take too lightly to this as Mudryk gets the ball out on the left hand side now. He's got Jackson in the middle. Palmer's making a late run as well. Goes for the overlapping run as Mudryk tries to play this inside to Gallagher. It's taken a couple of ricochets, but Newcastle can now move out with the ball. Kraft on the right hand side. Not many forward options for them. Isak's making the run, but Kraft forced back after the chance goes in of Caicedo. He keeps possession and keeps the ball in play. Gives it to Palmer. Palmer beats his man. Can he get the shot away? No, he's been muscled off the ball and it's gone all the way through to Dubravka, who quickly rolls this out into the middle. There's Bruno now with the ball. Out onto the left-hand side. A chance now for Newcastle perhaps to break with Anderson. Holds play up and goes to Willock instead. Now central for Bruno. They're still looking for some urgency pushing forward as it's back to Willock. And now Bruno again. Inside Chelsea's half. Palmer's quickly back to win the ball back. And Bruno just didn't even look like he was interested in the fact that he'd lost the ball. He'd lost the ball and he wasn't made aware or didn't hear the call that there was a player from Chelsea there to get possession back. And as soon as he lost possession, he just started slowly jogging his way back into position to do his defensive duties. Now the ball's with Disasi. Caicedo back to Disasi again. Now to Gusto. And Disasi. Inside to Enzo. Back to Gusto. On the right hand side. Ball pinballs about, but he's going to be coming onto the field.
He's actually started more games than he has not started.
In place.
He's on for Willock. And who is Joe White coming on for? He's coming on for Bruno Guimaraes, who I'm sort of looking forward to seeing again in the flesh here as a tidy midfielder that he is, and I'm not been very impressed by him at all.
No, he's one for the future, the boy, there's no doubt about that. It's under difficult circumstances, he's come in and shone. And he's got the manager's trust, that's for sure.
I was watching his older brother, which must be a real gauler, when you're the older brother of someone and you're still in the academy sides and your younger brother is playing regularly in the first team, but that's what it's at. Jamie Miley is 20, Lewis Miley is 17. Jamie Miley was playing in the PL2 the other night against Chelsea. Chelsea won 7-1. Free kick Newcastle here just inside the Chelsea half. We've got 9 minutes of stoppage time to go, and I think they've had their balloon burst here.
Well,
Newcastle.
Ben, look, you'd like to think so. The Chelsea fans are all around us at the moment. This was a game that we felt we had to win, anything less than 3 points. It's not over, by the way, yet. Any goal now for Newcastle, any goal, we're a vulnerable side. We have frailties that are all too ready to show themselves at any weak opportunity. But 3-1 up, there's a cushion. There's that. We saw, look, the best example was Luton away. 3-0 up and cruising. Then it goes to 3-1, and you felt the game change in the blink of an eye. If it goes to 3-2 here, this game changes again. But there's a bit more control about us at the moment.
Here is Cole Palmer. And now, Mudryk is lurking again as Conor Gallagher gives it back into the midfield. And actually, here's a bit of control for you. That has been our word of the night, the mot du jour from Monsieur Cundy.
And that's what.
And here, look, good. Back to Trevor Chalobah. They didn't have to go forward and score a fourth then. Here's Disasi. Maybe they will in a minute. But
no, but this is brilliant. Really good from Disasi.
Gallagher trying to kill a ball. Probably didn't need to force it there, Connor. But that's the thing. Sometimes they're a bit too eager.
Yeah, and I think that comes with an inexperienced lack of, that maturity that this young team has. But comes with that, you've got to learn from these moments.
Ball forward here for Isaac, and Chalobah got a bit of it. Disasi got the rest. Trevor Chalobah and Malo Gusto are going to be absolutely thrilled about this, because
Enzo's actually had that
equalising goal.
He's had a good second half, Enzo, without the ball, and then those moments, those little 1 and 2 touch moments, that's what he's been brought in for. In games like this where we get our noses in front, how do we take the sting out of the game?
Ball in from the right is really dangerous for Isak. It's going to be kept in on the byline on this near side, the Newcastle left at the shed end. And it's cut out there by Malo Gusto, and that should be okay. Caicedo, offload. Nice. Back to Palmer. Off you go, Conor Gallagher, on your bike. Caicedo says you can have this one, mate. Conor Gallagher, left channel, getting to the corner of the box now, and dispossessed, but he'll win it back. He did momentarily, and then lost it again to Elliot Anderson. It's under pressure here. Suddenly, Conor Gallagher's closing down is an outrage.
What he does,
he's doing it again, but it's 83 minutes, and it's worked, their pressure. Nicholas Jackson, too hesitant, edge of the box. Newcastle pitch it off him. And a ball long here that Disasi should deal with and give back to Petrovic, and does. I was watching Georgian Petrovic doing an interview the other day, and he was talking about underrated players at Chelsea, was the question, from our friend Sam, actually, who I've just seen pitchside. And he said Conor, and the example he gave was the 88th minute against Arsenal, where Conor Gallagher went round, chased the left back, the goalkeeper, the right back, and then back across to the left back, and they gave the ball away. And I thought, spot on. And Petrovic would have been watching that from a very long way.
He's out of position, Gusto.
Casadei's going to come on in a minute. Newcastle have the ball, left channel, coming in field now. Gusto is wrong side, and be careful, Caicedo, on a caution. Thought that might have been a foul there for a minute, not given. Newcastle have the ball on the right wing, and it's curled straight into Cucurella and Conor Gallagher, who are still working hard. Murphy is over there, and the ball in the box now. Murphy clipping it in. That'll be a corner to Newcastle. Cesare Casadei is going to come on here.
Well, if you've seen enough of Chelsea this season, you'd know that this game is not over. That next goal, the nerviness around Stamford Bridge. Newcastle are doing their very best. I have to say, though, that break, Caicedo in the middle of the park, it's a brilliant piece of skill. Dummies, goes through, plays a little 1-2 with Cole Palmer, plays out on the right-hand side, and Cole Palmer is coming off, Ben. He's going to get a standing ovation, by the way, and he goes behind. The referee wants him to go behind the goal, and the Newcastle fans are showing him all the love.
Made one, scored one. About time he drilled one of those left-footed in, you know what I mean?
But this time he's got near post, though, not far post. He drilled it.
Thiago Silva's just patted him on the back. One of the other subs down there is Carney Chukwuemeka as well. Has just embraced him. And Casadei on. Made his debut at Anfield.
Still got some defending to do, boys.
And it's just about dealt with first time up the corner. And Cucurella will, I say will clear, he didn't clear it very far. Newcastle still have it on the far side. Their right wing attacking the shed in where their fans are.
That's it, go back into the
back to Petrovic.
And
no
now,
worries there.
And now take your time. There is absolutely no rush. Bowl it out. We should now be able to stretch the pitch.
Here is Casadei straight into the action in a kind of right wing back position underneath us near Eddie Howe on this near touchline. And Chalobah across. Well, the home record, not too bad, folks. This will be the 13th win if we see it out. 4 draws, 4 defeats. It's not brilliant, but it's not bad. Gusto, another good game. Back to Petrovic. He clears first time up towards Casadei, who jumps and won it.
He's a big boy, Casadei.
He is. And he's
a big
combative.
boy.
And he's just got in there and won that hard and fair. Off you go, Mudryk. Mudryk sprinting again. He's too fast for all of you. He's running down towards the Matthew Harding fans, and he still gets a low cross in. He's ended up hammering the hoardings down there.
He has.
I think the ref might stop this. There's a Newcastle player checking he's okay. Play's going on. Newcastle are counter-attacking. They are both up.
Anyway, let's talk about the game. Brilliant from Gusto. Superb defending. Honestly, there's been some real heroes.
Yellow card coming out, is it?
Has to be.
Well, hang on, I thought he saw him reaching for the pocket.
Well, it has to be. He's not got the ball.
Taken out. He's not going to book him for it, by the way.
Gusto has
Mudryk there. I mean, that's brilliant. That was almost run, Forest, run. Straight out the stadium. Down through the groundsman's entrance where the tractor comes in, down in that corner.
It's actually Willett that goes with him, you know, and he does well to stay with him as best he can. And he pushes him. What he does, he pushes him, and as he goes in, he clatters into the advertising board.
Well, I mean, when you run as fast as he does, you hit those hoardings. Probably like a head-on train collision.
Yeah, there's only going to be. Yeah, this is lovely from Chelsea.
Nice.
The control here. This is much better.
Back down the line for Malo Gusto. All happening on this white line underneath us here, the Chelsea right wing line, and Casadei just calms it down and comes back to Axel Disasi. We've nearly got 88 on the clock up there.
Yeah,
and,
the game.
It feels like it's done now.
Ben,
I'm having it now.
The sting of the game. This is what we need to be doing at 1-0 up. This approach, have the confidence to, you don't need to always go forward. Look what we're doing to now. They're pressing the way they were. This is good, and there's a confidence about us. Honestly, we are a young team. I think we need to remember that. We are a team and a squad that's going through such a transition of what we used to be, and now we're 2-1 up. 3-1 up, sorry. And they take care there, Jackson. We're 3-1 up, and there's a little bit more.
There's still too much.
Swag. There's a bit of a swagger about it.
But what that manifests itself as is exuberance and doing a touch like that where you don't need to. But anyway, Malo Gusto's going to get back and get there.
I know Gusto won't get man of the match, but I've got to tell you, mate.
He won't just because Cole Palmer has scored a goal and made one.
Again.
But Gusto's brilliant. And I was just going to say, the next two, Jason, are both here, and it's Leicester in the Cup, and then after the international break, it's Burnley.
Yeah, there's
a chance to get a little bit of a run going here, right?
And we're not going to play another league game, don't forget, because of course there's an FA Cup game, and some of the teams, not all, some of the teams around us might be able to either steal a little bit of a march or drop points and give us an extra game in which we can catch them. So it's a little bit distorted. The league
it's
table,
only Arsenal away and Tottenham at home to reorganise.
But that's okay. But whatever the games are, they're all in hand.
Carney Chukwuemeka is going to make his latest comeback in a minute. Let's hope this one lasts. It's a nice take. Oh, Cucurella went AWOL again, and Murphy's roofed it.
I'm sorry, Cucurella.
That's his signature.
Aston Villa away, Ben. Doesn't need to do that. Doesn't need to win that ball. Be disciplined.
90 minutes come up right now. 6 added minutes.
Ben, you don't need to try and win this ball. It's a ball you can't win. But you don't need to win.
We saw him do it in 15 different games last season, Jason. He's done it again here. He played well. Completely pointless. I have to say, beyond that, Jacob Murphy is hitting at 100 miles an hour to the roof of the shed end net. Chukwuemeka's going to come on now.
Golazo!
It's like he cannot take it out of his game, Jason.
Ben,
why can't we take it out of his game?
At this minute, There's 6 to add. It's a ball you don't need to win. All that can happen is that if you don't win it, you give a shot on target. Now look, I've said to you, this game, we're fragile. Where do we go? Do we concede the third and the 3-3, which will feel like a defeat?
Thank God there's only 5 minutes to go. Mudryk helps it on to Chukwuemeka. Conor Gallagher, and a cracking effort from 30 yards out, bending towards the top corner, and Dubravka's plucked it out of the sky and bowled it out. Stamford Bridge is now nerving, it shouldn't be. And Cucurella now is racing back, and Murphy's in behind him, and Chalobah comes across with a monstrous tackle to put it out of play for a throw. Newcastle throw near the corner flag over there. This is totally unnecessary, and the 2 goals conceded tonight, Jason, have all been individual errors. 2 of them on the first goal, and this one tonight. I know you can pick holes in any goal you concede, but both of them tonight, completely unnecessary goals to concede, defensively speaking. Entirely made by Chelsea errors. Hopefully it doesn't matter, as Chukwuemeka now goes on a run, left channel, and he's dispossessed. Our own worst enemies, Jace.
No, well,
on those goals conceded.
That for me, Cucurella, that you've got to coach that out of him, Ben. That is a. Anyway, let's deal with what's going on, because there is still time left for Newcastle to get the equaliser that, quite frankly, this second half performance doesn't deserve. But we're Chelsea. What Chelsea are going to see in the next 3 or 4 minutes?
And it is 4 added minutes to remain, just a fraction under that perhaps. Newcastle playing with a curious lack of urgency, but they do have the ball now, just in front of Eddie Howe's technical area. Tino Livramento down that line. Joe White, playing for just the 2nd time, wins a throw-in. They want to get it wide so they can get it into the box or start running. Chelsea playing essentially with, well, Cucurella now going to engage. Don't try and win the ball. He has gone to try and win the ball, and he hasn't got that one either. And now Newcastle coming to the byline. Not learning the lesson. The cross is easy for Petrovic.
And by the way, 2v1 on that far stick. Cassidy has got to go in. He's been dragged inside. Livramento's over the top.
If that cross is hit harder, there's a free header at the far post, just like Reguilon's at Brentford.
This might be one of these games that we look back on tape and learn from this, but don't learn from drop points.
I think we've had enough learning. I mean, honestly, there must have been 10 goals last season that had Mark Cucurella coming out trying to win a ball that wasn't his. Aston
Villa away, Ben. We won 2-0 in the game in the end. It was where Kepa had an absolute blinder. Mount scored 2. I seem to remember it was a Tyrone Mings headed back and a free kick.
Jason, there are that many. It's not just Aston Villa. There are millions.
No, but that game stands
Wolves
out
away,
for me.
Frank's first game. That goal from Matheus Nunes, who went to City for loads of money. That came from him doing exactly the same thing. It's a Newcastle ball, and a referee telling him to get on with it. Halfway line, far side, and they will get on with the throw.
Bridge.
Of course it is. 94 minutes now. 94 out of 96. The ball coming over halfway. Poch frantic. Eddie Howe likewise, as Casadei comes in, and his foul as well. Newcastle getting on with that. It's going to be relief more than joy now because of what's happened here. Conor Gallagher in the left-back position has the ball. Into Enzo Fernandez, back to Conor Gallagher. A couple of calm heads there, that was better. Back to Cucurella.
That's nice.
Well done.
That's well played.
And
really
then Enzo out here.
So the ball's gone to Conor on the left. He's played it back into Cucurella, into Enzo, and worked this way out this right-hand side, and we've got control of the game. Again, I keep having to remind myself that we are a young team. Lovely touch there from Mudryk.
On this near side, right wing, ball into Chukwuemeka, plays the return pass, free kick given for the foul on Mudryk. Play it smart now, and that should be it.
He does book in.
There's John Brooks.
Then that's calm. And look, let's in equal measure. We've criticised Cucurella for his decision making on their second goal. Brilliant play on the left-hand side. He plays the ball to Conor. Conor takes players away with him down the left. Plays it back at the corner, and then eventually works its way into end zone. We work it out where the space is out here, and there's a little bit more time. And now, time management. We're 30 seconds away from what the referee's going to do. We don't have to take the free kick. The game is won.
Right, no one's going for a Conor Gallagher cross here. It's Joe White, by the way. Sorry, I didn't name check him. We got the caution. Conor Gallagher here is just going to pass it short to Enzo Fernandez underneath us on this right wing. We'll probably go to 96.5 now, I would suspect. The throw-in has gone Newcastle's way down there by the corner flag. And Tino Livramento wants a football. Dubravka's going to come and grab one from a ball boy. And now we've got two on the field. Of course, we have thumped upfield. Casadei probably could have controlled it, but Chukwuemeka nearly turned it into something there. Conor Gallagher on the side, that was brilliant. But there's a ball on over the top here. No, Chalobah can let that run for Petrovic. Oh, no, he hasn't. No, Chalobah's booted it out into the West Stand instead. I don't mind that.
Ask questions later, and Chalobah's booted it out. Some defending to do. We should be able to defend it. 96.5 on the clock. Referee's looking at his watch. He wants the ball played back to where he is, level. Midway through. Come on, ref.
Launched in towards the Chelsea box now. Malo Gusto gets up. Was it his touch?
On. That's it. That's the point.
Goal kick, right?
That's it.
He's
it's a goal
blow.
Kick. He's blown.
It is relief as much as joy at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea 3, Newcastle 2. If they could stop putting us through the mill to